the right hand? I mean, as far as head stuff. Well, good morning, Junior Breeding Guilt fans and parents and listeners, breeders. I'd like to welcome you to the 76th Annual San Antonio Livestock Show, Junior Breeding Guilt Show here at San Antonio. It's a privilege to be here. My name is Wayne Rohde. I'll be joined with my son Landon here shortly, and we've started this morning with Class 1 of our Duroc breeding gilts. We have 32 head in this class, and the weight ranges is from 200 to 218. And our lead judge this morning, the gentleman in the white shirt, is Mr. Blaine Olson, and he's followed with his co-partner here, Kyle Canal. And we'll be with them throughout today and tomorrow, and they'll be heading up and lining up our Supreme and Reserve Supreme Overall Gilt, that being occurring tomorrow. So as you're seeing them, they've already gone through the sort. We're up and running now, and so sorry for a little bit for the delay, but we've gone through the first sort. They're letting them out at this time and doing an evaluation. And as they see some of these out, they'll put them back again for a second evaluation. Changes here I'm seeing already, San Antonio. They've really done an outstanding job in their ring. I know you probably can't see it from your screen, but it is a much bigger ring. A lot of room out there. They've done an outstanding job of really making the ring so much larger. It looks like twice the size of what we've had in years past. But I really appreciate their hard work in making that happen and giving each and every one of these kids a fair opportunity to show their animal. Looks like we've got one already pinned back, and he's pinned a second one back at this time. Got a third one back, the young man in the green. He's picked another one, young lady there in the paisley shirt. So we've got four pinned at this time. So they try to let out one at a time so that they're able to evaluate and give each individual a fair opportunity. And then they do a comparison to those that are out in the ring that they have already let out, and kind of do that comparison to see and try to get their top 10 lineup here. If you're new, joined us and you're new to the breeding gilt program, you know, it's a little different than the market show in a sense that you're looking at the breeding pieces here and looking for that complete structural correctness is one of the most important aspects of this. Design, structural correctness, base width from end to end, and then capacity behind the shoulder and the flank area to carry those baby pigs and stuff, and be able to have a good underline that they can nurse a good amount. The requirements are 12, 6 on each side on their teats, and so this gives them a good opportunity to raise them a good amount, because in pigs, of course, you have litters, and with that, it's not like one or twins or that in the human basis. They got 12, so it's a big family to start out with. So yeah, it's a great program here, and they give a lot of scholarships out here. The Duroc breed is competing for a $10,000 scholarship named to the champion of the Duroc breed. Looks like we've got them all placed down, and he's looks like they're going to let back out the top 4, probably top 5 the way it looks. And this is where the second evaluation, or the third evaluation, we count the first sort, where they're going to do their final first through 5th place here. And probably they're going to place from the bottom up, placing 5th on up to first place. So we have 4 out so far, and it is just the top 4, by the way. I see our 5th place has gotten a ribbon there, so they're going to confer. And here, and it's happened in the last several years. We've gone to a two judge system, and that's been very helpful for being able to have the lead judge confer to the secondary judge, and trying to get it right in their minds, and they're able to toss things out to each other and make sure they're seeing the same things. As you see, we got the second, and young lady will be in red will be first place. Congratulations to each and every one of these individuals for a job well done.
Check. Mic check.
You're back now.
Well, good morning, and it's a pleasure to be here in San Antonio with Kyle and working through your breeding gilts over the next couple of days on the purebred side. And we were talking there earlier, the red flood's coming, but I think it's a perfect way to start. And honestly, when we get them out here, I think we have a really good pair and top 3 or 4 to talk about. And I'll tell you, we're not going to waste a lot of time with them today. I know it's hot. I've already lost my coat. I don't want to blow them up, but the young lady at the far side needs some talking. And from the time she came through the sift pinning and we get out here here and we talk about them, she's the kind we're looking for today. She's good when she comes at us. She's got shape to her blade and shape to her chest. You step off of them and watch her translate to a three-quarter view from the side. That one's good looking. She's still stout where she needs to be. She turns and goes away. I think she moves better and more comfortable than the Gilts in 2 and 3. She's more stable. She's more true when she travels on her hind leg. Very big, very bold and powerful when we take her to the ground. A lot of extras, still handles it, good and complete from the side. Young lady wins this class for us, I think rather handily. Truthfully, the decision here is between 2 and 3, and I just thought this one, as we talked her over, more logically fit our class winner from a feature and a stoutness standpoint. You take that one to the ground and you compare her to Gilt in 3. She does have more bones. She does have more foot size. But more particularly, when you step off of them, I just feel like she gets more collected and more coordinated in her skeleton. She's more comfortable as she goes, and she carries it with more power. I think that's what keeps her in second. Now, when we talk about this one's build up front, she isn't quite as good in her crest. She isn't quite as attractive when we set him for a blade forward. That comes with that stoutness, that power, and that blade. I just don't know that one's quite as neat when we study her and we bring her back to our class winner. I love this one on the top side of her skeleton and the way she ties her head and her neck on the front side of that shoulder and she lays into her spine. She's very good there when she gets her head up and gets her going. Again, when we talk about taking this one to the ground, when she comes right at us, I don't know that she's as good from her blade to her knee and to her foot. You step off of her. She wants to twist her toe just a bit. Again, when we step off and we watch this one go from the side and we study the way she wants to use her hind leg, she gets a little shorter in her step and just not quite as coordinated off of either end. Still awesome as far as her look, awesome as far as her shape and her freshness up high. Young lady does an awesome job of getting her driven. That's a really good one to be third in this particular class. I'll be honest with you, this one's hard to get a read on, and I told Kyle when she came out of the stiff pin, I thought that was a quality hog that the young lady was just having trouble keeping up with. When we talk about her good, she's neat from her blade forward. She's really heavy skeleton. As you can see, she is athletic. She hasn't broke down. She's been able to go. We just need to slow her down and get her more collected if we're going to move her up any higher. Might fill in the center part of her body just a shot as well. Young man that comes next, I love this one from the profile. Elevated, neat in her look. She's good in her lines. I think when we take this one to the surface, she just falls out of our top 4 for me. She's not as heavy in her skeleton. She's not as big in her feet. She comes and goes. She's just not as opened up and as bold and as powerful. Young man does an awesome job with one that's awful flexible, awful comfortable, and neat in her build. Young lady comes next. She does have a shot more bone than the young man's Gilt ahead of her. Gilt, again, that gives us a good presence from the side. I didn't feel this one was quite as just comfortable and didn't have the angles off of either end of her skeleton, but the young lady does an awesome job. Young man comes next. I love this one up high. I love her look. I love the way she can get her head up and her presence there. I thought when we took this one to the ground, she just got a little soft for me as far as her feet and a little frailer in her feature. We work our way down with hogs that are good in their own right. The kids do an awesome job. I didn't think they were built just quite as good, weren't quite as neat when we studied them up front. Awesome class. Kids did a great job. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them on this first class of Durocs.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
If you if you just now joined us, we are on Class 2 of the Duroc breeding gilts here at San Antonio. Our weight ranges is 220 to 234, and there are 28 in this class. Currently, we have 3 penned at this particular time. Our lead judge there that's evaluating them in the background is Mr. Blaine Olson. And he's followed with his our secondary judge, Kyle Canal. And they've done a really good job for starting our first class, opening this year's Duroc breeding show. Results from our first class, first place went to Cassidy Windtaker from Breckenridge FFA. Congratulations to her. Second place was Asher Jones from Killeen Career Center FFA. Our third place, Jade Tillery from Wise County 4-H. Our fourth place, Lucy Schubert from Navarro FFA. 5 went to Colton King from Stephenville FFA. Congratulations to each and every one of these winners.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry I was a little delayed. I had to go get some paperwork for the judges and everything, and I know that Wayne has been keeping you guys tuned in for everybody who's been here. My name is Landon Rohde, and I'm joined by my co-host Wayne, and like you said earlier, we're on class number 2 of the Durocs, a total of 4 classes for our lightweight division. They're doing something a little different this year. They're breaking it up into light, middleweight, and heavyweight divisions for the Durocs this year.
Yeah, it's a great thing that they've done that, because last year there were like 13 out there, and it
trying to find one's a little bit harder to do.
It is, most definitely.
Especially when they're all class winners out there and they're all competitive looking.
And they were very deep, and they were very deep in a lot of these different breeds, and really appreciate San Antonio's foresight to seeing that and putting divisions into this breeding show. There are actually going to be divisions not only in the Durocs, as Landon said, we have 3 divisions there, but we're also going to have divisions in the Berkshires and the Spots, but there we're only going to have 2 divisions. Again, the Spots and the Berks will have 2 divisions, and then everything else will not. So really good foresight by San Antonio of coming up with this program, ensuring that each and every one of these kids get a fair opportunity.
It looks like we have like 7 pins so far. There might be 1 or 2 underneath here, Wayne, where they're weighing them. Back in the day, we used to judge them by age. Now San Antonio, as of last year, has changed it to being shown by weight now here at the Purebred Gilt Show. Looks like he has 2, 4, 5 out here in the big arena. So what they're doing now is once they do their initial sort, they'll go out there in the big arena and find 1 or 2 more to pin back to have a chance at the top 10 placings here in class number 2. Our lead judge today is Mr. Blaine Olson from Elkhart, Illinois. He's a Duroc breeder, corn and soybean farmer, and commercial hog producer. He has a wife named Christy, and their kids are Braden, Kelton, Luke, Coley, and Rice. He graduated from and judged at Lakeland College and Western Illinois. His hobbies are their kids play sports and livestock events and watching Illinois basketball and Cubs baseball. His accomplishments have been raising a lot of pigs that have gone to many shows and done very well at big and small, and fortunate enough to raise some boars that have made an impact on this industry. And I can go ahead and name two of them, Buck Cherry and Can't Touch This. It's funny, Mr. Olson and I were talking about Buck Cherry.
Buck Cherry is the one he actually raised.
Yeah, that one, and I guess both of those two boars were at Prairie State when Prairie State was in existence. And Buck Cherry, we were talking about him and everything that he did, and just he was a staple and a foundation for so many hogs over the years. There was a lot of Buck Cherry that's probably still out there hanging around somewhere down the line, but it's been a long time, I guess, since Buck Cherry was around, right, Wayne?
Yes, it was, and really did a lot of impact. But he's just has a real gift for putting these red hogs together, and especially in the sires and stuff, and allowing those genetics to carry on and impact the entire Duroc breed.
Absolutely. And our other judge today, our associate judge, is Mr. Kyle Knaut. And it is Knaut, not Knauf, is what he told me. And so Kyle is from Milford, Illinois. He's a show pig producer and boar stud owner. His wife is Ellen, and their kids are Colton, who is 8, and Knox, who is 5. He got his associates in science at Lakeland College, so they both went to Lakeland College. And his bachelor's and master's in animal science from the University of Illinois. His hobbies include showing livestock with his family and watching Fight in Illinois athletics. So they're both big old Illinois fans. His accomplishments are running a successful business and getting to raise show pigs every day with his wife and their family and their 2 boys. And I will tell you that there's nothing greater than this industry in my mind. Sports are great. Any extracurriculars are great, but something about showing livestock, it teaches you all the responsibilities and work ethic and getting up and feeding your animal. And you get to meet so many people across the state of Texas. And if you go to national shows as well, you get to meet so many people that will be, you'll make lifelong memories and make a lot of friends that last a lifetime in this industry that you don't necessarily get in all these other extracurriculars you can do. And let's talk about the scholarship money a little bit, Wayne, and what the San Antonio does in the Purebred show.
Well, and before we do, it looks like in their second sort here, they've got 2 back. They've got 3 coming as well.
Which will be the top end of his class, correct?
Correct. And what he did, Landon, in the first class, he placed from the bottom up. He ended up keeping 4 to evaluate for the third evaluation to do the final 4. So. I suspect, depending on the depth of the class, he'll do either top 4 or 5. It just kind of depends how deep the class is. But so far, he's done the top 4, starting out with this year's show.
And that's been pretty consistent over the years since we've been doing this, Dad. They'll pin 4 or 5 back, and we've even had them pin 8 back before in the top end of that class.
Yes, and that comes down to if they're just pins and needles difference between each other, and that just shows the character of our judges of making sure that they line it up and they're very satisfied with their evaluations.
Yes, and you talk about depth of quality and everything else that comes in each one of these classes. Being a major show and as competitive as the San Antonio Gilt show is, with all the money they give back to these kids, the quality of animals here at the San Antonio Livestock Show, it's just, it's a bucket list for a lot of these guys judging here.
As far as kind of give our audience and listeners an idea, we had 382 Duroc show up this year at our 2025 show.
Looks like Mr. Olson's grabbing the button, so it looks like he has 3 pinned back for his top end, Wayne. And now he's going to place from the bottom up. And sometimes, the judge will place him from the bottom up, and then he will maybe leave 1 or 2 out there to compare with the other 3 he already has pinned back for his top end here.
Yes, and if you have kids showing and are out or they're just started showing, it's so important to always never give up, because I've seen a lot of times where you're not one of the top 3 pinned and they place from the bottom up because they want to make sure they get this right, and that one that they end up keeping to evaluate against 4 ends up sometimes winning the class.
Absolutely, and it can happen on any given day. You know, we're all human, and sometimes we don't. You know, when you do your initial sort, you're coming out of that little pen there. If you don't get a good look, sometimes the judge doesn't have enough time to have a really good look at you. But once you have an opportunity to show in the big arena, you can really get that animal to stretch their legs. And we talk about showmanship being so important. Especially in the pig barn, because you don't have them on a halter. You can't set them up. These things are constantly moving, where in other species you're sitting there holding them with a halter, or like a chicken or a turkey holding them upside down. These things are like driving a car. You literally are moving them at all times, showing different angles. And one thing to always keep in mind, make sure that when you're showing, you're presenting the animal. At this point, you want them to look at the animal. If you're real wavy with your stick motions and bouncy, it takes away from the judge paying attention to your animal and paying more attention to you. You want to almost be invisible when you're showing this animal. You want them to think that the only thing out there is that pig. And you know, another characteristic, you know, you look at all the Durocs, they're all brown or red. We call them red pigs, but they are all brown. A lot of them look very similar. So when you're out there showing, sometimes it pays off to wear a shirt that stands out, that's different than everybody else's. If everybody else wore a pink shirt or a white shirt, it's hard for the judge to come find you later. You want to wear something that stands out, like the young lady right there in the leopard print shirt. She's the only one out there in the leopard print right now.
Well,
so
you have a young lady with that bright scarf.
Yeah,
you know.
exactly.
And it's not, it just helps the judge kind of remember, because they've evaluated the animal, and it makes it easier when you have a bunch out there. So, oh yeah, I like that. I really like the aspects of this one, and it makes it easier for the judge to find them. And kind of as we talked about, they've done a good job in this class too. They actually just placed a few from the bottom.
Look,
and they kept
he's already got his
out there, and then they let the other 3 that they initially pinned out there to evaluate against.
So it looks like he's got his top 2 out here now. They're evaluating these 2. The young lady in the blue was 3rd. The young lady in the leopard print was 4th. And now he's down to his top 2. And I can already tell you off the back, it's so important when you have 2 judges out there that they work together, and both of them are discussing and analyzing each pig and quality of depth here. And looks like they're going to go ahead and place top 2. Young man is 2nd, and the young lady in the pink scarf is going to be your class winner. Let's hear from Mr. Olson.
Well, some discussion on the top end of this class, and I think some differences in 2 hogs that are awfully good in their own right. We chose to land on the dark-colored Gilt. The young lady drives to go ahead and win, and truthfully, it starts when she comes right at us. There's just more hog right there. She's bigger-chested. She's better in her knee. She sets back in a bigger shoulder, just more comfortable. You get on top of her, there's still a lot of pig there. You get in behind her. I'm not going to tell you that she is the most comfortable Gilt we'll see all day, but, man, she handles a lot of power, a lot of punch, and a lot of bone. Still stays within herself. She's driven out here. She stayed where she needs to. She still stays good in her angle from the side. Gets her head up, gives us a look, lays her spine in her. I think that's a nice place to start. And that takes absolutely nothing away from the young man's lighter colored Gilt that comes next. And I use that as reference only. I don't care what color they are. Bring them. Bring good ones. Bring ones that look like this. Bring ones that are that color. And we're going to use them all day. Where this one's good, she's the best in the class. She's elevated. You get on top of her, and she's incredible. Out of the backside of her shoulder, as far as her shape, her bulk, her spread, and her freshness, and she's big-ended when she turns and goes away. I guess for us, it just came at a bit of a premium. She doesn't come at me quite as good at the base of her front feet. She is more upright to get that elevation, and from there back, she just tightens in her spine slightly. Doesn't want to use her hind leg quite so comfortably, but man, she's elevated. She's neat-looking. Young man brings this one with an awesome back shape. She's impressive as she turns and goes away. I think the young lady's Gilt that comes next more closely resembles the Gilt in 2nd, just in her look from the side. The obvious thing to say is they're the same color, and that's not why she's in 3rd. She's in 3rd because she's elevated and she's really neat and unique when you study her from her blade forward. That ties into her top line and her spine. She handles her hind leg better than the Gilt ahead of her in class, but when we get on top of her, there's just not as much of her. She's not as big, she's not as bold, not as bulky as that Gilt ahead of her, but man, there's some similarities as far as look, as far as lines, and this one's awfully awfully comfortable. She's still impressive as she turns and goes away. Young lady that comes next has one that just kind of falls into to fourth for me by default. She's one that maybe we didn't grab on early on, but just kind of slid her way up. Her basics are good. Feature, foot size, she's good centered, she's got muscle. I don't know that one was just quite as neat when we studied her from her blade forward. I don't know that she just had the elevation and the presence of some of the others we find in this class. Awfully good one for the young lady. Very, very good in her skeleton. Young lady brings us one next. It's a little bigger in her kind than the gilt ahead of her in class. I'm all right with that. This one's good when we get on top of her as being opened up and having some spread. She handles it pretty good when we take her to the ground from a flexibility standpoint. I thought she ran out of gas when we took her to the ground. She wasn't as big in her features. She wasn't as big in her bone work. Young lady does an awesome job. Gilt looks like she's got an awful bright future for the young lady. Gilt that comes next is one that is more opened up. She is stouter and she is bolder when we take her to the ground. When we compare her to that gilt ahead of her in class, I didn't find this one to be just quite as neat, quite as attractive when we studied her up front. She didn't hold the integrity to her top line and wanted to give up slightly there in her ham-loin junction for me, but still one that the young lady does an awesome job with. She does a good job of getting this one presented. As we work our way down the line, again, gilts that we change in a place or two. The gilt that comes next, love her look from the side. I thought she just got it a little flat when we studied her at the 3/4. The gilt that comes next is one that's really good as far as her chest and blade. She was just too upright and just not athletic enough on her shoulder for me. Last two that round the class out, the young lady's doing an awesome job of getting them shown. Let's put our hands together again and congratulate all of them and tell them they did a nice job.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
That concludes class number 2. Moving on to class number 3 right now of our Duroc show. The weight ranges are 235 to 244, and there are 30 total head in this next class. So back behind us, y'all can kind of see we're up here in the crow's nest, but they're doing the initial sort right now of class number 3. I'm going to go and read the top 10 placings off from class number 2. 10th place went to Tate Miller. 9th place was awarded to Riley Christensen. 8th place was given to Ashley Arg. And I hope I said that right, Ashley. 7th place went to Avery Cassidy. 6th place was shown by Emma Perez. 5th place went to Caden Rawls. 4th place was Addison Fomby. 3rd place was awarded to Maze Hajda. 2nd place went to Jackson Powell. And our class winner of class number 2 of our Duroc Purebred Gilt show was shown by Kate Wambach of Canyon FFA. Congratulations to all those top 10 individuals in class number 2 of the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show. When it comes to the Duroc breed specifically, we have a total of 12 classes. They are broken into divisions now by weight. We have our first 4 classes are our lightweight division. Our next 4, which is class number 5 through 8, is our middleweight division, and heavyweight division is 9 through 10. And what's great about that too is instead of having all the classes go out there for for the champion, we're breaking them up to where there's 3 out there instead of having to find 10 to 13 hogs and try to find one, especially these class winners being so balanced and so unique and so consistent. It's hard to pick one when you have 13 really, really good ones out there, but once you narrow it down to 3, it's a little bit easier, and you won't have to drive those animals quite as long either. Noticed that last year, and I talked to Mr. Byers about it. He was our lead judge last year, and Jason Correa did a good job last year, and we visited with them about that too, and they said, yeah, it'd be easier to break it up in divisions, and San Antonio did a really good job of listening and agreeing, and they made the changes, and I think they're going to be changes for the better, just like they do in the Barrow Show and so many other species along the next couple of weeks here at San Antonio. We're showing 4 breeds today: Durocs, Landrace, Hampshires, and Berkshires today. I think the Durocs will take a majority of the day based on how many classes we have. There are a total of 12 classes of Durocs, 2 classes of Landrace, 2 classes of Hamps, and a total of 9 classes of Berkshires today.
If you've just now joined us, we're on class number 3. In this class, we have 30 head. We have weight ranges from 235 to 244. We presently have 4 penned from the first initials. Actually, they've got 4 back, and now they're placing the other ones back, and so they'll go ahead and let the top 4 out as soon as they place the bottom end in this basis. As far as Landon had mentioned earlier in our show, that last year was the first year we had the weights versus the age, showing by age, and the weight ranges to be able to show here at San Antonio is the lightest weight you can be is 200 pounds, and the heaviest you can be is 350, and it has a 15-pound weigh back, but there is no minimum bottom of those weight ranges there. They just have to be able to not exceed. So basically, we're talking 200 to 365 max with the 15-pound weigh back. As you've seen, we've got the top 4 out at this time. They have placed everything from 5th down to 10th place. So we're going into our final 4 at this present time. The lady in the black shirt was 4th. They're conferring here, and that's the great part about having the 2-judge system is they can spin off ideas of each other, talk about the strengths of each of the top 4 there, and now like they did in the top 3 here, of seeing how they want to start to get the most gilt there that has the most combination of factors of chest width, structural correctness, and being square on all 4. So that's kind of the things they're talking about, and kind of represents the total package of the breeding gilt. The lady in the blue vest was 3rd, so we're down to our final 2 in class number 3 if you've just now joined us. The lady in blue was 2nd, and young man in the purplish type shirt is our class winner. Congratulations to each and every one of these.
And what challenging class to put together, and we was talking when we came back out just what we were seeing through the pins and just the way it was going to make its way in here. We've got some different shapes and sizes and just some different kinds. I think the pair of gilts we land on are 2 hogs that are similar in the fact that they're just opened up, they're stout in their feature, and they're still hogs that are good in their look. Hogs that are built just a little different in their own right as the way that each of them want to use their hind leg and go. We're not going to call them perfect, and I don't know that there's a perfect one in here, but I think 2 very, very high quality gilts. The young man's going to start, and like I said, the one that has chest and has blade, when we step off of him, I think he uses his gilt uses her hind leg better from the side. She holds more integrity to her top line. She's better when she plants and goes, and just the stability and the comfort she wants to travel on. She is a bit edgy when we step in behind her, and she will step wide once in a while. What's interesting is, I told Kyle, that one first came out of the gate, she didn't take a good step or 2, but the longer she drove, I thought she got more coordinated and just more collected. Young man's got a nice place to start. Front 2/3 of this one are awesome. Big chested, elevated for the power she's got, and gives us a neat look. Again, when we get on top of her, she's opened up and she's wide when she turns and goes. Like I said, when we can bring her back and we compare her to that class winner, I just fix the way her hips laid in her, smoother as she goes from there forward, and just make her a shot more athletic. When I study the way she uses her hind leg from the side, I love the front 2/3 of this one, her elevation and her look. Young lady does an awesome job getting her driven. When this one came in, I told Kyle I love her top side. I love her look from the side. It's just when we take her to the surface and we watch her turn and go, I don't know that she's quite as competitive in just some of the stoutness and boldness and some of the power that we talk about some of the other gilts in class. Again, you get on top of this one, she's neat, she's youthful, she's fresh, she looks like a lady when we study her up front. I need to make her hind leg just a shot bigger. I need to make her hinge just a shot better. I don't know that she was just quite as full and opened up when we studied her center body compared to them couple above her. Young lady does, again, an awesome job of getting that one shown. This one does have an advantage over the gilt ahead of her just in terms of the shape to her blade and just her stoutness and her open and her forerib, and she's bold when she goes from there back. I didn't think she was maybe just quite as neat as some of the others we found in class. She gets a shot more upright and just not quite as comfortable in her travel when we study her on her front third. She does have a good hind leg working in her. Again, young lady does a great job. The gilt that comes next, another one, when we talk just initial hit and presence, it's awesome. She's elevated, she's neat in her look, she's big where she needs to be when we get on top of her. When we step off and study the hogs, I didn't think she used her hind leg just quite as good. I got a little hard on her when I first saw her. She wanted to twist her hock in, she just doesn't want to plant and drive and go. Still elevated, one that's still neat in her look. The young lady's gilt that comes next, incredibly bold when we study her at the ground. She's big in her feet, she's big in her feature. Another one that I didn't think was just quite comfortable enough, just quite good enough in her angles when we studied her off of either end of her skeleton. As we work our way down with gilts again, that we'd maybe just changing a place or two. The kids do an awesome job. The gilt that comes next, another heavy bone one, just doesn't want to use her hind leg quite as good. Similar kind of story as we work our way down. Let's congratulate them and tell them we're proud of them as they head back to the pens.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
Now we're on our class number 4 of our Duroc Breeding Gilt Show. If you've just now joined us, we have divisions this year at San Antonio because there were so many classes there. It gives each and every one of the kids a fair opportunity at that $10,000 scholarship when they name the champion Duroc. So that's why they went to the divisions. They're also going to have divisions for the spots and the Berks as well, but only 2 divisions in that because the size of the breeds are not as big as the Durocs. This will be the final class, class 4, that they're presently evaluating of our first division. The weight ranges from 245 to 251, and there are 32 head in this class. And you people that are in the that are breeders and look at genetics and stuff, we have been working very hard to try to see if we can get the information to all of our listeners on what our first and second place pedigrees were out of, and the breeders of those. So just stay tuned. We are working on that, just getting enough help there to try to get this helpful information, because I know you as breeders and even as parents of working on trying to do a gilt selection when they're little, it comes as an important factor in some of your selections. And so anyway, we are working on that, and hopefully I'll have something for you here very shortly. Thank you.
That concludes class number 3, and we have now moved on to class number 4, and it's our final class of the lightweight division Duroc Purebred Gilts. The weight ranges on that class go from 245 to 251, and there are 32 total heads. So at the conclusion of this class, we're going to bring all 4 of those class winners back out here and pick a lightweight champion and a reserve lightweight champion, then move on to class number 5, which is the start of our middleweight division Duroc Purebred Gilts. Placings in class number 3, the previous class, read the top 10 individuals here, and I apologize if I butcher your name, but I will do my best, and I want to congratulate all 10 of these individuals in that class. 10th place went to Carly Heslentine. I hope I said that right, Carly. 9th place went to Savannah Osborne. 8th place was awarded to Haley Friesenhahn. Excuse me, I know you, Haley. 7th place went to Brady Barak. 6th place was awarded to Rachel Gavlik. 5th place went to Brooklyn Peoples. 4th place was awarded to Cadence Ellis. 3rd place was shown by Jaden Mello. 2nd place was shown by Ali Villarreal. And our class winner in class number 3 of the Duroc Purebred Gilts was shown by Lawson Canales. Congratulations to those top 10. Looks like the judges have a total of 6 to 7 pinned back so far. They'll place the top 10 or 11. They're in the big arena right now for a secondary evaluation to see if there's any more in this class that they want to keep back for a chance at the top 10 individuals. Been a very uniform set of Duroc Gilts, starting off the first class with a bang, and it's continuing through these lightweight divisions, and the deeper we get into these classes here, for those of you just tuning in or have never watched the Big Show before, they're going to get a lot bigger than this. I think the top end is 350 pounds is what you can weigh, and there is no bottom end. Looks like Mr. Olson has pinned another one back, a young lady in the pink and white. She will go get weighed. We're showing by weights now versus by papers, meaning age. So now they're going to get weighed to make sure they're within 15 pounds on the top end of what they turn their weight card in at. Our lead judge today is Mr. Blaine Olson. He's the gentleman in the white. And our secondary judge today is Kyle Canal. Mr. Olson is from Elkhart, Illinois, and Mr. Canal is from Milford, Illinois. So both these are Illinois boys. They both support Illinois sports. Looks like they have their top 10 individuals pinned back. They'll pull each one of those young men and young ladies out one at a time and evaluate them. And if he really likes the hog, he'll pin it back for a chance at the top end of the class. Historically, he's pinned about 3 to 4 back for the top end and may place then he goes into placing the bottom up. And sometimes he'll leave 1 or 2 out there to compare to the ones he pins back to see how they sort with those top end of the class. He's already pinned the young lady in the blue back. Really likes that Duroc Gilt here. So she'll be in the top end of this class. Both guys are doing a phenomenal job working together. Sometimes it's hard to work with 2 judges when we both have maybe similar or difference in opinions. They both talk it out and evaluate it together, and they do this as a team, and that's what you like to see in your judges here today. Showmanship is so important in evaluating these animals because you want to make sure, especially in the pig barn, I don't know of any other species that walk their animal around quite like what we do in the pig ring. Most of them are haltered or held. In the pig show, you got to drive it like a car. And it's so important to stand out, whatever shirt you're wearing or whatever. So the judge, a scarf, maybe a bow, or gentlemen, it's good to have a different color shirt that nobody else has out there. So the judge is easy to find you, because if all the pigs look the exact same, they're looking for the individual's color shirt or their necklace or whatever it may be, so you stand out in that regard. One thing you don't want to stand out in is you don't want to flow your rip around, make big heavy motions with your body, because it takes away from the animal. You'll almost want to look invisible out there as you're showing, and that pig needs to glide, and that's their main focus right now, is they're judging the animals, not you. And so you need to make sure that you go out there and show your heart out, and stand out in the ways that we just talked about. Looks like he has 3 pinned back in his top end so far that he really likes. He's got 4 more to sort through here from the initial first sort. Looks like they have 11 to 12 pigs pinned back in this class, which is quite a heavy class here. A lot of depth of quality in this last class of the lightweight division. Like I said, we've judged 3 classes. This is class number 4 for those of you just now tuning in. What a really deep class this is. He's got 6 pulled back for his top end of the class, and now he's going to place from the bottom up here. So we have a total of 11 pigs pulled back in this class. He's going to place 11 down to 7th, and then go ahead and pull these top 6 individuals out that he pinned back for the top end of this class. Very consistent group of breeding gilts here, and what a lot of people don't realize, this is not a terminal show. So once you show your animal, you can take it on to different other livestock shows, whether it be a Lake County show or the Texas Elite or Houston, and show there with your gilt. And what a lot of people don't realize about these gilts, they will become mamas one day and breed our next future show barrows or show gilts. Young lady in the pink, I believe, the darker pink was 10th. Or 9th, excuse me. Young lady in the orange was 10th. And Kyle's doing a good job. He's our secondary judge, going to talk to these individuals and congratulate them on theirs, while Mr. Olson is placing his top 6 individuals. They're pulling them out one at a time. Now we're into the top end of this class here. 6 pigs left in this class. Started with a total of 32 head in this class. Once again, this is our final class of our lightweight division of the Purebred Duroc breeding gilts here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. Then we move on to our middleweight divisions, which there are 4 classes of those. Now the guys are down to their top 4. Young lady in the red's going to be your 4th place, leaving the young lady in the green, the young man in the blue, and the young lady in the blue. Excuse me, all 4. She did not place the young lady in the red yet. I apologize. He went up there to look at her pig closely. It looked like he gave her a... Oh, no, she did get placed. I apologize. She thought she was still showing out there. Which never give up and never quit, and she did not do that, which is exactly what you look for. Once you get placed, you do go back to your pen, and then he'll talk about each individual from the bottom up, or from the top up, excuse me. Looks like young man in the blue is 3rd place, and we're down to the 2 young ladies left in our final class of the lightweight division of the Duroc Gilts here. Young lady in the blue is going to be 2nd, and young lady in the green is your class winner of class number 4. Mr. Olson's going to get the mic, and we'll hear his comments on this class.
Well, good hogs here, and as they come out, they give us different looks each time, and a pair of gilts in the ring that we think bring a lot of quality and don't bring us a lot of trouble, and truthfully, this is the first pair that Kyle and I have actually, had some discussion on and gone back and forth on, and the longer we talk about them, the more we just came back to the young lady in the green to go ahead and win the class. When they come right at us in the sip pin, that one's just better in her chest, she's better in her blade and her knee, she's got more shape to that blade when we step off to the side of her. She's very, very good as far as the silhouette she paints from the side. She's ultra comfortable on her feet and legs. I think a really, really high quality gilt. Where she gives us just a little troubles, I don't know that she's the heaviest bone one we're going to see all day. She needs just a shot more feature, but man, it all fits together. The parts, the pieces, she balances up, she floats across the ring, she gives us an awesome look. The young lady's gilt that's going to be in 2nd had been in contention really since she hit the ring out here. If we could fix this one in just a spot, I think we run with her. Neither one of us were comfortable with that, and it lands her in 2nd. The good on this one's her elevation, her look, her build from the side. She's big when she turns and goes away. She travels on a bigger hind leg. She's stouter-ended when you study her right here. Still handles it awfully well. That gilt drove for a while, and she stayed together in this warmer temp. It's this view right here, though, that lands her in 2nd. We just didn't think that one had enough at the base of her chest. It translates to the surface. She reads just a shot more upright in her shoulder. Young lady, rear 2/3 of your gilt are awfully good. We fix her in a spot, and that's a really interesting conversation at the top end of this class. Young man comes next with one that couldn't be built much different, honestly. Really good as far as the way she comes at us. Awesome in her chest, awesome in her blade. She still elevates. She still reads with some angle and some comfort up front. It's her rear leg that bothers me just a bit. She wants to spend a shot more time just with her hock stationary instead of using it and wanting to plant and go. Doesn't want to bring it up underneath her skeleton, spends more time, I guess, on the back half of that hinge, if you will, and the way she wants to use her hip. Similar kind of story with the young lady's gilt that comes next. Another one that's got shape. She's got muscle. A gilt that's wide coming and going. I didn't know that she ever just coordinated off of either end of her skeleton when we compared to some of the others in class, but still one that's big and opened up and powerful. Young lady does an awesome job showing her. The gilt that comes next is one that if we could just fix her in a spot or two again, we'd move her up. I love this one from the side. That one looks like a gilt that's ready to just go excel in a pin of 10 or 15 or 20 red gilts and be a brood sow. Really big in her indicators, really bold when she comes right at us. Again, one that wasn't quite as full, wasn't quite as fresh when we studied there in the center part of her body. I didn't think she wanted to go and just be quite as comfortable on her rear leg, but a nice show gilt for the young lady. The gilt that we're going to talk next is one that we saw a lot of good in, but we never just found this one get a gear. She's awesome up high. She's awesome in the shape to her body. I don't know that one's just quite as big and bold when we take her to the surface. But the big problem was the gilt never just seemed to get comfortable for us. She never wanted to coordinate and just go and flow for the young lady. Didn't move just quite as good in the travel. Awesome class as we work our way down through. Kyle talked to those kids as they went to the pen. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them as we work these guys back to the barn.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
That concludes class number 4, and that is our final class of our lightweight division. So what I found out, they're going to go ahead and place all 12 classes and then bring all the division winners back, the class winners back up, and then they're going to choose a lightweight division champion and reserve champion, middleweight division champion and reserve champion, and heavyweight division champion and reserve champion, and then select an overall Duroc Gilt and reserve overall Duroc Gilt. Here in class number 5 which is what the guys are judging right now. There are 33 head in this class, and the weight ranges on this class is 252 to 260. So for those of you watching right now, and kind of give you an idea of what they're doing, for those of you who do not know, they're going to go see Mr. Olson first, and Mr. Olson will either point straight ahead, which that means they go get weighed and pinned for a chance at a top 10 placing, or if he points to the left, it goes to Mr. Canal. And Kyle will then either point to the the left, and they will go back to their pins, or straight ahead, and Mr. Canal will send them to the big arena for another evaluation for a chance to get pinned for the top 10 placing. Like I said, Mr. Olson's in the white. He is our lead judge for the Durocs. They will go see him first. I don't see any pin back yet, but I heard some cheering, so I'm assuming that beneath us here there's at least 1 or 2 that are getting weighed. What they'll do first is they'll classify. So you have to have breed characteristics. Yes, you have papers, but they just need to make sure everything looks good, and then you will go on to get weighed. And you have to be within 15 pounds of your respected weight card that you turned in before the show started. If you are above 15 pounds of that weight card, then you are disqualified. This is not a terminal show. These are breeding gilts, so they will have an opportunity to go on to show at other shows, or a chance to become a mama one day and raise the next generation of show pigs for the pork industry. They've got 2 in the big arena right now. I don't see any pin back yet, but I do hear some hooping and hollering, so I would assume there's at least a couple that they have pinned back for a chance at the top 10 placings. We have gone through 4 classes so far. This is class number 5 of our Duroc breed here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo Purebred Gilt Show.
Let me go ask them.
Looks like they have 6 to 7 pinned back so far in class number 5. This is our first class of the middleweight division. Total of 4 classes for the middleweight division. Then we move on to 4 more classes of the heavyweight division. Then they'll bring all those class winners back and pick a light, middleweight, and heavyweight first and second overall, and then judge for the Supreme Champion Duroc Breeding Gilt and Reserve Supreme Champion Duroc Breeding Gilt, and I believe maybe third overall, third, fourth, and fifth overall, I believe. They've been consistently keeping 10 to 11 hogs back per class. 4 in the big arena right now. So for those of you who might be showing later today and who are listening, or maybe even tomorrow, if you get put in the big arena, don't give up. You have a chance to still make a top 10 placing. And I've seen it before where they've come out of the big arena for the secondary sort and win the class. But one thing you don't want to do if you're in the big arena while they're still sorting the initial sort here, don't wear your pig out in the big arena. Just kind of keep it calm, keep it relaxed, maybe move it here and there to kind of keep it loosey-goosey, is a lack of a better term there. But don't wear it out yet, because the judges aren't even out there judging you. So if you get put in the big arena, wait till the guys get out there and then turn back on again. And make sure you keep your distance from other hogs as well. You don't want to get lost in the crowd of pigs or get next to one that has a little more muscle than you. That's where you can kind of hide, things that maybe you wish your hog had a little bit more of. So say if you needed more muscle, don't walk next to a pig that might have more muscle than you. You want to stand out. Guys have 8 or 9 pigs pulled back, and now they're going into the big arena now here to see if there's anything else they want to keep. So now these young individuals did a great job of just hanging out, and now they're getting ready to have a chance to get pinned back for a top 10 spot here in class number 5. Once again, we started with 33. We're down to 10 or 11 now. My name is Landon Rohde, and I'm joined today here by my co-host, my dad, Wayne Rohde. He is getting some of the papers for you guys. Breeders who may be listening want to know what the pedigree is on some of these top individuals. He's working very hard to get all that together for y'all. Looks like he pinned one young man back in the pink. He'll have a chance at a top 10 placing here. They already have 10 pulled back, so there's, I think, 11 or 12 that they're going to be placing. So Mr. Olson said they're good, so these individuals are going to get excused back to their pens. Very proud of their showing. This class must be pretty deep. Mr. Olson and Mr. Knaut have 12 pigs pinned back here for a chance at a top 10 placing. Those of you just tuning in, they'll pull each individual out one at a time, evaluate them individually. If they really like your animal, your purebred breeding gilt, to be specific, they will point at you and you will go back to the pen for a chance at the top spots. Just like he just did right there, the young lady in the black, she came out, they evaluated it, and they want to send it back to the holding pen for a chance at the top end of this class. And depending on the depth of the class will determine how many they keep back. I've seen them keep back 4. I've seen them keep back 10 to 12. I mean, not 10 to 12, about 6 to 7. I think the most I've seen is 7, which that just shows you the depth of quality in that class. Once he evaluates all these individuals one at a time and has some pulled back, and then he'll start placing from the bottom up until we have a class winner. Looks like the young lady in the pink is going to be sent back. She'll be the second one pulled back for a chance at the top spots here today. I'm looking here. I said there was 12, but we had a straggler back here getting weighed. There's 13 pigs pulled back in this class. I believe this is the largest that he's kept back in a class to this point in the day. I know we're only 5 classes deep, but the quality in this class is even more so. I want to give a shout out to our podcasters, Taylor Fort and his crew, for bringing us all a front row seat at home, whether you're on your phone, in your car, at work, listening and tuning in. We want to give them a shout out and thank them for all they do, and we want to thank y'all for supporting these kids and listening in today with us. Hope Wayne and I do an okay job for y'all, and y'all's ears aren't burning too bad, and hope y'all don't put it on mute. We like to have a good time while we're doing this and announce these kids as the day goes on. Kind of give you guys a play-by-play. Young lady in the black just got pinned back. Looks like we have 4 pinned back so far for a chance at the top spots. Excuse me, not spots. We're not on spots. We're on Duroc's top placings in Class 5 of our Duroc breeding gilts. Once again, weight ranges on these gilts is from 252 to 260. We started with 33 head down to 13 hogs. So you almost kept back half of this class. Kind of giving you guys a little history on the Duroc breed. For those of you who do not know, Durocs are red pigs, down-eared pigs. I know some of you are very familiar with the swine industry, but I know there are some, family members or sponsors of these kids who may have not be familiar with the breed itself. But the Duroc breed is the second most recorded breed of swine in the United States. The red pigs with the droopy ears are valued for their product quality, carcass yield, fast growth, and lean gain efficiency. They also add value through their prolificancy, and longevity in the female line, so they last a very long time and they're very hardy animals. Much of the U.S. breed improvement has occurred in Ohio, Kentucky, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, and Nebraska. That gives you guys a little bit of history from the Port Chekhov people on the Duroc breed specifically. Judging a total of 4 breeds today, starting with the Durocs. We're on Class 5 of 12 classes. Then we follow with the Landrace Gilts, followed by the Purebred Hampshires, and conclude day 1 with the Berkshire breed. Looks like they have 6 pinned back for their top end, and now they're placing from the bottom up here. Once again, we also want to thank the crew here at San Antonio, the employees that work here to make this such a great show. And I will tell you all, for those of you who have not come down yet, they have redone the ring and the bleachers. We have new bleachers here at San Antonio, and the ring is huge, and it's awesome, and it's really, really cool. So for those of y'all showing either later today, tomorrow, or once the Barrow show happens, you guys are going to love what they've done to the show ring here at San Antonio. Wayne, are you back yet?
Yes, I am.
All right, I'm going to let you take it over from here for a minute.
It's glad to be back. I tell you, I've been working with due diligence on trying to get our listeners the bloodline sires of our class winner in our second place and the breeders of those animals. I know how important that is to you guys, and that's one of the reasons that you join us and listening to us give you play-by-play stuff, but I know it's very important to your breeding programs, and so it's taken a little while to get it and some extra effort, but I've got it to you. I'm ready to give you the top 4 classes of the first and second place. We might have to wait a minute, though. I think we're fixing to let some back out.
I say let's finish this class up and when they're doing class 6. I mean,
we'll do that at the start of our class 6. As they're going through them, I'll give you those announcements.
So you breeders who are interested in the pedigrees, you're just going to have to wait a little bit longer. We're gonna make you wait a little bit longer. Some really good breeding what I see so far, Wayne, but looks like they're down to their top 6. He kept 6 back for the top end of his class here today.
Means it's
class
pretty
number
deep
5.
class then.
Oh, yeah, well, he started with 13 hogs, Wayne, which is the biggest he's kept back in any of the classes so far.
Yeah, this Duroc breed has always been the biggest purebred show of the purebred show. A lot of times these Durocs are almost as large as the whole crossbred show.
Absolutely. He's pulled 3 out so far. He's got 3 more to evaluate over here. And I'll tell you, we talked about this earlier, Wayne. So the young man in the pink that just came out, he was in the big arena for a secondary sort. Now he's made it up to the top 6 individuals. So he was not pinned initially, but once he got here in the big ring, got a second opportunity out there, he was pinned back immediately. And so that goes to show you hard work does pay off. And
absolutely.
And
he never
gave up. Exactly. So he's got a chance at the top 6 placing here. And he was not even pinned right away. And sometimes you don't get the good look coming out of that first sort. But once they got out there and his gilt was able to stretch her legs, she really got moving. And the young man is doing a great job presenting him, and nothing to take away from any of these 6 individuals here. Young lady in the blue is 5th place. So young man showed up to the top end here.
It just shows the effort of our judges trying to make sure they get it right in their eyes, and that they also give each and every one of these kids a fair opportunity. And that's just what you mentioned is just a sign of the evidence that happens.
Absolutely. And both Kyle and Mr. Olson over here are doing a phenomenal job of coordinating together. Yes, Mr. Olson is the gentleman in the white is our lead judge, but they do a great job of getting together and working with these individuals. And
you can see in the when they confer, you can tell they get along so well, and they're able to discuss things in a very unstressful atmosphere, and you can tell they're very relaxed as they do it.
Oh, yeah, they're having fun, but like you said, they're relaxed as all get out, and that's what you want to do. You don't want to be nervous. You don't want to be stressed out by any means. These guys are just having fun out here evaluating hogs. Now we're down to our top 2 in class number 5 here, Wayne. Young lady in the black and the young lady in the pink. Young man that was 3rd showed his way out from the big arena and got pinned back after the initial sort, and now he placed 3rd. So he worked his way all the way up to 3rd place. Young lady in the black is 2nd, and the young lady in the pink is going to be your Class 5 class winner of your Duroc Purebred Breeding Gilts here at the San Antonio Livestock Show.
Congratulations to all these winners.
Good class here, and we kept a bunch of them, and we ran one back up. I just tell you, that speaks to the quality and the depth, and just the kind of red gilts that the kids bring us here. And Kyle and I are pretty comfortable with this top half of this class, and there's still some neat parts and pieces on down. As we get this pair out here and we start talking about them, this one just looks like a show gilt. When you study her from the side, her elevation, her presence, and her look, her comfort, her ability to use both ends of her skeleton and still stay collected. She comes at us, she's more than opened up. She's actually bigger and bolder up high as she turns and goes away when we compare her to the gilt that's 2nd there in class. I think a really logical place to start, and one that's it's built right in our mind. The one with the more extreme pieces is the young lady's gilts that are going to come 2nd here, and there's no doubt if we get a tape measure out and we wrap them around their legs, hers are absolutely bigger. That one, just the way she reads in her chest and the way her blade's laid on her and just how big and round and bold it is, the way she takes that from there back is awfully good in the center part of her body. I don't know that she's maybe just quite as comfortable as our class winner, particularly when we talk about the way she wants to use her hind leg. She just doesn't reach. She doesn't plant and go quite as well as the young lady's gilt that goes ahead and wins. But man, that one's got some neat pieces. Young man's gilt's one that I'll just be honest has moved her way up every time we see her in this particular drive. And on the top side of her skeleton, I think she's awfully good. She's wide, she's bold, she's opened up, she's muscular. She is stouter ended than the gilt ahead of her in class. I just didn't think this one was just quite as comfortable, quite as coordinated when we took her to the surface. A gilt I clean up just a bit from her blade forward if we're going to make her ideal. She does have some far-reaching pieces, though, as far as her shape when we get on top of her. Still has a big, stout, bold hind leg as she turns and goes away from us. The young lady's gilt that comes next is one that, again, just kind of fits in line here, if you will. One that doesn't bring us any real big problems, but then, again, doesn't get us, excited maybe in an area or two. I love her heavy-duty skeleton. I love her ability to plant and drive as we watch her go on her hind leg. Again, I didn't think that one was maybe just quite as neat when we studied it in her front third. Every once in a while, she just want to get a bit just soft or easy, if you will, there in her ham-loin junction. But man, that one's square bill. She's stout featured. That's an awfully good one to be, fourth in this particular drive or fifth. The one that comes next is, I told the young lady when she went in, that's the most extreme one we've seen in all the classes we've done today. She's absolutely not perfect, but I think that's one that somebody's going to grab a hold of and have a lot of fun with. That is incredibly heavy skeleton, incredibly big bladed, wide in her chest. I know she's not perfect. We need to set her back in her shoulder, and we just to make her a shot more comfortable on the go. Still stays neat necked, and when I told Kyle what was neat about this one, as heavy and dense and bold and extreme as she is, she's not puffy in her hock, and she's not flat in her feet, and I think that's what makes her a quality show gilt that has a chance to generate going forward. Young lady's gilt that comes next is another one we talk about being just kind of fault-free in the way she's put together, but she doesn't just come and grab us in any one area. One you have to appreciate for being opened up, bold in her center, one we'd make just a shot neater when we study her there in her front third. Young lady does an awesome job. We talked to the kids as they went in. They all do a great job. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them. Deep, high-quality kind of class here for the young people.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
If you just now joined us, we're on class number 6. We have 33 head in this class, and the weight ranges is from 261 to 268. And we'll be doing one more class after this class. It'll be class 7 following this one, and that will be the last of our middleweight division. And as if you've just now joined us, the Durocs are now, this is, of course, the second year that we've done the weights instead of the ages. And so last year they didn't have divisions, but they saw the foresight of how it was so tough for the judges to have that many really outstanding ones out there in the ring at once. They felt like these larger breeds needed some divisions to give each and every one of the gilts an opportunity to not wear out during the drive, because let's face it, $10,000 is great money to help these kids in scholarships as they further their education down the road. So we have 3 divisions here in Durocs, and then we follow it with 2 other breeds that will have it as well. The Berkshires and the Spots will have 2 divisions each. So just kind of giving you some heads up, kind of what to expect. As I promised, I would give you the sires and the breeders of our classes. Class 1, which was our first class of the day, our lightest class. The first place was, of course, Cassie Windtaker from Breckenridge. The sire of her gilt was Waymaker 36-1. It was bred by Jackson and Jenna Weimer out of Indiana. Congratulations to those that breeder for their class winner. Our second place was the exhibitor was Asher Jones from Killeen Career Center FFA. The sire of that gilt was Work of Art 13-2. And of course, Work of Art was the dominant breed last year that won this champion and reserve Duroc gilt. So you see that coming out in the pedigree. The breeder of that one was Dustin Shuffler out of Texas. Class 2, our class winner was Kate Womack from New Braunfels Canyon FFA. The sire of her class winning gilt was Statement Day 318-2. The breeder is Cade Frankowiak out of Texas. Congratulations to the breeders. The Frankowiaks do a really good job in their program here in Texas. Been a long-time family. Got to know them personally and just work really hard at it as well. Of course, on Statement Day is a really good boar I see too out there. Our second place in that class was Jackson Powell from Jordanton FFA. The sire of his gilt was Limited Edition 21-6, and it was bred by the Powell livestock family. And again, that family too, they're from Texas, and they work really hard as well. They've always been up there high with their genetics and have done well, and they work really hard. Congratulations to them as well. In class number 3, our class winner belonging to Lawson Canales out of Sinton FFA. The sire of that gilt was Cry About It 379-1, and the breeder is Levi Canales out of Texas. Another really strong breeder that works really hard here and always having consistency as well. Our second place is Ale Valeria out of Troy FFA.
Villarreal.
Out of Troy FFA, sorry about that. The sire of that gilt was Paint the Picture 26-3, and it was bred by the Schubert Show Swine out of Illinois. Congratulations to each and every one of these winners for a job well done, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
We are now on class number 6, and that is our second class of 4 classes of the middleweight division. Class number 6 consists of 33 head, and the weight ranges are from 261 to 268. You know, Wayne, like I was telling our listeners earlier, we're going to judge all 12 classes of this Duroc breed and then bring all of our class winners back and sort for the lightweight division, middleweight division, and heavyweight division, and then we will conclude by picking a Supreme and Reserve Supreme overall Duroc Gilts. Then move on to our Landrace breed, which is only 2 classes. Looks like the guys have a total of 10 or 11 pulled back so far, and they've got what they need to place this class, and they're talking to these individuals out here and telling them they did a great job and they've got good animals, and kind of what they might want to change about their animals, because these kids can go on and show at other shows. This is not a terminal show. This is a breeding gilt show, so they have an opportunity to maybe add more fill or put a little bit more muscle in your pig and have a chance to well and be successful down the road with their animals. I believe we have 11 pulled back in this class, Wayne. I think there's 1 or 2 below me. I can see 10 pulled back so far in the holding pens. Looks like they're ready to get started, so they're going to pull them out one at a time, evaluate them. If they really like that animal, they'll send them back to the holding pen for a chance at the top end of this class. While they're sorting Class 6 here, I'm going to go ahead and read the top 10 individuals from the last class we just had, which was class number 5. 10th place was awarded to Finley McAnilin. 9th place was shown by Cadence Norris. 8th place was exhibited by Wyatt Bigger. 7th place was shown by Madison Morales. 6th place was awarded to Dakota Fallis. 5th place went to Kylie Turner. 4th place was shown by Willow Herber. 3rd place was exhibited by Brandon Orlean. I hope I said that right. 2nd place was shown by Danielle Zilberstein. And our class winner of class number 5 went to Cody Kelso of Marion FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals. We are now on class number 6 of the Duroc Purebred Breeding Gilts here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. They pulled 2 back so far for a chance at the top spots. Both Mr. Olson and Mr. Canal are evaluating these 2 together, and looks like they decided on another pig to pull back for a top 10 or top spot in the top end of this class here. Have a couple more to pull out of the pen, and then I will assume they are going to maybe pull 1 or 2 back for the top end of the class and start placing from the bottom up. Looks like they're going to pin the young lady in the red back. That'll make it 5 pigs pulled back for the top end of this class. And historically, and you know, we talk about with judges, you have a pattern not only in the stock you select, but also in how you place things. And they do a phenomenal job of, okay, we're going to pull these out, and then we're going to talk about these bottom end of this class and place them accordingly. Looks like they just kept 10 back in this class, so they'll place down from 10th down to the top end of this class, which we have 6 pigs pulled back now for a chance at a top 6 spot. These 4 individuals out here are going to be your 10th, 9th, 8th, and 7th place. Young man in the blue was 10th place. Young lady in the black is going to be your 9th place. Young lady in the yellow was 8th place, and the young lady in the blue was 5th place, or 7th place, pardon me. What I like about what Mr. Olson's doing right now, Wayne, is he's letting Kyle get in there and place the bottom end of this class. So they're working together, and then they do the top end of the class together.
Yeah, that just allows him to get, in the rhythm of this, how this all works here at San Antonio as well, because and he also kind of gets an evaluation by the show as well to see, of continuing to see if he can grow with San Antonio here as well and get a feel for how things are being done here if he became the lead judge at some point here.
Absolutely. He's got 3 pulled out so far, and he's going to pull these other 3 individuals out because, Wayne, we're down to 6 pigs in this class, this being class number 6.
Looks like another deep class, keeping those top 6 out.
Yeah, and you look at the last class he had, he pulled back 13. This class he pulled back 10.
Yep.
There was 2 or 3 that he really hit both these guys hard, and you can kind of see by their facial expressions. And Kyle's getting out there having fun. He's moving around, and I want to give a shout out to our podcast group, Mr. Taylor Fort and his crew. They've been doing this as long as you and I have been doing the commentating, Wayne, and we appreciate all you people listening in today, and wherever you're at, whether you're at home, work, in the car, shopping at the grocery store. We appreciate your support and not being here necessarily, but also being a part and being present wherever you're at. So we want to thank him and his crew for allowing us all at home to have a front row seat. All you breeders out there that might have animals out here, we wish you and these individuals the best of luck with your animals here and also down the road in the breeding side of things.
Yeah, they do an outstanding job, and COVID was kind of a misfortunate thing that occurred, but it also brought this webcast out to you, the viewers, and that is one of the best things that's probably has come out of the COVID era, because we're able to give it to you, as Landon spoke, at your office or at your home or wherever you might be, and I was going to say, feel like you're there.
And it's not just in Texas. We have people listening from all over the United States right
Absolutely.
now. I don't know if we have any people in Brazil or China or Australia listening, but if you are, we want to welcome you as well. But we do appreciate you guys listening in, and hope you guys got your volume on. Dad and I like to have a really good time up here and kind of tell you kind of what's going on, but also kind of give you some background history on the breeds and what San Antonio does here, and all the volunteers that put in so much time and effort into the show that make this possible. And like I said earlier today, Wayne, if you have not gotten to come to the show yet, or you're showing later today, tomorrow, or during the Barrow show, you're going to love what they did with the ring. The ring is huge. It's awesome. It flows well. And we also have new grandstands as well. So that way there's more seating for everybody, and it flows so well. So I want to really give a shout out to San Antonio and what they've done to the ring and the upgrades they've made with the bleachers and everything for the pig show to just make it better than it already was.
Well, they've just worked so hard, and we as parents and we as the agents and ag teachers, appreciate that they always are looking at bettering their show, and that is just a perfect example by seeing the foresight of doing that. Looks like we have our class winner there coming up. Here he is. A young man is first. A young lady in the violet, pink-looking best is second. So we'll hear the comments.
An awfully good pair and an awfully good class. They're deep, and we talked about, seeing them together in this top 6 and just kind of seeing where they fit. And I'll be honest, this top pair, when they both came in, we just talked about, the quality and the good in them, and then we just kind of roll our sleeves up and break them down, and the young man's Gilt just excels for us. I think when you talk about keeping them comfortable and keeping them correct, and then adding the extremes, that one's the most impressive one that we find in this 10 in this particular drive. Her look up front is as good as any we find, and yet she's still got shape and width to her chest. She's got feature. She's held together longer in this drive. She's very impressive as she turns and goes away, walks on a big hind leg. Young man has an awful nice place to start. The Gilt in second that the young lady brings us is one when she initially hits you, you think, oh wow, that one's definitely going to be towards the top end of this drive. And when you get on the upper side of this one, Skeleton, man, that you don't make them, just more prepared, more ready. She's opened up. She's got the spread. She's got the freshness and shape. She's appropriate as far as just her feel and the way she's put together. I thought though, as the drive wore on, she just labored a shot more. One that doesn't travel on as much feature, and that's not what gets her beat. But I guess it doesn't help. It just doesn't quite match as well when we study up high. Ultimately, though, I thought that Gilt just gave up on her a little bit. She didn't stay as comfortable, didn't stay as correct off of either end of her Skeleton, really. That's getting awfully hard on one. The young lady did a great job of showing, great job of presenting. That one was at a very, very high level. Awfully good pair at the top of this drive. The Gilt that comes next is absolutely no slouch. The girl in the red shirt brings this one. When you get on top of them, she's incredibly impressive. She's opened up from end to end. She's big when we get on top of her. She's big when she turns and goes away. Again, I thought when we brought this one back to the class, when she drives right at us, she's not as good when we take her to the surface. And when we get to the surface, her feet aren't as big, her bones aren't as big. But man, that one's impressive when you get on top of her. She's impressive when she turns and goes away. Handles it pretty well. Young lady does an awfully nice job of getting that one shown. The Gilt that comes next is a light colored one, and she's one that honestly kind of bounced around for us when we discussed them. Ultimately, we find this one in fourth. When she wants to be in show Gilt and drive, she gets her head up and she goes. She's appropriate from the side, and she's got enough. We got we were talking about it, just too many looks where she wasn't where she needed to be as far as getting her head, wanting to have her head in the right spot, or just wanting to drive. Her pace isn't always just right on. Ultimately, she just didn't end up being as showy, if you will, or didn't want to present herself. That takes absolutely nothing away from the young lady. She did an awesome job of getting her going. Gilt to me that just wanted to come and a shot a piece or two didn't just quite fit together as well as some as this particular class. Young man's Gilt that comes next. Awesome as far as her blade. Awesome as far as her center body. Again, one that just kind of runs out of gas when we take her to the ground. We come back and we compare her to a lot of the Gilts that we sent back. That one uses her hind leg awfully well. She's comfortable. She's opened up when she comes right at us. Again, just gives up some as far as feature when we get right into her. This one's probably the most different one in class as far as just the fact that she's so immature in her body, so immature in her look. Yes, she's incredibly heavy in her skeleton. She's comfortable and square as she turns and goes away. It's simply not enough fill, not enough bulk to move her up any higher. Young man did a nice job. As we work our way down, we talk to the kids as they headed back. Again, they all do a great job. Let's put our hands together and congratulate.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot-dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Concludes class number 6 of our Duroc breeding Gilts. Moving on now to class number 7. There are 33 head of Duroc Gilts in this class. Weight ranges are from 269 to 275 in this class. This is the second to last class of the middleweight division of our Duroc breed. We're going to move back to class number 6 and announce those top 10 individuals from that specific class. 10th place was awarded to Samuel Hansen. 9th place went to Kelsey Scott. 8th place was shown by Ashlyn Stricker. 7th place was awarded to Michaela Jack. Sixth place was shown by Christian Contreras. Fifth place was exhibited by Dylan Hatcher. Fourth place went to Catherine Dirksen. Third place was shown by Cadence Veritova. If I mispronounced that, Cadence, I apologize, but congratulations. Second place was shown by Addison Pinwarden. And our class winner in class number 6 was exhibited by Robert Fegan of Farmersville FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals in class number 6. Once again, we are now on class 7 for those of you tuned in. Kind of let you know about our 2 judges today. Our lead judge today is Mr. Blaine Olson from Elkhart, Illinois. He is a Duroc breeder, corn and soybean farmer, and commercial hog producer. His wife is named Christy, and their kids are Braden, Kelton, Luke, Coley, and Rice. He graduated from and judged at Lakeland College and Western Illinois University. Their kids are involved in sports and livestock events, and they love to watch Illinois basketball and Cubs baseball. His accomplishments include raising lots of pigs that have gotten along at many shows, big and small, and been fortunate enough to raise some boars and have an impact on this industry. One of those boars being Buck Cherry. For those of you who've been in the Duroc breed for a long time, Buck Cherry raised a lot of really, really good ones over the years at Prairie State. But the thing he's most proud of is raising his kids in this industry with Christy, and that's what he loves the most, and that is so important. Family is probably one of the biggest things we gain from in this industry. We do this as a team, and you make a lot of memories with your family doing this together. Teaches these kids a lot of responsibilities, managing their finances, showing and tweaking their animals, and getting out there and having to exercise these animals. What's different about the pig barn versus, the steers, heifers, lambs, goats, chickens, turkeys, and rabbits, we have to walk these animals. We have to show them like a car. They're not on a halter or being held. I don't know if I'd want to hold a 375-pound hog up for a judge. I would much prefer to walk it with a stick. As some of you guys tuning in who have never watched this before, you have to drive your animal. And there's a big trust that comes with that, with walking that animal. That animal has to trust you to know what it's supposed to do when it's supposed to do it. And it takes a lot of hard work and hours outside of just this ring that make this happen. So I want to congratulate all these great showers out here. I've seen so many good ones out here, and whether they're in the ring, get a placing, or they go back to their pen, we want to thank them for all they've done and continue to do and learn in this industry. And I can't say enough good things about these kiddos. Our secondary judge today is Mr. Kyle Knaut from Milford, Illinois. He's a show pig producer and board stud owner. His wife is Ellen, and their kids Colton, who is 8, and Knox, who is 5. He got his Associates of Science from Lakeland College and his Bachelor's and Master's in Animal Science from University of Illinois. His hobbies and interests include showing livestock with his family and watching Fighting Illinois athletics. So both guys are big Illinois fans, and both from Illinois. I'm sure they know each other well. His accomplishments are running a successful business and getting to raise show pigs every day with his wife and their boys by his side. So once again, they're both very family-oriented guys and enjoy doing this together with their families, which is so important that they support each other and their families. And I can't say enough great things about that. His favorite things about livestock shows, the relationships that we can build through a common passion and similar goals with peers that become friends. Well said, Kyle. Those of you just tuning in, we are on class number 7. It's our second to last class of our middleweight division of our Duroc breed. Weight ranges are 269 to 275 and 33 total head in this class. Looks like they have 4 or 5 pinned back in the holding pins for a chance at a top 10 spot, and 3 individuals out in the big arena for a chance for a secondary sort. So those of you just now tuning in who are wondering kind of how this is working here, they will go see Mr. Olson first back behind us, and as y'all can see on the screen, Mr. Olson's in the white shirt. If he points straight ahead, that means your pig will go to a holding pen and have a chance at a top 10 spot and be weighed. They have to weigh within 15 pounds of their turned-in weight card. If he points to the left, it will go to Mr. Canal, and he will either point straight ahead. That allows the individual to go to the big arena for a secondary evaluation between the two judges to see if they want to pin it back for a top 10 spot. Or if he points to the left, your animal will go back to its pen. This is not a terminal show. This is the breeding gilt show, so the individuals are allowed the opportunity to show at another county show or another major gilt show. And these gilts also have the opportunity to become mamas one day and produce the next generation of breeding gilts, breeding show bearers, or even boars to sire for the next generation. So it's a whole circle of life here, but this is the foundation for the next generation. So this is what's so fun about purebred breeding gilt shows. They get to take their animal back home with them. Let you guys know a little bit about the Duroc breed today. The Duroc breed specifically is the second most recorded breed of swine in the United States. The red pig with droopy ears, and there's different variations of red. We call them chocolate reds, orange reds. They have different colors of red hair. Some of them are darker than others. Some of them look like milk chocolate, and some of them look like dark chocolate, and some of them look about as orange as an orange does. So there's different variations to skin color and hair color when it comes to Duroc, the Duroc breed specifically. They are valued for their product quality, carcass yield, and fast growth and lean gain efficiency. There's an old saying that goes with the Duroc breeds: Durocs, they grow on you. They mean that literally and figuratively. They are very fast-growing animals when it comes to the species of hog specifically. Much of the U.S. breed improvement has occurred in Ohio, Kentucky, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, and Nebraska. So that gives you guys at home a little history on the Duroc breed specifically. And after we conclude the Duroc breed, we move on to our Landrace, Hampshires, and finish out the day with our Berkshire Gilt breed. So we have 4 breeds judging today, the Duroc being the primary when it comes to class numbers. There's 12 total classes of Durocs today. Looks like the guys have 8 to 9 pulled back so far in this class, pretty deep set, and now they're in the big arena with these 4 individuals for a chance to pin 1 or 2 back for a chance at the top 10 spots here today. Excuse you, Wayne. Beautiful weather we have here at San Antonio. It's a brisk 70-something degrees, I think, right now. I think we're going to get up to 80 degrees today, so a little bit touch warmer than what we've had the past week or two. It's been a little colder down here. All you people from up north sent that cold front, so we appreciate that and the moisture that came with it. Looks like they're going to excuse these 4 individuals back to their pens. I think they have enough to place this class. It looks like they have a total of 10 to 11 pulled back for this top end of class number 7 here today at the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. What they're going to do now is pull them out one at a time. And if they really like your hog, they're going to send you back to the holding pen for a chance at the top end of the class. And once they have sorted through all these individuals here, they will place from the bottom up. 11 total pigs pulled back for this class. I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Wayne Rody here.
I wanted to give you some more results on our sires. I had given you the first 3 classes of the winners of the first and second place, the sires and the breeders. I'm going to continue on with what Class 4 had. Class 4 had the first place was Carolyn Terrell from Bear County 4-H. The sire of her class winner was Shots Fired 4-4. The breeder was G2 Genetics out of Texas. Congratulations to them. Our second place in that Class 4 was Hannah Coley at Hondo FFA. The sire of her gilt was Forward 73-2. That was at Barber Hog Farm in Texas as well. Congratulations to them. In Class 5, we had Cody Kelso from Marion FFA. The sire of her gilt was Limited Edition 21-6, and it was bred by the Kelso genetic family out of Texas. And by the way, Cody had the champion Chester gilt last year, and really a good family. Know that family personally, and they work really hard at it. Really good family out of the Seguin, Marion area. Our second place in that class is Danielle Zuberstein out of Community FFA. Our sire
Zilberstein.
Oh no, it's Zuberstein.
Yeah, das ist Deutsch, which is German for those of you who don't know what that means.
Kannst du Deutsch sprechen, ja?
Yeah, kind of isha.
So our sire of Danielle's was SGLD Picture Perfect, and it was bred by the Cox and Son family out of Texas. I'm pretty sure that's goes back to Jimmy Cox family, known them for years. Really good family out of the Willis City area. Class number 6 was exhibited. Our class winner was exhibited by Robert Fegan out of Farmersville FFA. The sire of his gilt was King Boss 6-2. The breeder was Tres Amigos Show Pigs out of Indiana. They've raised some good genetics as well, even some herd wars and some of the herd sire stud services. Second place was Addison Penwharton. The sire was Waymaker 36-1. And Landon, I'm going to have to get your name on this breeder here. It's Paisley. How you pronounce that last name?
Penwarden. Oh, down here?
Yes.
Oglesby.
Yes, Paisley, congratulations to you as a breeder. They're out of Texas. And there we have the results of Class 4 and 5.
And 6.
So I'll give you 7 here shortly. And then, of course, I will review these again when we have our division drive to let you know what the sires are.
And they're doing all 12 classes before they do their division picks. And then once they pick out their divisions, they're going to come back and judge the Supreme and Reserve Supreme, followed by 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall of the Duroc breed.
Yes, and if you've just now joined us, we do have divisions in our larger breeds this year, and this will be the conclusion of our middleweight division. It'll end at 7, and that's what we're presently doing. And then our last division of
it ends at 8. We're on Class 7 right now, Wayne, and we have Class number 8.
Oh yes. I'm sorry. It's 5 through 8 is that class, and then our heavyweight division will be Class 9 through 12.
So it looks like he has 6 pulled back for his top end of the class, and now they're going to place from the bottom up here. You know what was kind of unique about this specific class, he pulled 6 individuals out before he even had one pinned back. So when we wanted to evaluate this class, I don't know if the class was a little deeper or he just wasn't finding exactly what he was looking for. Checked all his boxes off, both him and Kyle, or Mr. Olson and Mr. Knaut. It looks like we're placing. So young lady in the blue was 11th. Mr. Knaut is placing the bottom end here, and Mr. Ogle will.
And the weight ranges in this class that they're judging range from 269 to 275, and they started with 33 head.
Absolutely. So Mr. Knaut is judging or placing the bottom end of the class, and Mr. Olson's going to do the top end of the class here. So they're working really good together. They're both judging the Duroc breed. Yes, Blaine is the head judge for the Duroc breed, but he's having Kyle really get involved, and you know it's good that way because it keeps you sharp, keeps you focused. when you're a secondary judge, sometimes you're just a shadow and kind of give your opinions here and there. But the way these two guys are working, Kyle's getting to help sort and place these animals, so you're constantly focused and having to be tuned in at all times, both of them. So that kudos to those two guys for the way they're working it here today.
Absolutely. This is really the first time I'd seen this working that way, and I'm glad they came up with this way, because in the breeding gilt show versus like the barrow show, each judge has their breeds that they that they're head of, and here you have a lead judge and a secondary, and this just gets his involvement into it and allows him to place some of these hogs as well. San Antonio, this is their 76th year. Last year they celebrated their 75th anniversary, and this year being their 76th year. They have injected into, since the inception of the show, they have put in $267 million in premium and sponsorships and in auction monies and scholarships, all that combined. So what a great job. And they couldn't do this show without the volunteers. I mean, everyone donates their time. They have full work, they have paying jobs, and they take off, they take their vacation pay or sometimes without pay, and spend their time down here and devote their time to help this show out and help these kids out. And they couldn't do this show without 7,000 volunteers is what it takes to run this show. And so we appreciate all the volunteers and the hard work that they put forth into it. And this breeding gilt show is all about the scholarship program, and these scholarships started in 1984, and at that particular time there were only 15 scholarships totaling $90,000, and they have really grown since then into awarding so much more in total scholarships, and we really appreciate what they do in that respect as well. How they evaluate these gilts, of course, they're shown by weights, and there's a 15-pound weigh-back. They're from 200 to 350, and there's a 15-pound weigh-back, but the underweight doesn't come into play. So just giving you some ideas how it's happening now. Looks like we're down to our top two here. And Mr. Olson is ready to. Looks like he hasn't really given which one they're going to decide. They're conferring some more here, making sure they got it the way they want to have it. And it looks like they've got a decision made. There's our second place with the young lady in the pinkish, and young lady here and with the blue bow is our class winner. Congratulations to these winners.
Awfully good class here, awfully good pairing. I think some similarities and then some small differences when we break them down. Ultimately, we started with the young lady in the tri-colored here with the lighter colored gilt, and I mean, this one has some definite advantages when we get out. Both gilts are built right. Both gilts are comfortable in their skeleton. I think this one just pushes the limit a little harder when we get on top of her. There's more of her. She's bigger and she's bolder when we study her up high, and she reads with more shape. Gilt that's just a shot bigger when we take her to the surface. She's opened up. She's wide when she goes away. I think that's an awfully nice gilt and really an awfully nice pair. Young lady does a real good job of driving her. The girl's gilt that's going to be second here is one that, just kind of continues to grow on you. And if we were just judging them from the side and their look and their stride and the way they want to go, she's as good as any we've seen just in this view right here all day long. Gilt, when she comes right at us, there's more than enough of her, and she turns and goes away. I think it's a similar story. She just didn't have enough feature for me if we're going to move her up and we're going to let her win. I need to see her travel on just a shot bigger hind leg. She wants some. If we're going to get real hard on her, she might be just a touch soft on her front foot. I will say her hock joint is just a shot cleaner than the gilt that wins the class. Man, her silhouette's neat. She's good looking. We just need to see just a shot more of her when we take her to the ground. Young lady does an awesome job of getting her shown. Young man's gilt that comes next is one that when she first hits the ring gets a lot of talk between Kyle and I. She's stout when we get on top of her. She's stout when we work her from the way back. She's got more bone and more feature than the gilt ahead of her in class, but it's not enough to just set her apart. I think this one's awfully good where she's good. If we could, I would just fix the way she wants to work off her rear too. She gets a little shorter, a little rounder in the way she wants to use her hip. She doesn't hinge and just doesn't go quite as comfortable. Again, that's being awfully critical on one that the young man brings us and does an awful nice job. The gilt with the features, the gilt that comes in 4, she is the gilt that has more blade. She's got more form and more shape to it. Again, one that I didn't think was just quite as comfortable. We didn't hinge quite as good when we watched her walk off her right too. If you watch her in the surface, she wants, or in the ring, I guess, she wants to just twist in at her foot a little bit. She doesn't stay as square and as true when she goes to the ground. One that's maybe just not quite as neat when we study her up front, but man, she's bold everywhere. Young lady does a nice job. The gilt that comes next is one that she's a big powerhouse kind of gilt when we get her in this ring. One that pushes maybe just a little further as far as condition, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. There's a gilt or two in here that maybe could have used a shot more, and I just pointing the pig out. I think the longer the drive wore on, though, she labored. She didn't want to use her hind leg maybe just quite as well. A gilt that reads with just a little more when we study her from her blade forward. When you get on top of her, she's wide, she's opened up, she's definitely full and big in her center body. The gilt that we're going to talk next is the young lady that comes next to us is one that she just never did fit for us from the side. Again, she's got feature, she's got a big forearm working in her and a good hind leg. Didn't think she balanced quite as good, didn't think she coordinated in step off of either end of her skeleton just quite as well, but the young lady does an awesome job. Let's put our hands together again. Very competitive when we work our way up there to the top end of this class. Kids are doing an awesome job.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
Well, that concludes class number 7. For those of you tuning in now, we're on class number 8. This is the final class of our middleweight division for the Duroc breed. There are 33 head in this class, and weight ranges are from 276 to 282. At the conclusion of Class 8, we move to Class 9 through Class 12, and that is our heavyweight division classes. So we're a little over 2/3 of the way done here with the Duroc breed here today. It's the largest breed of the day. There's 12 classes of Durocs. While the guys are sorting the initial sort of class number 8, I'm going to go ahead and read off the top 10 individuals from class number 7. 10th place went to Easton Bierman. I hope I said that right, Easton, but congratulations, brother. 9th place went to Hattie Tyson. 8th place was shown by Addie Neal. 7th place went to Whitley Hitzfelder. 6th place was shown by Braylon Arellano. I hope I said that right. 5th place was shown by Jacob Powell. 4th place went to Brooklyn Alexander. 3rd place was exhibited by Jalen Miller. 2nd place was shown by Landry McQueen. And our class winner in class number 7 of our Duroc breeding gilts was shown by Hadley Reeves of Hamilton County 4-H. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Our lead judge today for the Duroc breed is Mr. Blaine Olson, and our secondary judge is Mr. Kyle Canal. Both of these guys are from Illinois, and both actually went to Lakeland College. Mr. Olson got his other extended education at Western Illinois University, and Mr. Canal got his bachelor's and master's at University of Illinois. Both guys are heavily involved in the swine industry, and both gentlemen are in the boar stud industry as well, and both have made a very big splash in this industry and continue to grow the future of these animals for these kids to show and to create the next generation of not only kids but also animals. Looks like the guys have 6 to 7 pulled back so far in the holding pens for a chance at a top 10 spot. 4 individuals, are in the big arena right now for a chance for a secondary evaluation for a chance at a top 10 spot here today at the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show, at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. I want to give a shout out to all of our sponsors here. Whether you be sponsoring the podcast done by Taylor Fort and his crew, bringing us a front row seat, but also want to thank all the paid employees that help make this possible, but more importantly, all of our volunteers. Over 7,000 volunteers make up the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo, and I just want to say thank you for all those individuals who take time out of their day to come make this possible. My big thing I always tell people, the greatest thing you could ever give somebody in this life is your time. It is only yours to give, and you never get it back. So when somebody donates their time for a bigger cause and for people that they may or may not know, it just shows the character and the heart these people bring for these individuals. So I want to say thank you to all of our volunteers for donating their time for this show. Over 1.5 million visitors enter the fairgrounds each year here at San Antonio, and the organization has committed more than $267 million since its inception to these individuals. Over 20,000 youth show across the state of Texas here at San Antonio. Back in 2024, there was over 22,000 total exhibitors and participants in the Livestock Show and Horse Show. That's incredible. Like I said, for those of you just tuning in, we are on class number 8 of the Purebred Duroc Gilts. Started with 33, and now we're down to, looks like they have 8 or 9 pinned back in the holding arena. And they're in the big pen right now, having a secondary sort of these individuals for a secondary look. Young lady in the white bow just got pinned back for a chance at a top 10 spot here in class number 8. Our final class, the middleweight division. Then we move on to the heavyweight division. So we're 2/3 of the way about done with the Duroc breed specifically. So how this is all going to run, y'all, for those of you tuned in, we're going to judge all 12 classes of Duroc Gilts, then bring all the first and second places back from each class, and we're going to break up the divisions, being the lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight divisions, find a champion and reserve champion of each one of those weight divisions, and then conclude the Duroc breed with the overall selection of our supreme champion and reserve supreme champion Duroc Gilt, followed by 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Duroc Gilt. Looks like the guys have all the pigs they need back for the top 10 spots here. Excusing these two young ladies back to their pens. Want to thank them and tell them congratulations for a second evaluation and hard work in their showing that they did. They both have a very, very good showing style about them, and want to wish them the best of luck down the road. Going to pull out each one of these individuals one at a time and evaluate, and if they like it, they're going to pin it back, and those individuals will have a chance at the top end of this class here. My name is Landon Rohde, and I'm joined today by my co-host Wayne Rohde. He had to go step out for just a second, so hope everybody's ears aren't burning too bad. We like to have a good time up here and support these kids. For all those who are tuning in, we want to thank you all for tuning in and taking time out of your day to watch these kiddos for the show. Whether you be a breeder, a sponsor, an ag teacher, an extension agent, parent, grandparent, whatever you may be, we want to thank you all for tuning in. So he went ahead, the young man that came out first, he's going to go ahead and pin that individual's pig back. Must really like a lot of things about that gilt to pin it back so quickly. So if they pin you back, you're going to have a chance at the top end of this class. Once they've pulled all these individuals out one at a time, they will place from the bottom up. And we'll kind of give you a play-by-play of how that's going to work. So we're going to try to do it a little differently this year. I'm trying to get some kids up here, and I'm planning on doing that today and tomorrow, and some different people who may work here to kind of interview them and kind of give you guys a backstory on, them and what they do day to day here at San Antonio to make this run, and also to see about getting some kiddos up here and want to do an interview and kind of hear their side of it and kind of what they do day to day to get their pig ready for the show and prep behind the scenes that you may or may not see, and what it takes to get in the ring and what they have to do to get their pig ready and showing at its full potential in front of these judges here today. So far they pinned 2 back for the top end of the class. 3, excuse me. Have 4 more individuals to look at over here for the initial first sort. Starting with 33 head, and now we're down to about 10 or 12. Young lady in the black was pinned back as well. Looks like they have 2 more to pull out of the pen here. Our lead judge today is Mr. Blaine Olson. He's the gentleman in the white, and Mr. Kyle Canal is our secondary judge. He's in like a blue-looking shirt. Looks like you pinned the other young lady in the black. That makes it 4 for the top end of this class here today. What I like about what these guys are doing, and this is the first time I've ever seen this, to keep them both really sharp. Blaine being the lead judge, he's going to place the top, 6 or 7 individuals, and Kyle Canal is going to place the bottom up from like 10th through like 7th or 6th or however many they have pinned back. So it's good. It keeps them both very sharp, and they work very well together. Looks like they're ready to start placing. I think they only have 4 peeled back, so top 4 individuals, he's pretty confident that's where they're going to stay, and sometimes they'll go ahead and leave 1 or 2 out there after they start placing to compare with the 4 they pinned back, just to make sure they keep a very consistent and uniform set in their top end of the class. And they've done that from 10th place all the way down and do a great job. So Mr. Knaut right now is placing. So he's telling the young lady what she did and what he would change and what he likes about their individual pig. Because they don't necessarily get to talk about all 10 individuals once they're on the mic. It just takes so much time. And you want to keep a good flow going, and the flow not only has to do with how the judges are doing, but also the ring help. And can't say enough great things about the ring help here today to keep this show moving so smooth, so uniform, so quick. So got to thank them for everything that they do. I'm going to in the pink is going to be 9th, it looks like. Taller young lady in the bluish looking shirt, bluish gray looking shirt, is going to be 8th. Young man's going to be 7th. It'll be interesting to see what they do here. They only pin 4 back in this class. If they're gonna go ahead and leave these other 2 individuals out here and compare these 2 to the 4 they pulled back. So that's something I was thinking they were going to go ahead and do. Is like, okay, we only have 4 pinned back. Let's see what our potential 5th and 6th place look like compared to these 4 that they've already pinned back. So now we're into our top 6 individuals here. We've got 4 out in the ring now, 2 more to pull out. And this will be the top end of class number 8 here at the Duroc Breeding Gilts. Young lady in the paisley shirt is going to be 6th place. Now we're getting into the placing side of things. Now we're down to the top 5 in this class here. Very uniform set, a lot of power coming at you, very productive and broody looking gilts. Once we get in these bigger gilts here, it's just crazy to see, as large as they are, how mobile they are out there. They're athletes. These pigs are athletes out here. Some of these pigs can walk better than most humans can. And that's saying a lot. They've got 4 feet to walk on. We only walk on 2. Young lady in the blue was 5th. Young lady in the pink was 4th. Now we're down to the top 3 in this class. Very, very deep set here. Like I said, started with 33, and 33 is a decent amount in a class for sure. But when you get to the top 10 individuals, the depth, the quality, I mean, some of these 7th, 8th, 9th places were champions at a county show. That just shows you the depth of quality we have here at the San Antonio Gilt Show today. So kudos to all you breeders out there, whether you were in the state of Texas or any other state in the United States, on the quality of animals you put in these kids' hands. And just as much kudos to these kids for getting these animals prepared on feed rations and walking and getting them prepped and skin and hair. Everything about these animals is just as pristine as you can get. And it takes a village to get one this good. We are all a team here in this industry, and we all work together, and we should be thankful and support each other in good times and in bad. Whether you win or lose, you always are learning, and always keep an open door to learning and learning new things and meeting new people, and because you never know when you might take that on to the next step in your life. This is a junior show, so the ages are from 3rd grade to senior in high school. Young lady in the black with the ponytail, ponytail, is going to be 3rd place. Now we're down to our top 2 here. You can tell they're really having fun with these 2 right now, and they're talking with each other about, like, okay, I really like this one, or I really like this one, I want to change this about this one. And sometimes you want to be a fly on the wall to hear what their conversation is. They might be talking about, man, this one's feet and legs are so good, or this one's coming at you so much better, or what do you think? Did that one smile? Did that one wink at me? Why did this one pee on my leg? You just don't know what they're talking about. But let's hear what Mr. Olson might have to say here. Young man is going to be 2nd. And young lady in the black is going to be your class winner in class number 8. I want to wish all these kids a big round of applause and congratulations on such a competitive class. Let's hear from Mr. Olson here.
Well, we kind of sound like a broken record on this side, and I'll tell you, the top end's awful good. They're deep as they go down through. Obviously, we find some more parts and pieces to them, but we get in these heavier weights, and we're either in or knocking on the door of our heaviest division. And Kyle and I continue to talk about what they look like when they're, the big stout red gilts, and something we talk a lot about at home and amongst ourselves a lot. And when we get into these, it's fun to study these girls. They're different, but they're good. And I told them when we had the top 3 out here, they're at the back end of this, or towards the end of this drive, I said, these are just good pigs, and I think that's really a testament to what you folks have bring and bought and bred and fed and all the things the kids do with them. Very, very high quality pigs. It's close. We chose to start with the young lady on the far side, and I think when we peel them back and we just talk about them, there's just more of this one. She still handles it awful well for me. I think she still gives us a good look from the side. She's more elevated and more appropriate in her look than a couple of the gilts we'll talk about in a minute. A gilt that excels our gilt in second as far as just feature and power and bone when we take her to the ground. She's good chested. She's good going away. I think that one's an awful good place to start. And, that takes nothing away from the young man that's going to be in second. And we talked these 2 back and forth for a long time. And when she first hits the ring and she comes to us early when we come over here to the big side, this one just looks like that kind. She's so comfortable. She's so correct. She's so true in the way she steps and the way she goes. When we study her here at this angle, I don't know that she reaches just quite as far as her extreme pieces as the gilt that wins, but I think that's okay. I think it all fits together. I don't know that she's maybe just quite as neat for me when we study her from her blade forward. I don't know that she's just quite as big when we study the way her hind leg hits the surface, but man, that one's awfully good where she's good. Awful good in her look, awful good in her build, very comfortable in the way she's put together. The young lady's gilt that's going to come in 3 just kind of falls there by default, and she can find some parts and pieces of each of the 2 ahead of her, but maybe comes into us in another piece or 2. I love her feature. I love the shape to her forearm and just how big her blade is. That one travels, extremely square when she comes at us. She's wide and she's true when she goes away. Again, I don't know if she's maybe quite as elevated when we study her there at the top part of her shoulder as the 2 gilts ahead of her in class. Like I said, I don't know that she just balances and blends quite as well, but that one's awfully good where she's good. This one's one that we thought never just did get comfortable out here. When you get on top of her, man, there's a lot of gilt there. She's opened up, she's powerful, she's bold in her center, she's really big and stylish as she turns and she goes away. Now, again, she just didn't coordinate for us. Her attitude never was real good. She was kind of wanting to fight the whip, and I think it just takes her a little more to go forward. One that you have to appreciate, though, for just how opened up, how bold, how stout she is. We just need to hinge her just a shot better. Young lady's dark colored gilt that comes to us next is one that maybe we didn't just grab initially, but she kind of came to us as we worked through the group. Another one you have to appreciate for her feature, one you have to appreciate for being comfortable. She travels on her rear too. I thought she wanted to twist. I thought she wanted to push when we watched monster come right at us. Another one that we could just jack up a bit and just make it a touch taller there at the top side of her skeleton if we're going to run with her. The young lady's gilt that comes out next is one that reaches as far as in her extremes as any we're going to find. Another one, if we just want to single trade them when we talk about stoutness and just density and power when we take them to the surface, that's absolutely true. You get on top of her, she's opened up and she's bold. Simply put, we're just going to have to redesign the way this one wants to use her hind leg if we're going to run her any higher. She wants to get a little shorter in her hip. She wants to stab just a little harder than what we term ideal, rather than just kind of use her hind leg. Young man's gilt that comes out next, one you got to like from the side. She's attractive, she's comfortable. Didn't think there was quite as much of her as she comes and goes, but the young man still does a great job. We talked to them as they headed back to the pins on down. The kids are still doing a great job. The quality's really high. Let's put our hands together as they head back and encourage them to keep working.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
That concludes class number 8 and our final class of our middleweight division. Now we're moving on to class 9, which is the first class of our heavyweight division Duroc Gilt. 32 total head in this class, and weight ranges are from 283 to 293. I'm going to go ahead and read our top 10 individuals from the previous class, being class number 8. 10th place went to Emma Polnack. 9th place was shown by Addison Tarpley. 8th place was exhibited by Emily Chambers. 7th place went to Parker Gillespie. 6th place was shown by Kesslyn Burns. 5th place was exhibited by Bailey Coker. 4th place was shown by Haley Skull. 3rd place was awarded to Paitlin Gao. 2nd place was shown by Addison Adams. And our class winner in class number 8 and our final class of our middleweight division was exhibited by Addison Porter of Reigns FFA. Congratulations to those top individuals in a very, very deep class. Like I said, moving on to class number 9. Of 12 total classes of Duroc Gilts here today at San Antonio. And for those of you just tuning in, the way it's going to work, we're going to judge all 12 classes, bring all the class winners and second places back, pick out our first and second place of each division, that being light, middle, and heavyweight. And then at the conclusion of that, we're going to pick our overall Supreme and Reserve Supreme Champion Duroc Gilt, followed by 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Duroc Gilt. Once again, our lead judge today in the Durocs is Mr. Blaine Olson, and our secondary judge is Mr. Kyle Canal. I want to thank both these Illinois boys for coming down here to Texas to a little bit warmer weather and not bringing too much cold weather with them. It's going to get up to 80 degrees today and 85 degrees tomorrow, so it'll be pretty warm. Feel more like spring and summertime. Maybe not summertime, but definitely feel a little warmer than what we've been used to the past few weeks. But it's been overcast all day, so it's been kind of nice. So it hadn't been too hot, it hadn't been too cold. It's been just right Goldilocks. My name is Landon Rohde, and I'm joined today with my father, Wayne Rohde, on the podcasting. I believe this is our 4th year. We've really enjoyed bringing the voice and the commentating to you guys at home listening. I want to thank Taylor Fort and his crew for everything they do to bring the show to you. And literally, you have the best seat in the house. You have better seating than you do at the show because you're in the ring with individuals thanks to their video podcasting. Those of you who haven't been here yet, they've redone the ring, and it is bigger and better and badder and more awesome. New bleachers. The flow is great. This is exciting stuff, everybody. I'm so pumped for you guys to be able to come and see what San Antonio has done to make this show better than it already is. Kudos to all the 7,000 volunteers that help out here and all the paid employees who help make this vision possible. Without all them, there wouldn't be a show as great as this one is. So I want to say thank you to all you your volunteers and sponsors who help sponsor millions upon millions of dollars to give back to these kids and their education and to better their futures down the road with their projects. Without you guys, this thing would not be possible. At the conclusion of our Duroc breed, we're going to then move on to our Landrace, Hampshires, and Berkshires. And those are the 4 breeds we're judging today at the Purebred Gilt Show. They're also having the Crossbred Show on the east side of the barn. For those of you who don't know, the Crossbred Show is not a Purebred Show because it's a combination of 2 different breeds of hogs. Hence the word crossbred. Those of you tuning in to this station or this podcast, you're on the purebred side of things. I was fortunate enough to be very successful at this show. Back in 2008, I was the Supreme Grand Champion here at San Antonio, and in 2000, I was the Reserve Supreme Grand Champion, and that was judged under a man by the name of Dan Hogue. Most of us in this industry know who he is and the impact he's made on this industry. And the apple did not fall far from the tree. His son, Mark Hogue, another great judge, and really took what his father had to teach. And a lot of these judges nowadays were under either Dan or Mark. And so I had a lot of really good memories here at San Antonio. And to this day, I'm 34 now, but I remember it like it was yesterday. So all you kids out there showing here, just know that what you do here, the memories will last a lifetime. So it's so important to get out here and give it your all and really soak up what this stock show has to offer and to teach you. Looks like they pinned a couple back so far for the top end of this class. There are 2 pigs out in the big arena right now for a chance at a secondary sort. As I stated earlier, there are 32 total head in this class. While we're doing this, Wayne is working very diligently and hard with the crew downstairs to get you the papers and the breeding sires on all of our class winners and second places of each class. For all those breeders listening, we've been kind of talking about them as the days goes on to kind of tell you what the breeding was on those top 2 individuals of each class, and they may be boars that you might be like, oh, I've thought about using them, or hey, they've had 3 or 4 first or second place class winners, so maybe something to look at to improve your herd. So I want to thank them and appreciate all they do to make this possible for you guys to know what the background is on each one of these gilts here. Because your gilts go into being mamas, and they're sometimes your foundation sows that brings you a lot of success down the road. Giving you a little history on the Duroc breed specifically, since we are judging Durocs, thanks to our people at Pork Checkoff. The Duroc breed is the second most recorded breed of swine in the United States. It's a red pig with droopy ears, and they're valued for their product quality, carcass yield, fast growth, and lean gain efficiency. There's an old saying that comes with the Duroc breed: Durocs, they grow on you. We mean that figuratively and literally. They can literally gain weight at a drop of a hat just by breathing air. So it's one of those breeds you have to really be, conscientious about its weight, because they can grow so quickly in a very short amount of time. And if you're dealing with trying to keep them at a certain weight, you've really got to maintain and watch how they're growing and their feeding, rationing. one of my favorite breeds growing up. My family had been in the swine industry for 50-something years, and Durocs was kind of what we were known for. And we're enjoying taking a break from breeding and just getting to help come out here and support these kids, whether we be, talking on the mic on a podcast or going out there and helping kids with showmanship stuff and feeding rations and giving them some advice. And that's what it's about, y'all. We're here to help each other out. This industry is meant to make better people, young people, better people. And those kind of people will help shape this world and keep it going round and get us out of these good times and bad. These kids that come out of this industry, they're what makes this world go round. I know the Secretary of Agriculture was a former Glen Rose FFA student under Gary Rosenbush, and she talked about how FFA and the ag world changed her life. And we might have the next Secretary of Agriculture out here in the show ring right now, or the next President of the United States, or the next meat packer owner, or whatever you may do in life. It all starts here, and there's so many opportunities in the show ring if you allow yourself to take it in. Looks like the judges have 4 pinned back thus far. You out in the big arena. For those of you just now joining, they're going to go see Mr. Olson first, and he's either going to point straight ahead, which means you're going to have a chance to show at the top 10 placings. You'll get weighed. You have to weigh within 15 pounds of your weight card. If he points to the left, he's going to send you to Mr. Canal, and he's either going to point straight ahead and put you in the big arena for a secondary evaluation or send you back to your pen. The Gilt show is not a terminal show, so these individuals get to take their animals back home with them and show either at another county show that they're in, that may be a later county show, or take them on to another major Gilt show. And these females have the opportunity to become mamas one day and create the next offspring and future show pigs or breeding stock. So you get to see this full circle in the Gilt show. The market show we'll talk about in a couple of weeks when the market show happens and kind of what happens there and the importance of the market show. But right now we're talking about the future, not just of the pigs, but also of the kids. 6 to 7 pulled back so far in this class. Looks like the guys are coming out here in the big arena to see if there's anything that they want to pull back for a chance at a top 10 spot here in the first class of the heavyweight division, that being class number 9. 3 more classes after this, and then we conclude by picking our division champion and reserve champion of the light, middle, and heavyweight division, followed by the supreme and reserve supreme overall selection of our Duroc Gilt breed, then our 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Duroc Gilt. Once again, thank you Taylor Fort and his crew for bringing us front row seats to this, and thank you for everybody listening and supporting these kids. Whether you have a kiddo out here or not, we want to thank you all for being a part of this journey today, and it's been a fun one so far. We try to keep it fun, we try to keep it interesting, so hopefully y'all don't have the mute totally turned off. But the main thing is you're here to support these kids, and we want to thank you for that. Young lady in the blue is going to get pinned back for a chance to show at a top 10 spot. And I believe they have their 10 that they need to place this class, and what they'll do is excuse these other individuals. And if they don't have 10, what they're going to do is pull one more out for a chance at a top 10 spot. So the young man in the maroon is going to get pinned back for a chance to show at a top 10 spot here today. I think the most they pulled back in a class has been 13. The depth of quality in that class was super deep and very consistent. This one maybe not as deep from top to bottom. Top 4 probably as stout as any out there. Top 5 even. But it looks like they didn't have quite enough to complete a full set of the class, but they do now. And they're excusing these individuals. Now we're going to pull them out one at a time and place from the bottom up. As they're sorting this class, what they're doing is they're pulling each one out one at a time, and if they really like that animal, they're going to pin it back for a chance at a top spot, or top placing, I guess. We have a spot breed, not to be confused with a spot breed. Looks like they've already pinned one back so far. That individual is going to go back to the pin for a chance at the top end of the class. Once he's evaluated all or brought all these individuals back out, what they will do is place from the bottom on up.
24024 comes up as
So far, the guys have pinned 2 back for a chance at the top individual spots. Looks like 3 now. Young lady in the pink with the blue scarf. She's going to get pinned back for a chance at the top end of the class. Still have a total of 4 more to pull out of the pins. Looks like they have 12 total that they have kept back for a chance at the top 10 spots here today in class number 9.
That's that one. That's that second place one.
I mean, that was right.
Okay, looks like we have 5 pinned back for the top end of this class here. Now we're going to place from the bottom up here. And there's a chance he might keep 1 or 2 out here as he's placing down once he gets to the end of these individuals out here to compare them to the ones he's pulled back already. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It just depends on how confident they were with those top 5, if there's anything that still could potentially match up with their group that they have still out here. This is the bottom end of the class here. And they're placing from the bottom up. At the conclusion of this part, they're going to pull those other 5 individuals out and place those in which are the top end of this class. And it just makes it easier to do it that way, y'all. For those of you listening at home, like, why don't they leave all 13 out there? Well, it's hard when you have 13 hogs out there and start with 13 down to 1, and you're going to wear those top end of the pigs out, which they're going to walk 10 times longer than anything else out there. So if you know these are going to be in the top end of the class, you go and pin them back so you kind of limit the amount of pigs out there running around where you can really focus in and dial in on what you got out there. You know, in judging contests, we usually only judge 4 or 5. Looks like they're going to leave one of the hogs still out there. So that'll leave 6 left, so we're going to have place from 6 down to 1st in class number 9 Started with 32 head, now we're down to 6 in class number 9, our first class of the heavyweight division, Duroc Purebred Gilts. One more young man to pull out here, and then we have our 6 individuals out here again.
Also, a reminder for the first and second place Duroc showings, we will have a division selection here for 3 divisions. We will like, medium, and heavy. We will call back those first and second sometime here in class 12.
Now what the guys are going to do here is they're going to pin place from 6th down to 1st here. One of the young ladies showed from the bottom end up, and now she's in the top 6. So kudos to her and her showmanship skills. Showmanship is so important, especially in this species, because as far as I know, it's the only one you get to take a stick and drive it like a car. Everything else is on a halter and you set it up, or you hold it upside down, or you pet it. This makes it a little bit tougher. Goes to show you all the hard work these kids have put into their projects to get them to walk this well. So, young lady in the white and black was 6th. Young lady in the blue striped was 5th. And now we're down to our top 4 in class number 9 here. Both Mr. Olson and Mr. Knaut are talking about these individuals together. Young lady in the blue is 4th. Young lady in the pink is 3rd. And now we're down to the young man. He is going to be 2nd in the green. And the young lady in the purple, lavender-looking shirt is going to be your class winner in class number 9. Let's hear from Mr. Olson. See what he has to say about the class. Looking for the microphone right now. There we go. We're ready to rock and roll.
Good class, quality class, top 4 or 5 in this class are awful good. We land on this gilt that comes in, and I guess she hits this when she first hits the ring. This one's presence, her combination of being style featured, being bold, and being powerful. Well, she needs to be. Yeah, she still looks like a show gilt from the side. She's square coming and going. She's one we like awful good. The young man's gilt that's going to be in 2nd, pushes her pretty hard. She's got a place we'd like to fix her, and if we do, it may be a different story. When this one turns and goes away, she's just that view right there. She's not as stout, she's not as bold, she doesn't tie it in as deep. But once you get that out of the way, she's comfortable. She's as good as any of them in the class as far as the way she handles her feet and legs. She comes right at us. She's awfully good as far as the base of her chest. She's incredibly opened up, and yet she's not straight in her shoulder. She still gives us a good look from the side, and we get on top of her. She's got spread, mass, and dimension when we come out of the backside of her shoulder. Again, when we bring her back and we compare her to gilt that's going to win the particular drive, she just runs out of gas for me when you get to the top side of that hip and then work your way to the ground. 3 and 4 is an interesting conversation, and Kyle and I talked a lot about them. There's a lot of things I like about this gilt that I ultimately put in 3rd. She's elevated, she's heavy skeleton, she's got a big hind leg working in her. She resembles our class winner in those ways. A gilt that's still big when she goes away from us. When she turns and comes right at me, she's not quite as good. She's not as big in her chest. She wants to funnel as she goes towards the surface. Ultimately, her front feet want to twist when she comes right at us. Not quite as neat there, but man, from the side she's good. A big hind leg working in her. Young lady does an awfully good job. The gilt that comes next is one that we've moved up the line quite a ways. The orange-colored gilt comes next for the young lady. Initially, we didn't get quite as good a look at her, but as she continued to go, we continued to like her. She is better chested. She is better in her front foot than the gilt ahead of her. A gilt that you have to appreciate again with her look from the side. She's stout mugged, but she's still attractive. I thought initially, and as the drive wore on, she just got too short in her hip. She's a little shorter in her step behind. She doesn't want to reach and drive and go. Front 2/3 of one, I like an awful lot. Young lady does a good job. She's appropriate in her fills. She's fresh in the way she comes to us. Really, really a nice job for her. The gilt that comes next has some parts and pieces that really can get out there. Not only is she tall-shouldered, but and elevated and gets her head up, and then from there back, she's good in her top line, one that handles her hind leg well. Ultimately, though, it was her front-end design that was to her demise. As she gets that head so high in the air, that gilt wants to get upright in her shoulder. It doesn't translate. Her knee doesn't set in her just quite as good, and her foot doesn't go to the surface. Rear 2/3 of this gilt I like an awful lot. Just couldn't deal with this view right here. She wants to come in just a bit, wants to get a little softer in her foot. Young lady does an awfully nice job with her, though, in this particular drive. The gilt that comes next is one that's big and bold when we get on top of her, one you have to appreciate for what she brings to the table there. I thought when we went to the surface, this one disappointed just a bit. She wants to twist when she comes at us up front. She's not as big and as bold when we study her in that rear leg and foot. Again, one that's ready to go up high. She's big, she's massive, and she's opened up. Again, as we work down through them, we talk to the kids as we put them in. They're doing a really good job. They continue to bring us awfully good classes of red gilts. Let's congratulate them as they head back.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
That concludes class number 9 of our Duroc Purebred breeding gilts. Moving on to class number 10 now. 31 head of Duroc gilts in this class, and weight ranges range from 294 to 304. Those who used to show back in the day, we used to do them by papers and age. We have now moved to where we're judging them by weight, and there's a lot of factors that have kind of played into that, but I will tell you it's worked very well, and I like the smoothness and how things are running with that, because weight is weight, and that's just how, just like people, some people grow differently at different stages in their lives, and they may be the same age. Where we're judging by weight, you're judging them for what they are right then and there. Doesn't matter if they're a month older or a month younger. We're keeping it fair and keeping it honest and keeping it awesome for these kids. Moving on to class. Our placings from class number 9, which is the previous class. We're going to go ahead and read off the top 10 individuals. And I hope I pronounced you guys' names right, but I do want to tell you thank you, and we're very proud of you. 10th place in class number 9 went to Maggie Woodall. 9th place was shown by Addison Cullen. 8th place went to Claire Verstuff. 7th place was shown by Corbin Minkaka, I apologize, Corbin. 6th place went to Kaylee Escobar. 5th place was shown by Kimber Reynolds. 4th place was exhibited by Haley Hall. 3rd place went to Olivia Longcrier. 2nd place was shown by Dallas Martinez. And our class winner in class number 9 went to Ryan Breimer of Atascosa County 4-H. Congratulations to all those top 10 individuals in class number 9. We are now judging class number 10 of the Duroc breed. Total of 12 classes here today, so we have 2 more after this class, followed by our division first place and second place selection, and concluded with our Supreme, Reserve Supreme, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall, Duroc breeding Gilts. At the conclusion of that, we will then move on to our Landrace breed, which there are only 2 classes of Landrace, followed by our Hampshire breed, which there are only 2 classes of Hampshires. And then we will conclude the day with our Berkshire breed, which there is a total of 9 classes of Berkshires. So today should go fairly quickly. I don't anticipate us getting past 5 o'clock today, but I've seen crazier things happen in this world. But the guys are doing a really good job with the flow of each class and doing them fairly quickly, but also at the same time making sure they do a good job. And that's the main thing and the most important thing. And they are going above and beyond and doing exactly that by making sure they get their classes right in their eyes, because at the end of the day, it's what these 2 guys want. We may not all agree on something, but they're doing a good job of being consistent and doing a fair job, and that's what we could ever ask in any judges, and they're doing a great job as working as a team. And so kudos to both Blaine and Kyle, Mr. Olson and Mr. Canal, for doing a wonderful job as a team judging these animals. What also makes this show run so smoothly and well is the many volunteers that are out there in the ring, keeping the flow going, pinning, opening pins, closing gates, weighing hogs, doing all those different things that people don't, take into maybe consideration what goes on in a ring and why things run so quickly and smoothly. It's because of these volunteers that come out here and donate their time to be out here to help these kids and support these kids. Also want to thank all of our paid employees that have created this idea of making a bigger ring. That is super awesome. And the brand new grandstands we have here at San Antonio, which allow for more people to sit here and watch and not have to stand up the entire time. And so I want to thank them for the awesome job they've done to make this show greater than it already is. And all the sponsors who donate a lot of their money and their finances to award to these kids, whether it be scholarships or in the market show. I know you have the auction, so thank you to all you sponsors who may be listening. And we couldn't do it without you guys and all the volunteers. Over 7,000 volunteers that come to San Antonio to help make this show possible, and over $267 million as of last year that has been awarded over the years since its inception. What's crazy to me is that there are over 22,000 exhibitors and participants in the Livestock and Horse Show in 2024. That is a lot of people, exhibitors, young folks. These aren't adults. These are kids from I think 3rd grade through seniors in high school. And they all come away with something out of this, whether they win or lose. They learn something. They take some memories home with them that'll last a lifetime. They make new friends. They see old friends. They make new connections that they can take with them in their next chapter of their life once they graduate and go on into a trade or a college or into the workforce. They're going to remember these memories from a lifetime, and it all starts here. Looks like they have a total of 9 or 10 pigs pulled back already in this class. So this class must be very deep, that being class number 10. The guys have 5 pigs in the big arena for a secondary sort. Once again, we are in class number 10, and we started with 31 in this class, and we're going to make it down to the top 10 here shortly. My name is Landon Rohde. I'm joined today by my co-host, Mr. Wayne Rohde, who's actually in the process of getting all the papers on all the top individuals in each class. So first and second place, he's getting the sires and the breeding behind each one of those first and second places for all you breeders out there. We've kind of been announcing them during the day, and once we get through the Duroc breed, moving on to the next breed, we'll probably announce all those top 5 individuals and their breeding and the sires. So gives a shout out to all you breeders out there who may have raised these boars or who are housing these boars. And those of you breeders who maybe are looking at using a boar, there might be a boar that won multiple classes, and you might think of, hey, maybe I should try that one on my stock. So things to keep in mind as you're listening today and supporting these kids. Main thing we're out here to do is support these kids, and want to appreciate and thank Taylor Fort and his crew for bringing us a front row seat at home, at work, in your car, on the back porch, wherever you may be today in the United States. We want to thank you for tuning in. Looks like they're going to excuse these individuals here back to their pens. And I believe they have 10, maybe 11 or 12 that they're going to sort for the top 10 spots here at the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show. I'm not a weatherman, but I will tell you it is nice today here in San Antonio. It's probably close to 75, 80 degrees. Not too hot, though. The overcast skies really do help that, and they have these ginormous fans. I'm not going to say the name of them, but they are very, very, very large. They are very big fans that help keep the circulation of the dust down and keep everything kind of cool in here. So, the weather's perfect. You couldn't ask for better weather today. Tomorrow, as the day goes on, it's going to get up to 85, though, so we're going to feel more like Texas weather. So if you people up north who are listening can send us a little bit cooler weather and some moisture with that, we would definitely take it, especially the moisture part. So just giving y'all a heads up, if y'all have an insight on how to get some more moisture down here to Texas, we would love for you to make that phone call. We have our top 10 here. They're pulling them out one at a time, and if they like one of them, they're going to pin it back to be in the top end of the class and then work their way from bottom up until we have a class winner in class number 10. Once again, we have 2 more classes of Durocs left, followed by the light, middle, and heavyweight division selection, and we conclude the Duroc breed with our Supreme, Reserve Supreme, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Duroc breeding gilt. Not sure when we're going to take a lunch just yet. I know it's still a little early. It's only 10:52 here Central Time. But we'll let you know, let all you guys know if you're tuning in all day that, kind of when we're going to take a lunch, kind of about how long it's going to be, and definitely be after the Duroc show. I'm sure they might even try to get the Landrace and the Hamps done first. But we'll play that by ear and see how it goes and keep everybody at home informed. They've already pinned one young lady back for a chance at the top spots. We'll be back after a very short break. Thanks for tuning in to the Taylor Fort podcast at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo Purebred Gilt Show. The year is 2025, and yes, it already is February 5th. Be back shortly.
Some give and take here on the top end in a class that we discussed a little bit as we put them together. Ultimately, we decide and land on the young man's dark colored gilt. And she reaches a little further in a place or two for us, and I think she stays comfortable and continues to handle her hind leg well enough for me to go ahead and run with her. The young man hits the ring, and that gilt immediately grabs your presence. He's always got her in the right spot. Her head sets where it needs to. Her shoulder lays in her right. Gilt again that we've talked all day. She's got the substance that we're looking for, and yet still combines it with some width of chest and has that look. And I don't know if we're going to call her perfect in the way she wants to go, but I think it's more than good enough, and I think the young man does an awfully good job of keeping her collected, keeping her driven, keeping her presented to her very, very well. The young lady's gilt that comes next is one that she's absolutely looser in her skeleton, and she's still got substance. I don't know that she's always just, right there every time, but she does an awesome job with her. A gilt that, for me, just wanted to come in a piece or two, a time or two more often. When she gets going and gets her head in the right spot and gets to moving, that one's, again, it all kind of fits together from a skeletal standpoint. She comes at us, she's impressive in her chest, she's good as she goes away. A gilt that wanted to start and stop just a little too much for me today, but one that the young lady does an awful good job. The next one that comes out is good as far as just the width and squareness of that chest and the way her blade's laid on her. She's good when we study her from there back, and you get on top of her, she's opened up as she goes away. I think when we dig in and we just talk hogs, the rear third of this one just disappointed me a little more than the two ahead of her in class, and it starts at her ham loin. She doesn't blend there quite as good. Ultimately, she doesn't want to use her hind leg just quite as comfortable, isn't quite as good in her hip, but the front two-thirds of that one's good. She's elevated, she's neat in her look. Young lady's gilt that comes next is another one that just grabs your attention from her presence when you study her up front. Another one you have to appreciate when you get right on top of her. Again, as you work your way through the hogs and get to the rear third of this one, she doesn't hinge just quite as comfortable. I thought she gave up some as far as her feature when we study the way she travels there on her hind leg, but still one that ultimately has a good shape to her body. She's opened up, and she's bold when she comes at us. Again, from the side, I think this one's awfully good. Young lady does a great job of getting her shown. She's elevated, she's neat in her look, and she's comfortable when she gets out and goes. We stuck her in a piano, and we like those things about her. Ultimately, she just gives up too much as far as her feature when we compare her to some of the others in class. That one just wants to frail. She wants to plane when we take her to the surface, but I think that one's awfully good where she's good, and she should make a good red sow for somebody on down the road. The one that comes next is one that we talk about extreme pieces on again. She's really good as far as her chest. She's really good as far as her shape and just stoutness and boldness to her blade. I think it's the rear two-thirds story again when we get into this one. She just disappointed us too much in the way she wanted to use her hock, the shape to that hock, and just the function of her hind leg as she worked her way through the ring. Again, we talked to the kids as we stuck them in. They're doing a great job. We're working here towards the end of these reds. Let's continue to encourage them. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them on a good class.
If you've just now joined us, we are on class number 11. The weight ranges are 305 to 319, and there are 29 head in this class. Looks like we've got 5 in the class so far. So as they're going, or as there are in the back and going through them, our judges, they'll be continuing to get them worked and then continue on with their placings. While we're having them do that, I have been working diligently on trying to get you sires and breeders. I have given it all the way through class 6, and if you missed the first 6 classes that I gave the bloodlines on, I will announce the top 2 again when they come up for their division drive. So stay tuned to when we have the division drives along with our champion and reserve overall through 3rd, 4th, and 5th. In class 7, our class winner was Haley Rees, and the sire of her gilt was Work of Art 13-2. He's done some. He's had another one in there too as well. Work of Art was a dominant boar last year for our champions and reserves. He's actually housed at Upper Hand Genetics, and they do a really good job there as well. And so anyway, the breeder of that gilt was Schubert Show Swine out of Illinois. Our second place in that class was Landry McQueen. The sire of her gilt was Forward 73-2. There was another forward in these pedigrees in the top 2 as well, I noticed. The breeder was 4-5 Livestock out of Texas. In class 8, we had Addison Porter and from Rains FFA. The boar sire was Snipper 22-1. The breeder was Lily Willow Briggs Beck and Kayla Baker out of Indiana. Congratulations to them as well. In the second place in that class was Addison Adams out of Farmersville FFA. The sire of her gilt was F as in Frank, SF Go-Go 29-2. The breeder of her gilt was Trace Amigo Show Pigs out of Indiana. They've been in the top 2 as well in another class or 2. In class 9, our class winner was Ryan Bryman out of Atascosa County 4-H. The sire was Born This Way 45-4. The breeder is Cade Frankowiak out of Texas. Again, they've had another one in the top 2 as well, so they're having a really good day. Great family as well. Our second place in that same class 9 was Dallas Martinez out of Shelby County 4-H. The sire was Raise the Bar 37-2. The breeder is Byers Farms out of Illinois, and really good family as well. The Byers Farms been raising Durocs for a long time. In fact, he judged the show last year, and so anyway, congratulations to them as well.
Yeah, Brett judged it, right?
Yep, Brett judged it.
I'm going to go ahead and announce the top 10 individuals from the last class, which was class number 10. We're judging class number 11 right now. This is our second to last class of Duroc Gilts for the day. 10th place went to Tyler Jackson. 9th place was awarded to Ava Rojas. 8th place went to Charlie Moore. 7th place was shown by Colt Robertson. 6th place was exhibited by Cora Ford. 5th place went to Hallie Maxwell. 4th place was shown by Sierra Escobar. 3rd place to Shelby Albus. 2nd place was awarded to Annabelle Behrens. And our class winner in class number 10 was shown by Logan Garcia of London FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals. Now we're moving on to class number 11, and looks like they have about 10 or 11 pulled back so far, so this must be a pretty deep set of hogs. Can't wait to see how this class turns out. We'll give you a play-by-play as it goes on. Once again, welcome to the Taylor Fort Podcasting here at the Purebred Gilt Show, at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. Looks like we're placing from the bottom up, and we've got 4 pulled back so far for the top end of this class. In class number 11, this is the second to last class of Duroc Gilts for the day. Looks like we're down to our top 5 here. Got 2 out in the ring right now and have 3 more to pull out of the holding pins, and we're going to place our top 5 in this second to last class of Duroc Gilts here. Sorry, we're trying to get all these papers together. Dad's getting all the sires and the breeding papers done on these pigs. Those of you tuned in, they're going to evaluate all these 5 here and place from the bottom up. So we have a class winner. Once again, thank you for joining in today and supporting these kids from wherever you're at today.
Very good class, very deep class. The top end's ultra competitive, but I think when we get them out and we just kind of study them, this one rises to the top. When she gets out here and collects herself, she's just a more of her version, I guess, if you will, the gilt that's going to be in second. This one's very, very good when she comes at us. She's good when she goes away from us. Young lady gets her in the right spot and she wants to go. Everything kind of fits into harmony, and she's good looking. She handles it. She's got more feature than a couple of the gilts that are come next. I think that was a pretty good place to start. Young lady's gilt that's going to be in second has similarities as far as just her elevation and look. I told Kyle, that's a big stout red gilt. You get on top of her, she's got shape, she's fresh, she's good in her presentation. I'll agree with you. Her hind leg isn't as big. She maybe isn't just as bold as she turns and goes away from us, but she's comfortable, she's correct. I think that's an awfully nice red gilt to end up second in a very, very competitive class. And I want to go back to the fact that when we get on top of her, I like her shape, I like her freshness, I like the way she reads out of the backside of her shoulder there. Young man's gilt that comes next is maxed out. When we get on top of her, she's just opened up, she's bold everywhere. She's got it all working in her when you start in her blade. She's full, she's fresh there in the center part of her body. I guess the longer the drive wears on, though, she wants to labor off of either end more. For Kyle and I, as we talk about him, that gilt just gets more upright, gets straighter, gets a little shorter in her step up front. That translates to the way she wants to use her hind leg. I'm getting awful hard on one, though. You get on top of her, like I said. She's maxed out. She's ready to go. She's big, she's square, and she's bold when she goes away. Just need to free that one up ever so slightly if we're going to run with her any higher. Initially, I got a good look at this one and thought an awful lot of her, and I think she's a high-quality kind of gilt. When we bring her back, though, and when we compare her to those four ahead of her, I think she gives up some just as far as her elevation and her look up front. That gilt wants to get just a bit softer when we study her there on her front end. But we come back and we talk about the good from there back. That's a big bladed, big centered one. She comes to us more moderate, pretty much every direction you want to look at her. One that her bone, her feature, and her foot size matches. She uses her hind leg well. Just need to redesign that one. Just make her just a shot neater, a shot fresher when we study her up there in the front third of her skeleton. This one that comes next is one that every time you look over, you just get a good look over her. Again, she's one that she's flexible, she's comfortable, she's neat from the side. We get in and we'd like to bust that one open. We'd like to give her just a shot more everywhere. But man, she's comfortable, she's correct, she's a good kind of gilt for the young lady. And then the next one that comes out, the rear 2/3 I like. She's good on top, she's got a big, good hind leg working in her, and she's comfortable. Again, we're going to need to redesign the front third of this one if we're going to move her up. She wants to come in at her knees, she wants to get soft in her foot. She just doesn't travel quite as comfortably there on her front end. Really, really good class. The kids are doing an awesome job. These big reds are good. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
Those of you just tuning in, we're on our last and final class of the Duroc breeding gilts here at the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show. Going to read the top 10 individuals here from this past class, which was class 11. I hope I pronounce your names right on some of y'all, so I do apologize if I butcher it, but I'm going to do my absolute best. We have 10th place went to Randy Juarez. 9th place was awarded to Sterling Hauser. 8th place was shown by Madison Friday. 7th place was shown by Allie Swan. 6th place went to Shelby Bomer. 5th place was shown by Elizabeth Jansen. 4th place went to Lexi York. 3rd place was shown by Jacob Powell. 2nd place was awarded to Hattie Butler. And our class winner was Karasan Claire Beachy of Harper FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals. At the conclusion of this last class of Durocs here, bring all of our first and second places back. And we will judge for our lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight divisions, followed by the Supreme, Reserve Supreme, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall selection of the Duroc breed. After we finish the Durocs, we will then move on to our Landrace, which there's only 2 classes of Landrace, so that should go fairly quickly, followed by 2 classes of Hampshires. In class number 12, as Wayne has probably already mentioned, there are 36 heads, so this is the largest class of Durocs for the day, and weight ranges are from 320 to 350. I do believe they have a top end here at the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show of 350 is the top weight you can show here. There is no bottom weight. So whatever you turn your weight card in, you have to weigh within 15 pounds on the high end of what your turned in weight card was. Looks like the guys have a few pinned back so far. Those of you just now tuning in to the Duroc show, the way it's running, they're going to see Mr. Olson first. If he points straight ahead, you then go get weighed and classified and pinned for a chance at a top 10 spot. If he points to the left, he'll send you over to Mr. Kyle Clenart. And he will either point straight ahead and you'll go to the big arena with a chance to be sorted again for a chance at a top 10 spot, or if he points to the left, you go back to your pin. This is not a terminal show, meaning you can take your individual gilt onto another major show that is having a gilt show, or if you have a Lake County, you can also show them there if they have a gilt show, or if you can show gilts with the barrows. So just for those of you listening, if you're showing that later today or tomorrow, even if you don't win or get picked, does not mean your animal does not have a chance to be successful down the road. So just keep that in mind. No matter what you do, just go out there and do your best, and that's all you can do. It's one or two man opinion, and none of our other opinions matter on this given day, because you may do good under some guys, and other guys you may not do as good under. So just listen to what they have to say, because they are in this industry. They've been successful in this industry, and take what knowledge they give you and learn from it, and you will be better for it. So the guys are working really well together as a team, both Mr. Olson and Mr. Clenart, I apologize. Both Illinois boys, and I'll kind of introduce you to the two judges while we're sitting here evaluating here. Our lead judge today is Mr. Blaine Olson from Elkhart, Illinois. He's a Duroc breeder, corn and soybean farmer, and a commercial hog producer. His wife, his name is Christy, and they have 5 kids: Braden, Kelton, Luke, Coley, and Rice. He graduated from and judged at Lakeland College and Western Illinois University. His hobby includes his kids' sports and livestock events, watching Illinois basketball and Cubs baseball. His favorite things about livestock shows are in agriculture. Now, we get to do it every day. Our operation is diversified, and most days that means there's a lot going on, but we wouldn't have it any other way. He gets to raise show pigs, crops, and kids alongside his wife and kids, parents, and cousin Alex and his family. he is blessed beyond belief to get to do it together as a family, and that's so important, doing it as a family. And that's kind of what Kyle thinks as well, Mr. Kennard. His favorite things about livestock shows and agriculture is the relationships that we can build through a common passion and similar goals with peers that become friends. Mr. Kennard is from Milford, Illinois. He is a show pig producer and boar stud owner. His wife's name is Ellen, and their kids Colton, who is 8, and Knox, who is 5. I want to welcome both these guys and appreciate them coming down and working together as a team here to judge and sort these very, very competitive and high-quality purebred gilts today and tomorrow. My name is Landon Rohde, and I'm joined by my co-host, Wayne Rohde, who is also my father. And I do believe, do you have the sires and the papers on the top 2 individuals from class number 11 yet, Wayne?
Well, I do have for 10 and 11, and so we'll go ahead and share that with our audience here. Class 10, the winner was Logan Garcia. The sire was Art of the Deal, 12-5. The breeder was Warren and Max Tonegate out of Texas. And our second place, Annabelle Barons, the sire of her gilt was Forward 73-2. And the breeder, Bobby Bosser and family out of Texas. And good family there around that Center Point area. Has always worked hard, long-time breeder. Known that family for a long time. And then in class 11, we had Carson Bachi out of Harper FFA. The sire of hers was Statement Day 318-2. And Bobby Bosser was a breeder of that one in his family. Congratulations again to them. And then the second place in that class, 11, was Hadley Butler out of Electra FFA. The sire of that gilt was Fireball 16-2. Yeah, the breeder was Kimmy Show Pigs out of Illinois. Congratulations to each and every one of these breeders.
Looks like we're going to go and excuse these individuals from a secondary sort. I count 10 so far. They're in the holding pens for a chance at a top 10 placing. There might be 1 or 2 or even potentially 3 below us. This is by far the largest class of the day, 36 total head in this class. And this is our final class of Duroc breeding gilts, purebred breeding gilts of the day.
If you haven't been with us throughout the day, the Duroc show was almost at 400 head. We were at 382 to be exact, and so it's a very large class. As we've mentioned, it was divided into weight classes ranging from 250 to 350 with a 15-pound weigh-back. And so we had 12 total classes, and as Landon has spoken, we are in our final class. This will be the heavyweight division, the final class to round out our heavyweight division. And at that time, once at the conclusion of this class, they will bring back all their first and second places
from all 12 classes.
From all 12 classes, and then they will go ahead and start with the lightweight division and name the champion and reserve lightweight division, and then follow it through the middle, and then ending it with our heavyweights. And then from there, then the champion of each weight division will compete for the overall champion Duroc and reserve champion Duroc honors.
And then also 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Duroc, I believe, as well.
Yes, that is correct. Yes, and then with that, with that being noted, the champion will receive a $10,000 scholarship. San Antonio has done an outstanding job going in and making these scholarships so readily available. In fact, the breeding show alone for the purebred show represents $85,000 in scholarships, and that's just some hard work that San Antonio has put into this program to help further educate these kids and being able to go on after their senior year.
And I'll tell you, kind of breaking up how the divisions are broken up, like Wayne mentioned, we have the light, middle, and heavyweight division to kind of give you guys an idea for, say, you had somebody you knew that was a class winner in class number 8. The way this is broken out is into 3 weight divisions and 12 classes. There's 4 classes per weight division. So, for instance, the lightweight division is made up of classes 1 through 4 of the Duroc breed. The middleweight division is made up of classes 5 through 8 of the Duroc breed. And the heavyweight division is made up of classes 9 through 10, which I believe that is supposed to be 9 through 12.
Yes, it's
That's
just
a typo here, but it's so good. So it's made up of 3 classes per weight division. So we'll probably, and I don't know how they're going to do it, but I'm pretty sure they're going to bring out the lightweight division first, pick the first and second place of the lightweight division, then the middleweight division, first and second place, and then concluded with the heavyweight division and pick a first and second place.
Yes.
And I don't know, and they might even go 3 deep, Dad. I'm not totally sure they're going to go 3 deep, because if you're going to pick a top 5 individual, you're just going to pick it from first and second place of each division, or do you think they'll go 3 deep?
It's going to be interesting to see. Sometimes, like last year, I think they did keep a third one in there. So it'd be interesting to see how that all comes together for this year's show, being that we do have divisions this time, because, in practicality, you're going to have, 3 out there to start with, and then you have 3 more, and you're only doing 5 overall. So, tendency would maybe tell you they might go a little bit deeper just to make sure they get the top 5 overall the way they want to line them up. But
it'll be interesting to see, especially since they've added the divisions into the Duroc breed. Like we talked about last year, they had all 13 first places out there. They had 13 classes last year, 13 first places, just trying to find a champion overall. And with that depth of quality, and they're all that good, it's literally like splitting hairs. And when it's that many hogs out there, it's hard to evaluate. You think about livestock judging, you judge 4 head total, not 13 head of really, really good hogs. So it makes it a little bit easier on the judges to really evaluate and really allow these animals to really stretch out there. And
and it also gives a fairness to the animals as well.
Absolutely.
And the showers and the exhibitors, because it allows them to see them and not all bundled up together, and they get crowded up, and you can't get a good analysis of each of these gilts. So it really, by them doing this and making the move to make this change, has been a very positive thing to show how fair they want to be to these kids when they come to San Antonio.
Absolutely. Now we're going back to class number 12, which we mentioned earlier is the last and final class of the Durocs of the day. They kept 11 back in this class, and they placed 11th and 10th. So far, young lady in the pink was 11th. Young man in the paisley-looking shirt was 10th. And they've kept 6 back for their top end of the class.
As they're conferring on these that they still have out there, it looks like they're going to place, I think, the remaining ones in the ring, but we'll see. Sometimes they'll keep 1 or so back to compare to the ones they've pinned back, so it'd be interesting to see. They are visiting.
They might keep 1 or 2 more, but I think they're going to, like you said, they're going to bring all of these 2 back and compare them to the 6 they've already pinned back. That's good. He's going to let them hang out for a little bit, let them catch their breath, and get these other 6 out here, then probably fire those other 2 back up again.
Yes, and that's just being as fair as you can ask for.
Looks like we have 2 more to pull out of the pins.
Yeah, they've taken out the top 4 that they had initially pinned. They have 2 more to go.
Yeah, so 6 total they pinned back, correct, Wayne?
Correct.
Got it.
And then they have the 2, if you've just now joined us, they kept the virtually 7th and 8th additional ones out in the ring that made it that they want to evaluate against the first 6 that they initially pinned. So that's really giving some great fairness. As you can see, they're letting them rest theirs, evaluating the others, and now they're starting them back up. So what a great fairness that they're giving these young people.
Shows you the depth of this very last class 2 of the day, Wayne. There's 8 really, really good ones left out here, and they're all very uniform. They're all big, bold, shouldered.
And they're big mamas, by the way. They're 320 to 350, so.
Yes.
But, you look at them, they're all really fresh made, and they're not stale in any means. They're very 12 o'clocky.
Young lady in the multicolored shirt was 8th. Now they're starting to place.
Showing up a bit, it typically show 4-H, and then when you graduate,
Down to what looks like the top 4 individuals in this class now. Top 3 now, young man in the, I guess we're down to the top 2. Sorry, the young lady in the blue was 4th. Young man in the green was 3rd, and now we're down to our top 2 individuals in this class. The young man is going to be 2nd, and the young lady is going to win your last class of the day. Let's hear from Mr. Olson and his comments.
This is a very good class. It's a very deep class. It's a fun class to work through, and it's fun to talk through them with Kyle. I'm going to be honest. When this pair came through the thing over there, I no offense, but I didn't need Kyle to tell me I was going to like both of them. This one took a step in, and you just read that one when she comes at us, and the way we've been taught, you go back to 4-H and just basic. Watch them come at you, watch them come by, and watch them go away. And that one just continues to check boxes as she does it. She's not as extreme as the Gilt in 2nd. She's better in her front foot. She's comfortable on her hind leg. I think that one's an awful nice place to start. I told the young man that I'm assuming he didn't load up and come to San Antonio to be 2nd in class. And if you're disappointed and upset, I'm going to be disappointed and upset with you if you aren't. because this one's awfully good. She reaches as far as anyone we've seen and yet can still stay in check. Maybe not quite as comfortable, maybe not quite as good on that front foot like we talked about with our class winner, but man, she's out there. She's still neat looking. She's in the heaviest class. She's done all the right things. That one's really a front foot away from us having a long discussion as to where we're going to be. Young man did a great job with her. That's really a neat pair. We continue to talk about good hogs. When this one came out and she went by, Kyle and I said a couple of things, and then she turns and goes away, and I looked at him and I said, I want to make red show barrows that look like this when they go away from us. And what I mean from that is as square as she is at the top of her hip, how it translates to the ground. She stays good in her hock. She stays good in the way her foot hits the surface. She's not the extreme heavy boned one, but she's a long way from frail for me. When we step off the hogs, I thought she got just a little longer, just a little easier in her top line, one that wasn't just as crisp, just as neat at the top side of her shoulder. Young man, you brought an awfully nice red gilt to this show. Very good one to be third in this particular drive. The one that comes next is one that floated up for us, and Kyle and I did probably discuss this one off and on as much as any of them. Just standing still, I'm okay with this one. She does a lot of the things that we're talking about as far as her heaviness of skeleton, as far as her feature and her look up front. From the time she hit until now, I get just a little hard on her from her range of motion. She just doesn't want to get out and go and stride on either end for me as much as a couple of the others that we find in this particular class. Like I said, we go to the cattle barn, we get a show halter, and we set this one up. She's going to take an incredible picture from the side. Her indicators are great. I just need to see her hinge just a shot better if we're going to run her any higher. Young lady that comes next brings us a big one that has a very good outline. She's very good in her skeleton. She's very comfortable and correct the way she wants to put things together when she collects. I didn't think her hind leg was quite as big. I didn't think she was just quite as bold. She wasn't quite as just opened up and full on her flank, but man, she's elevated. She's neat in her look, and when she gets going right there, it all points in the right direction. It's a really good place for the young lady to maybe fit further down than she wanted to, but you can go home knowing that she brought a high quality gilt here. She was very competitive. You do an awesome job getting her driven. The gilt that comes next is another one that in some classes we might reach and find this one and run with her. Again, she's not as big, she's not as bold when we take her to the surface. One though that is very good when we study the way she's elevated and her build up front. Again, one that's awesome from the side. She gets out and goes, young lady, we need to stouten her up at the surface. We just need to give her a shot more foot if we're going to move her up any higher. Young man's gilt that comes next does have that added feature, does have that added boldness. That one's as big and as broad as any we'll find. I didn't find her to be, again, she's not as comfortable, she's not as coordinated. She doesn't get in harmony from front to rear as far as the way her front leg and her rear leg wants to work together. Young man still does an awesome job, finds himself in a very tough class of red gilts. They're awfully good. The one that comes next is the young lady's gilt, a bigger outline gilt, gives up some just as far as the shape to her body and her heaviness of skeleton. Again, she's elevated, she's neat in her look, she's comfortable, she's correct. Very good class. It'll be good to see them all come back and see what we've got for these divisions. Kids are doing an awesome job. As we round out our classes here in the Reds, let's put our hands together and congratulate them.
That concludes our final class of the day for the Durocs. Now we're going to move on into our division selections of our light, middle, and heavyweight divisions of the Duroc breeds. There's 4 classes per division. 1 through 4 will make up your lightweight division. 5 through 8 will make up your middleweight division, and 9 through 12 of those classes will make up your heavyweight division. We go and read off the top 10 individuals from this last and final class of the Durocs here. We had 10th place went to Keegan Owen. 9th place went to Madison Callan. 8th place was shown by Avril Wells. 7th place went to Stephen McLean. 6th place was awarded to Hailey Hunter. 5th place was shown by Kaylee Allison. 4th place went to Emma Howell. 3rd place was shown by Gavin Juarez. 2nd place went to Charles Davis. And our class winner in our final class of the Duroc breed was exhibited by Kaysen Card of Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations to all those individuals. Now we're moving on to a really fun part here. And now we're going to start off class 1, 2, 3, and 4 for our lightweight division selection This should be our final hog for the selection of this lightweight division. These are all of our first place from class 1 through 4. And now we're going to pick a lightweight division champion, a lightweight division reserve champion, and possibly a third overall. It'll be interesting to see what these guys do here. This is new for the Gilt show in the Duroc breed, so it'll be cool to watch and see, and we're going to be learning as you guys learn here.
Let's put our hands together for these 4 young people and our reserves in this first division. The Reds were fun to work through, and we bring these Division Ones back out, and obviously you readjust just a bit as far as size, but man, it reminds you just how good the quality was all day long. And I looked at Kyle and I said, I remember a couple of these awfully well, and they're the ones that strike you when they come back, and it's neat to see that the quality's just stayed that good, throughout this entire breed. I think there's a couple of them that are in real close contention, and they're 4 really good pigs. There's just a couple of them that reach a little further. Of them, there's one that's maybe just a little neater, a little stouter and bolder when she goes away. She still stays comfortable. Young lady right here is going to have your champion.
Your lightweight Division 1 winner was Kate Womack. Congratulations to her. Now we bring out the second place from that class.
We bring that second out and we compare it to what we had in the ring. We think back to that class, and it was one of those classes that you just kind of remember all day. We had to make a decision there, and one obviously had a little more, but the Gilt that comes out in second is one that it's just so good in the way she's put together. She's comfortable, yet she's still square in her build. We could change her in one place, and we talked about that, but man, I thought she was the second best one in that class, and I think she follows her awfully close. Young man second in that class is going to be reserve in this division. Congratulations to him.
Second place in that same class was your reserve champion lightweight division winner. Was exhibited by Mr. Jackson Powell of Dreddington. Congratulations to both those 2 individuals.
Yeah, just recapping on the bloodlines, our champion lightweight division, the sire of it was Statement Day 318-2, and the breeder of it was Cade Frankowiaks. Congratulations to them, great family. And our reserve went to Jackson Powell as well, and the sire of his was limited edition 21-6, and the breeder was his family himself, Powell Livestock, here in Texas.
Which his dad's Josh Powell, which they've been very competitive at this Gilt show. Every year we've been here, we've heard the name Powell a lot.
Oh yeah, so they've really put a great breeding program together.
And after watching what they just did with the lightweight division, we're now moving on to our middleweight division, which is classes number 5 through number 8. They're only picking the champion and reserve champion of each division, Wayne. Now we're moving on to our middleweight division champion and reserve champion selection.
So our class 5 of the sire is limited edition 21-6. It's bred by the Kelso family. Genetics here in Texas. Our Class 6 that just came out, the sire is King Boss 6-2. The breeder is Tres Amigos Show Pigs out of Indiana. Class 7, the sire of Class 7s is Work of Art 13-2. The breeder is Schubert Show Pigs out of Illinois. And our Class 8, the sire of Class 8 was Snipper 22-1, and the breeders were, it's a group family effort here. It's Lily, Willow, and Briggs Beck, and then Kaylee Baker out of Indiana. Congratulations and good luck to each one of you breeders. As they're evaluating these gilts in this middleweight division, there was almost 400 head of Durocs here, 382 to be exact, and we had 12 total classes, and we're judging the 5th through 8th class at this time.
Looks like they made a decision.
Well, again, let's put our hands together for these kids and those that were second in these classes. It's a big deal to get this far for them. We need to show them our appreciation. You know, again, we get these 4 back out there back out here, and I'll be the first to admit they're not going to be cookie cutter, but they haven't been all day as far as what wins each class or what comes to us, and it's not going to be for the next couple days. Our job, I think, in our opinion, is to find the best one in each class and then bring them back and find our favorite. And there's going to be some give and take here and there, and I think that's going to hold true throughout the whole week. But when we bring them back, Kyle and I talk about them. Of course, we discuss all 4 of them. They're class winners, and they're in contention. But we get back to it. We find one that reads so youthful for her size and her age, and yet she's still got the feature. She's still got the extra stoutness. She handles it awful well. I guess to be the only young man out here is going to have our champion in this particular division.
Congratulations to Robert Fegan, Class 6. He was your middleweight champion division winner for the Duroc breeding gilt. We're going to bring that second place out now, and we're going to pick a reserve champion middleweight now.
So as they're analyzing it, Robert's pig, that was the champion middleweight, was sired by King Boss 6-2. Congratulations to the breeder, Tres Amigos Show Pigs out of Indiana.
You know, like Mr. Olson was saying, you know, there's give and take sometimes, and not every pig is perfect. There's a lot of similarities between these final 4 out here for the reserve champion selection, and they're both evaluating to see where they want to go next. That kind of matches up with their champion middleweight division selection here. Really taking their time to make sure they get it right. Now, all these individuals work very hard, and they want to make sure they take the time to give them an opportunity to give a good presentation of their Duroc gilt here. At the conclusion of this middleweight division, we're going to move on to the heavyweight division, which is class 9 through 12. Pick our heavyweight champion and reserve champion. Then we're going to follow them back up, bring all the champion and reserve champions of each division out here for the champion, reserve champion, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall selection of our Duroc breed. And then move on to our Landrace show, I believe. Don't know exactly what time they're wanting to break for lunch, but we'll keep you guys posted so you guys know when to tune in and when to come back once we figure out when the lunch break is going to happen. There's only 2 classes of Landrace, followed by 2 classes of Hampshires. I have a feeling those will go pretty quickly. And then we conclude the day with 9 classes of Berkshire Gilts. Looks like Mr. Olson is ready for his comments.
Well, this isn't an easy decision, and we've discussed it, and we've discussed each of the Gilts and just where we see them and kind of what we think about each of them. Just kind of talking them in no particular order. We'll go over them quick. The Gilt that comes in the ring is in the pink shirt over here. You know, just looks like a brood salad. Maybe doesn't wow you in any one area, but man, she's square built and she's sound. She's very comfortable. She's very correct. I say doesn't wow you. Doesn't just, you know, she isn't the stoutest featured one we find, yet she's good as far as the shape at the top side of her skeleton. She's square coming and going. I think one that's awfully fault free and really going to do a lot of good things as we continue to go forward in her career. The one that comes right here in front of me, the young lady in the multicolored shirt, the lighter colored Gilt, you know, she's the most different one that you get on top of her, just as far as, you know, her head shape and the way she goes forward. But from there back, just the shape when you get on top of and outside of the back of her shoulder, she's very good there. She's very fresh. She's very appropriate. She's big in it. She's stout when she goes away. Again, you ask yourself, is she as heavy skeleton as some? No, but I think she's got some awfully neat pieces. The young lady in the long sleeve pink shirt here has another one that's very fault free from the side. We talked about her comfort level. We talked about just her look and her build. Again, she gives up some, but well, you still have to appreciate just for the way she's put together. And then the young lady in the black shirt, she does have the dense stout one that's left in the ring. You do have to appreciate she carries just more flash. One again, that she's stout featured and she's bold. She's maybe not quite as good when she comes right at us, but I think that's one that's awfully good in the way she's put together. As it comes back to it, there's 4 Gilts that are very high quality and Gilts that we like an awful lot. I guess for us, and as we talk about them, and ultimately, in my mind, the one that brings the most different parts and pieces without giving us a whole lot of trouble, one that is definitely different from the others that are in the ring, and yet it's still really neat to watch this one come together, the pieces that she brings. Young lady right here in front of me is going to be reserved.
Congratulations to Hadley Reeves of Hamilton with your reserve champion middleweight division. Now we're going to move on to our heavyweight division. Wayne, you want to go and tell us about the sire?
Well, before we do that, the reserve, Hadley's, was congratulations again to the Work of Art 13-2 and also the breeder Schubert Show Pigs out of Illinois. Congratulations.
Now we're moving on to our heavyweight division. That's classes 9 through 12 for our champion and reserve champion heavyweight division selection. Got classes 9 and 10 out here. Now moving on to classes 11 and 12, pulling those other 2 out, and then we should be ready to start evaluating these animals here, Wayne.
So as they've let out already 9, that one's bred by Born This Way. The breeder is Kate Frankowiak. And then we have in class 9, that one is sired by, class 10, that is. Art of the Deal, 12-5. And then class 11 is
like you said, we want to
Day,
congratulate these kids in this division. These are big stout Gilts, and we got a decision to make here first, and then we've really got a decision to make for who's going to be reserved through amongst a bunch of them. I think they're all awfully good, but there's one that hit us hard. We're not going to beat around the bush. Young lady out of last class going to win this division.
Case and card out of your class 12, and they were very high on that one in class, and we had a feeling that they were going to maybe use her for the heavyweight division the way that Mr. Olson kind of talked to her in class.
So congratulations to Casey Card for having the champion heavyweight division. The sire of her gilt was Rocco, ROCCO, 112-7, that is, 112-7. And congratulations to the breeder, Gleason Livestock out of Kansas, for the champion heavyweight division champion. And if you've just now joined us, they are making the decision for the reserve champion heavyweight division, and they're conferring. Upon completion of naming their reserve champion heavyweight division, they will then bring out all three division champions and name the champion Duroc gilt, followed by the reserve champion Duroc gilt. And the champion has won not only a banner but also a $10,000 scholarship, and then that exhibitor will go on tomorrow afternoon for the Supreme Drive and compete for the overall Supreme Champion, which the Supreme Champion gets an additional $5,000. So what a great job of San Antonio of gathering these scholarships together. Looks like I think they've made their decision on the reserve heavyweight division here.
We take a little extra time on this reserve in this division, and I'll explain to you that something I probably don't need to, that this decision's awfully important. But first, I want to say that these are four very, very high-quality gilts. We've seen through these divisions, these kids have brought very, very good red gilts, and if you read my bio or know anything about me, this is something that gets me fired up, and just studying them and seeing how they fit together in their different parts and pieces, and then bringing them in and calling them show pigs, but then going back and making them red sows and how we're going to do it. So it's a lot of fun. It's awesome to talk about. There's honestly, they're all in contention. It comes down to a couple of discussions, and between us when we're talking, where are you going to be as far as what do you want to get, and what are you capable or just willing to be okay with. And I think there's one out here that when she comes through the pen, her presence is unparalleled of almost any of them that we see. She's very, very good. As you step off and you study this one from the side, she's out there when she goes away. I told Kyle, though, I've never seen her step outside of her skeleton, and I think the sum of all the rest of it is so good. She pushes our champion hard. She gets pushed hard by what would be third and fourth in this particular division. I just think there's one out here that's awfully good. Young lady right here in the purple is going to be reserved.
Congratulations to Ryan Breimer of Atascosa County 4-H. She is your reserve champion, heavyweight division winner. Now we're going to bring all the champion and reserve champions of all three divisions out here and select our grand reserve, third, fourth, and fifth overall. Duroc gilt.
Yeah, congratulations to Ryan on exhibiting the reserve champion heavyweight division. The breeder of that one, of her gilt, was Born This Way, 45-4. And congratulations to Cade Frankowiak for being the breeder of that particular gilt.
Bringing our lightweight champion out here right now. Followed by our middleweight champion. And our heavyweight champion. This is going to be fun, Wayne. Now we narrowed down to 3 hogs here.
Absolutely. As they're looking at these hogs, just to kind of give some history for the Durocs. Last year, the champion Duroc was exhibited by Olivia Longcrier, and the sire was Work of Art 13-2. The breeder was Travis Platt, and our reserve champion last year was Hailey Hunter. And also the sire was Work of Art 13-2, and Olson Farms out of Illinois bred that.
And those were our last year champion and reserve champions,
Yes,
correct?
absolutely.
Gotcha. All right, man. We've got 2 of our 3 out here. The third one's ready to rock and roll. Here we go. There's one I think he's very, very high on. He talked about this one all day long, and it'll be curious to see if this is the one he uses. But I've got one I think he's going to use. I'm not going to say it on the mic because I don't want to look like an idiot out here. But I'm pretty sure that there's one out here that I think he's going to use, and I'll be honest about it once he selects his champion overall. If it's the one I thought it was,
He sure talked that one awful high.
yes, and he didn't take long to pick it for the division champion either.
No, he
so
didn't.
If those of you who've been listening, you probably know which one I'm talking about. But they're all 3 very uniform. There's definitely a size difference between the 3, obviously, because you start off the day with a 200-pound hog and end the day with a 350-pound hog. There's a potential of 150 pounds difference in these hogs.
And to be honest, probably 365 with the 15 pounds.
15-pound way back, yeah, exactly. They don't have to be as long-necked as I thought they needed, as I thought they would be. You know, they're clean-fronted for sure.
Sure.
I'll tell you, all 3 of them.
They're a little bigger skull.
They are a little bigger skulled, and I'll tell you, all 3 of them are very wide at the chest. So
We get our 3 divisions back
Here we go.
together, and we've talked about it the whole time. You can't stress enough the kids and how hard they work. These 3 and all the kids back at the pins that have shown a red gilt. It's been a pleasure to work through them. They've been courteous. They've been prompt and on time. They brought a very, very good set of gilts, and it's been a whole lot of fun to work through. I think we're going to have some things to talk about as we work through your top 5, and just like we did through your divisions. We get these 3 out there all, as we talked briefly, all very, very good pigs. I think there's one that has done it to a heavier weight. There's one that is very, very good for as big and stout and bold as she is. She still handles it. She's correct and she's comfortable. She's the right kind to win for us today. Young Ladies Heavy's going to be your champion.
and that's the one I thought.
Yeah, me too. I wasn't going to say either. Congratulations to Casey Card from Ellis County with the overall champion, and also congratulations to Gleason Livestock out of Kansas for breeding that hog. Again, the sire of that one was Ralco 112-7.
And now we bring our second place heavyweight division out here, which was our reserve, and now we're selecting the Reserve Supreme overall Duroc Gilt here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo, the Purebred Gilt Show, and it is 2025. For those of you who don't know what year it is like I do. It's flown, 2024 flew by, and 2025 is proving to be even faster. And let's hear what Mr. Olson has to say here for the reserve selection.
We'll continue to work through these, and we had a quick visit there, but I just want to continue to reiterate these are awfully competitive. You've pushed the limit on these and yet kept them right. I think there's another one that was awfully close. She pushed our champion. She beat some really, really good ones in a very, very tough division. I think this one has a tremendously bright future. Young Ladies Reserve Heavy is going to be a reserve.
The Reserve Heavy is going to be your Reserve Supreme overall Duroc Gilt. Congratulations to that exhibit. And who is that, Wayne? Ryan Breimer of Atascosa County 4-H.
Yeah, congratulations to Ryan on her reserve champion Duroc, and the sire of it was Born This Way 45-4, and congratulations to the breeder of that one, Cade Frankowiak out of Texas. Great job, guys.
Now we're moving on to our third, fourth, and fifth overall selection of our Duroc Gilts here today. And then at the conclusion of the Duroc breed, for those of you who want to know what we do next, we're going to do the Landrace breed. There's only 2 classes of Landrace Gilts here today, and then followed by the Landraces and the selection of the champion and reserve champion overall Landrace. We're going to move on to the Hampshires, purebreds. And there's only 2 classes of Hampshires as well.
1 o'clock.
Yeah. I have it on here. 1 o'clock.
Oh, you have it? Oh, okay. Well, if you have
Well, welcome back, everybody. We just finished lunch break. Everybody's got a full belly. Hope everybody tuned in does too. We've concluded all 12 classes of the Durocs, followed by the champion and reserve champion selection of the overall Duroc, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. And now we're moving on to our 2 classes of Landraces. Both classes, a total of 27 in the first class and 24 head in the second class. Weight ranges on that first class, Wayne, are from 200 and 266. And that would be class number 13 for those of y'all tuning in, but it is our first class of Landrace of the day of 2 total classes.
Looks like we've already got one in the pen here, so that's a good start for this Landrace show. As Landon said, we had a really good Duroc show this morning. Total of 12 classes and a total of a total of almost 400 head, and that's out of we had well over 1,300 that showed up here at San Antonio for the junior purebred gilt show. So
did you ever find out how many showed up for the crossbred show at all? Did you ever hear?
You know, I will get those numbers. I'm waiting to get them back. So, yes, I'll share with our audience what we had in crossbreds as well.
So the Landraces, should go pretty quickly today. That being there's only 2 classes of Landrace. Then we're going to follow that up with 2 classes of Hampshires.
Yeah, and total 51 head, to be honest, in the Landrace show.
Yeah, and that makes up less than 2 classes of the Durocs. And then we're going to conclude the day with the Berkshire breed. And there are 9 classes, so that could take a little bit of time. And we're just doing a lightweight division and a heavyweight division for the Berkshires versus doing the light, middle, and heavy of the Durocs. And that's all based on numbers of head that showed up today.
Sure, and the only other division that they are doing besides the Durocs and the Berkshires are the spots.
Oh, no Chesters?
No, just the spots tomorrow is what I was been told. And they'll have 2 divisions just like they're doing in the Berks.
Well, what I'm excited about, and this all came about last year, for those of you who maybe tuned in last year or didn't tune in last year, they implemented the Hereford breed last year, and that was really fun to watch, and I know they have it again this year again as well, Wayne.
Yes, it's not at a scholarship level at this time yet, but it is. They are going to be showing for some premium money at this point. We don't know the amounts yet. We probably will know more as it comes to us tomorrow, but currently it's just that there will have some premium money for the champion, reserve, and 3rd, 4th, and possible 4th overall for sure. There might even be 5th. I'm not sure based on the numbers.
Well, going back to this first class of Landraces, that being class number 13, looks like we have 3 pinned back so far. There are 3 in the big arena for a secondary sort. For those of you just tuning in, they're going to go to the initial judge, as you can see on your screen. And if he points straight ahead, that means you're going to get weighed and pinned for a chance at a top 10 placing spot. If he points to his left, it'll go to the secondary judge. And that judge will either point straight ahead and you'll go into a big arena to be judged for a secondary evaluation after the first initial sort, or if he points to the left, you go back to your pen. This is not a terminal show, so you get to take your animal home with you and take it on to other gilt shows around the state, or if you have a Lake County show, you can also take them there if they allow gilts to be shown at that county level.
So the Landrace, just like the Durocs, are going to be competing for a $10,000 scholarship as well upon the completion of the second class of Landrace. The champion will receive that and then go on, just like the Duroc. The champion will go on into the Ring of Champions to compete for the overall Supreme and Reserve Supreme overall categories. However, in the Supreme will get an additional $5,000. The Reserve Supreme gets some nice awards and also a nice belt buckle as well, but no additional money into that. You know, it has happened once that a Reserve received the Reserve Supreme champion, so they were without a scholarship, and so San Antonio was nice enough to go in and award some additional awards to be given out for that Reserve Supreme Grand. So that was nice of them. They're always constantly trying to make and improve this show and make it better and better all the time, and we really appreciate their hard work and the foresight of seeing these things as they progress and as they continue to grow. You know, the total scholarship amount has been for this Junior Gilt show is a total of $85,000, which is a great amount of money that's given in scholarships for just the Junior Gilt show alone. So they've done an outstanding job of putting this together.
So I went below, Wayne, and just to go see what the numbers look like down there. We have a total of 10 pigs already, so that makes up the 10 placings, and looks like they're still going to bring a few Landrace back. The young man with the glasses is going back to get weighed here. And I think that'll bring 11, make it to 11 hogs.
Which is really good when you figure the percentage.
Yeah, exactly. That's almost half the class.
Yes, almost half. Not quite.
Not quite. More like a third. Well, no. How many do we have? 27 head is what I told you. Yeah, 27 head. So almost half, give or take a few. He's going to send these exhibitors onto their pens, and what we're going to do from here on out in this class, they're going to pull them out one at a time. And if they really like your hog, they're going to send you back to your holding pen. That means you are on the top end of your class, and they're going to hold you and then place from the bottom up. For those of you just tuning in, our lead judge today is Mr. Blaine Olson from Elkhart, Illinois. He's a Duroc breeder, corn and soybean farmer, and commercial hog operator. Him and his wife Christy have 5 kids: Braden, Kelton, Luke, Coley, and Rice. He judged and graduated from Lakeland College and Western Illinois University. Our secondary judge is Mr. Kyle Knaut from Milford, Illinois. He's a show pig producer and boar stud owner. His wife Ellen and him have 2 boys, Colton and Knox. Colton is 8 and Knox is 5. He got his Associate of Science at Lakeland College, Bachelor's and Master's in Animal Science at University of Illinois. His hobbies and interests include showing livestock with his family and watching Fighting Illinois athletics. We want to welcome both these guys from Illinois, both big-time Illinois fans of all sports. And looks like he already has one young man pinned back for the top end of the class here. And he still has a total of about 8 more to go through, give or take 1 or 2. But they really like your hog. You want to make sure that initial, for those of you who are showing today and tomorrow, or maybe even at a barrow show, when you come into that holding pen, you want to make sure your animal's moving and set up and ready to go, because just like impressions, first impressions make a big difference in the rest of the conversation or whatever you're doing in life. That first impression, you want to make sure you make it loud and proud and give them all the angles to look at so they get a good evaluation of your hog coming right out of the gate. Because once you get your initial evaluation, you get put in with all these other hogs, and they may not come back to you for a little while. So you want to make sure it's a very memorable first impression coming out of that gate in the holding pen. And that's what makes showmanship so important, Wayne.
Oh, it is. And you knowing the aspects as an exhibitor, that when you're working with your animal and you're working with your county agent or your ag teacher or other parents that are helping with the project of giving advice and guidance and that, is talking about, okay, what is the strengths of my animal? What are all the strengths? What are maybe some aspects that aren't quite as good? Because let's face it, a pig is not 100% perfect in all areas. So by knowing that, is you show all those good points at all times, and that's where a good showman comes in. Is you don't want to show some obvious of trying to hide those weaknesses. You want to just make sure you always keep showing those positive points.
And the way I look at it too, Wayne, pigs are just like headwear. They're trends. We have certain trends that are kind of more what I'd call the here and now, and then trends change back to old trends or newer change, meaning, like they might want more muscle that year as a judge, or they might want them more fluid in their motion, structurally correct, things like that. But, as a whole, when we make changes, we've always tried to make them for the better, and I've seen that in our industry. The changes that we make aren't drastic changes anymore. It's just what I call tweaking of an animal. And what you may like in a hog, Wayne, may be a little different than what I like in a hog, and right now it's based on Mr. Olson and Mr. Knaut on what they would like in a hog for today and tomorrow.
Well, it seems like the trends aren't quite as extreme as they were back in the 70s and even in the 80s. I mean, we had all kinds of Rayleigh-looking hogs with no capacity and really narrow base. And it seems like in the last, 15 years or so, we've kind of kept a semi-consistent pattern for the most part. And just like you mentioned, just some tweaks here and there of personal opinions and little trends that maybe is a little more emphasis. But as far as being way out there like I saw in the 70s and 80s, I don't see that extremity.
Oh yeah, and it goes to show you on the feed products that we have nowadays versus what y'all had in the 70s and 80s, and how many feed companies now make it easy for a beginner showman to get out there and just kind of get the initial start and understanding of, okay, I need to put more depth of body in my hog. Here's what you feed them, and here's why you feed them that, because of the fat content. Or I need to put more muscle in my hog. You need to feed a higher protein, and they give you options within their feeds that would work for those specific reasons. Now, once you get more involved, it becomes a lot more fine-tuning, as I would say, percentage of this, percentage of that. But it's really leveled the playing field in a lot of ways, Wayne, with individuals, which has made the pig show so much more competitive nowadays as well.
It's kind of like an exact science. I mean, I feel like a lot of
like a chemistry set kind of thing, right?
Like a lot of nutritionists, I feel like, because like you said, in the feed additives, that they didn't exist in the 70s and 80s, and
you fed them corn or ground feed and slop, and if you had leftover eggs,
ground oats,
whatever you had available at the time, that's what you fed them, and you hope for the best kind of thing. Now it's just got
an additive for everything. It seems like.
Oh yeah, no, and Ivermectin goes a long way in a lot of regards, as we all very well know. Those of you listening know exactly what I'm talking about.
Looks like we've got 6 pinned back
for the top end of the class. Yeah, so those 6, and that's been pretty consistent with what they've been doing all day, at least in the Duroc breed. Now we're on a different breed, and they've kept that kind of consistent. They're spending a little bit more time trying to figure out where the bottom end of their class is here, and who to lead off with to round out the bottom of this class. And what they're going to do now is start placing from the bottom up here, potentially leaving 1 or 2 of these animals out here to compete with their top 6 individuals that they have pinned back here for a chance at those top spots, or top Landrace, I guess. Okay, they're looking through them right now. And he's having Kyle go ahead and place these. The bottom end, they're working together. Young lady in the blue was the first one that was placed. Young man.
And consistently, Kyle's been doing that, so that's kind of a little different than what we've seen. And I'm kind of glad it's happening, because it gives the secondary judge an opportunity to, kind of they confer some, and then the primary judge allows him to kind of place those based on their discussions.
Exactly. Going to go and place the young lady in the red next. She will be 9th place. I think top 10 get a ribbon to take home with them. Is that correct, Wayne?
That is true. They do get a ribbon, and that's why they place them all the way through 10th place, because, you know, they've worked equally as hard as those winners have, and they have something that they can take back with them that they have some bragging rights on, because to be in the top 10 is pretty impressive.
So young lady in the Paisley was 8th. Young man in the green and white stripe was 7th. And it looks like they're just going to keep those 6 that they initially pinned back for the top end of the class, and they felt pretty confident with those 6. That's where they need to be in, as the top 6. So they're not going to keep anything back from the bottom end here in this first class of Landrace, first class of 2 classes of Landrace. And what they're going to do is pull all 6 of them out at this point and place down up from 6 down to till they have a class winner. Once again, we started with 27 in this class, and now we're down to 6. Weight ranges were 200 to 266. So there's could be potentially a 66-pound difference between the lightest and heaviest in this class, which is quite a significant difference. But when it comes to a purebred Landrace, there's not a whole lot of Landrace breeders out there like there used to be back in the day, I feel like.
And they didn't. If you look at what they have out here in the top 6, there are some weight differences there, and you can tell it out here. We can see from ringside at the top here, there is definitely some differences in weight. So, you know, just because you were one of the heavier ones in the class doesn't mean you're going to get in the top then, which is, you know, they're looking for the best well-rounded breeding gilt in each class.
Exactly, and you look at this Landrace breed in general. For those of you who are new to the hog world, or you're watching a family member and maybe don't know anything about hogs or know a little bit about hogs, there's 2 breeds out there that look like this. There's Landrace and there's Chesters. They both look very similar in the hair color and the ear set, but there are a little bit of significant differences that make up a Chester versus the Landrace, and I'll kind of tell you a little bit about a Landrace breed. So the Landrace breed is white hogs with droopy ears. Landrace are the 5th most recorded breed of swine in the United States. Known as America's sow herd, Landrace females are heavy milkers and often farrow large pigs. Crossing well with other breeds, Landrace often possess length of body, high percentage of carcass weight, and the ham and loin an ideal amount of finish. So they always talk about Landrace being a rib longer, and that's what kind of separates them out from Chesters. They're a little bit longer made, kind of like a limousine. Not as compact as what some Chesters are. So,
but you know, it's funny, if you look at these in this drive, for example, they've through genetics and lots of
they've shortened them up a little bit.
They have really shortened them up.
You'd almost think some of these are Chesters out there, just to look. But you look at the ear set and how big. Landrace are known for having humongous ears. I don't know how they can see with that. That's like putting your hands over your face and trying to walk around. And there has to be a trust. We talk about showmanship being so important. There has to be a trust between the shower and the pig, knowing that you got my back and you're going to take me where I need to go. Like driving a car.
I bet their eyes blink a lot.
I'm sure. Well, they keep them closed the whole time. You can never really tell with those ears. Looks like they placed the young lady in the pink 5th. Young man in the multicolor shirt 4th, and now we're down to the top 3 in this first class of Landrace. Here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, this is the Purebred Gilt Show for those of you just now tuning in. And Wayne's done a phenomenal job this week or today especially, of making sure that we get the papers for you breeders out there who may be listening to wanting to know the sires and the breeders of these hogs in the top 2 of each class. They're down to their top 3, Wayne. Here in a bit, we'll talk about a little bit about the scholarships and the volunteers that come here. But they are down to their top 3 here in this first class, and both guys are doing a phenomenal job, Mr. Olson and Mr. Knaut, on making sure that they get the right pigs here. Young man is going to be 3rd place. Now we're down to the young lady in the purple and the young lady in the blue. The young lady in the purple is going to be 2nd, and the young lady in the blue and white striped shirt, she will be your class winner. Let's hear from Mr. Olson.
Congratulations to all the winners.
As we come back in our first class of Landrace, the young lady here at the far side is the one that we gravitate towards. And when you step back and you just compare her to the next few down, she overwhelms them as far as that, having her extras, having that stoutness, having the boldness and the power, and yet still handling, function on her hind leg. One that has a good presence in the ring, and I think just an awful nice place to start. We discussed some from there on down, 2, 3, 4, and on down the line. We landed on the young lady in purple's gilt to end in second. And I think she does, just as from a show gilt and a presence standpoint. You study this one when she comes at us. She's fresh. She's attractive from her blade forward. She's still got substance, and she still, gets out here and goes. I don't know that maybe she's quite as comfortable as the gilt ahead of her in class, but that's still an awfully good one. Again, elevated, neat in her look up front. One that's an awful nice place to be second in this class. This one gives up some pounds or just some size, and that doesn't take away from her, but one that maybe just doesn't have the horsepower of the two gilts ahead of her in class. You do have to appreciate the way she plants and goes and drives. She is better there when we study her off her rear to the gilt that's ahead of her in class. Again, I don't know that one was quite as neat as we studied her from there forward. When we bring back into it that she's not as big, just not as mature yet, and she's not quite as neat there. I didn't read her just to be quite as attractive when we studied there. The gilt that comes in forward is one that really will catch your eye, and she's one that where she's good or where she's different, she's really neat. If we're just going to single trait muscle, we're just going to single trait stoutness of feature, then this one runs her way to the top because she's really good there. I think when you step back and you start adding the totals, though, this one gives up some as far as just flesh and fill and just cover over the center part of her body. Gilt that just doesn't blend quite as good when we study her from the side. You flesh this one up and bring her back in 30 days, it'd be interesting to see where she might fit in because she's got a lot of the extremes that we talk about in this particular breed. The young lady's gilt that comes next, another one that you have to appreciate for being a big, stout, bold-featured kind of one that can handle it. Again, as we study this one from her blade forward, she falls down the line just a bit from me. She's not quite as attractive when we study up there. She's not quite as extended, not quite as neat up front. Young lady's gilt that comes next does have that advantage. She is a shot taller shoulder. It is a bit neater in the way she's put together. I thought she gave up some when she comes right at me as far as this, just the size and shape to her knee. She's not as big and bold in her front foot. Young lady does an awesome job. The next one coming out is one you have to appreciate when you talk about having a big forearm, a neat look to her. I just didn't know that she handled herself when we watched her go off her rear two. I got to make her use her hock better. I just got to get her to function more comfortably, clean her up in her joint as she goes away if we're going to move her any higher. We talked to the rest of them on down. The kids do an awesome job. We're after lunch. Let's fire them up. Let's give them a nice round of applause and tell them they're doing a good job.
Well, that concludes our first class of Landrace, that being class number 13 on the day. Moving now on to the second and final class of Landrace, followed by the Supreme and Reserve Supreme selection of the Landrace breed and gilts. In class number 14, our second class of Landrace, there are 24 head in this class. Weight ranges are 267 to 350, so there's a good little significant weight range between the bottom and the top end of this class, and that has to do with the number of swine that came here today for the Landrace breed. In our previous class, class number 13, I've got the placings for the top 10 individuals. I'm going to read off to you, and I hope I pronounce your name right. If I don't, I do sincerely apologize. In 10th place of class number 1 of the Landrace breeding gilts, we had Giannis Knotts. 9th place was awarded to Presley Pinnock. 8th place was shown by Clara Farrell. 7th place was shown by Cash McCamey. 6th place was awarded to McKinley Roden. 5th place was shown by Reese Mabry. 4th place went to Campbell Real. 3rd place was exhibited by Hunter Harris. 2nd place winner was Emily Martinez, and our class 13 and first class of Landrace Gilts of the day was awarded to London Bowman of Davenport FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals. Now moving on to the second and final class of Landrace of the day. Our lead judge today, for those of you just tuning in, is Mr. Blaine Olson, and our secondary judge is Mr. Kyle Canal. Want to welcome those two gentlemen from Illinois, and thank you for bringing a little cooler weather. It's going to get up to 80 today here in San Antonio. Overcast skies, so it's been kind of nice. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. They have these big fans here, and I'm not going to name the name of the fans, but they are very big fans for those of you who are aware of what they are called. They keep the dust down and keep us all cool in the barn and keep the pigs cool. So it's very, very comforting to come into a barn where the pigs aren't too hot. It's comfortable. They're not stressed out. It's stress-free environment, good family-friendly, good old time here in San Antonio. At the conclusion of this final class of Landrace, we're going to move on to the Champion and Reserve overall selection, the Landrace breed, followed by our two classes of Hampshire breeding gilts, purebred. These are purebred breeding gilts. As some of you know, this is as true gets when it comes to Hampshires. When you go to a barrow show, you may have Hamp appearing crosses, but in the purebred show, they have to be 100% purebred Hampshire. So it's very unique to see some of those. There's a lot of really good Hampshire breeders out there. I can name a couple off the top of my head, but want to tell them that I'm sure you'll hear their names as they come across with their Hampshires, because they're always very competitive wherever they go. But right now we're on the Landrace breed, and thank you guys for tuning in to Taylor Fort's podcast, for bringing us all a front row seat to the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show. My name is Landon Rohde, and I'm joined today by my co-host Wayne Rohde, and he's working on getting us some sires and stuff for these top two individuals from the last class. And it's a lot of fun to do this with my dad. We've been doing this, I guess, 3 years now. This is going on our third or fourth year.
This is the fourth year.
This is the fourth year. Wow. Time flies, I can tell y'all, but it's a lot of fun. It's a way for Dad and I to get out here and get to watch these kids show and work their tails off out here and have a good time and get to look at all these good high quality gilts. And then we'll be back for both waves of the barrow show for those of you who'll be tuning in for that. And it's just a lot of fun for us to come up here. And this is our way of giving back to these kids and giving you guys little play-by-plays and some information that some other places don't maybe give you. So that's what I do appreciate about Taylor Fort and his crew. And they literally, I'm watching these girls out here in the ring. For those of you who actually get to see the video, once we're actually showing in the big ring for placings, you're getting like a slow-mo video of them coming at you, going away. These girls are literally walking around with a camera and moving them, and it's super cool to watch them out there, and they're very good at it. And some of them, it may be their first time ever doing it, but I'm telling you, they make it seem like they've been doing it for years and years and years. So kudos to all these girls and gentlemen out here who are on the camera who are making this so good for us, and all the sponsors across your screen. If you know these people, tell them thank you, give them a warm welcome, and say you appreciate what they do to allow us to watch this from home if you can't be here at the stock show. So whether you're at home, at work, in the car, ordering fast food, whatever you may be doing today, thank you for tuning in to Taylor Fort's podcast of the Purebred Breeding Gilt Show here at San Antonio. Yes, it is year 2025, hard to believe, and it's flying by as fast as 2024 went, but we're happy it's here, and we look forward to a wonderful year in the stock show barn. Looks like they have 4 pinned back so far, 5 that I can see here for a chance at the top 10 spots. There are 4 animals in the big arena for a secondary sort, and the rest of them are going back to their pins. If they're going through secondary judge and he points to the left, you actually go back to your pins. This not being a terminal show, you get to take your animal on to other major shows that have gilt shows, or if you have a Lake County show, you're able to usually take those if they allow gilts to show with barrows or they have a gilt show. Once again, class number 14, which is our second and final class of our Landrace. For those of you tuning in, there's 24 head that we started with. 267 to 350 is the weight ranges on this class. 350 is the maximum you can weigh coming into San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show. There's no
that's
bottom
what
end.
You can turn in.
That's what you can turn in.
You
Yeah.
have a 15-pound weigh back on that.
Yes, correct. But you cannot weigh coming in here. 350 is the max.
Yeah,
I guess
as far as what you can turn in.
technically what you can weigh on the scale is you come across the scale, like Wayne's saying, you can weigh up to 365 pounds.
Yes, and you're not disqualified on the lie down, so that doesn't come into play like it does in the barrow show. As they're looking at these pigs out in the main arena there, looks like they picked a couple extra ones there. At the conclusion of this class here, then they'll go ahead and pick the champion in reserve, champion Landrace, which the champion will receive $10,000. And it's as far as what San Antonio does on the scholarships for the junior breeding gilt show itself, it brings in they give out $85,000 in scholarship money, and that's quite an accomplishment to think that, this started in 1997 was the first scholarship that the breeding gilt show started to receive, but San Antonio didn't give really any scholarships until about 1984. And at that particular time, it was only 15 total scholarships, totaling a total dollar amount of $90,000. Since the inception of that, they have given out in the excess of $267 million.
And that was as of last year. So you think
as of this year.
As of this year?
Yep. It was $255 last year.
$267 million. That would be the winning lottery ticket as far as I'm concerned. And then we got to thank the people, the sponsors and the donors who help make that possible for these kids to continue their showing career or take that on as scholarship money to further their education after high school. I think we have enough, Wayne, to make a class of 10, I believe. When you think about 10, that's almost, that is literally almost half of the class. There's only 24 in the head in this class, so you keep 10 back. That's, 4 off of the class? If my math is correct there?
Yeah, I mean, it's this Landrace, even though it's a small breed show, it's got a lot of depth of quality.
I was thinking the same thing, especially once you get in those top 4 and 5. Especially you look at the last class. I looked at them and I was like, man, you're literally having to, split hairs between some of these, and just they all look so similar in kind and makeup, and I don't know if they're all related somehow, whether it be a boar stud or the breeding line, but they were very similar. You'd almost think some of them were litter mates out there. I never had a chance to look at the ear notches, but we're up here in the crow's nest. I don't know for those of you who are aware of this, we're about 12 feet up off the ground, looking down on everybody, so we have a bird's eye view. It's pretty cool and get to see kind of everything. And those of you who are coming up for the barrow show or later on tomorrow for the conclusion of the Purebred Gilt show, they have redone the ring. It is a lot bigger. And
there's no reason that they can't get a good the kids won't get a good evaluation because it's a nice sized ring.
I mean, Dad, you could put 20-something hogs in there and it wouldn't be crowded.
No,
you have plenty of room to run around. And what's even cooler, y'all, for those of you who've been, they have brand new grandstands too, and it's like stadium seating, like all the way around the entire building. So, really cool. Allows people to sit in comfort if you're here at the stock show, and gives them a fair opportunity to find a seat. So kudos to San Antonio for paying attention to stuff like that and making it better and more comfortable for all the viewers that are here supporting these kids.
Looks like they've gone ahead and let out the first 2 that they initially pinned on the initial sort, so they're going to do their second and total evaluation on these.
And what they're going to do, for those of you tuning in, they're going to pull them out one at a time. And if they really like your hog a lot, they're going to point at you, and you're going to go back to your pen for a chance at the top placings in this class. Landrace and Hampshire division should go pretty quick today, Wayne. So if you have somebody in the Hampshire show, be ready and be listening, because it's going to be here before we know it. So just like we were just talking about, Wayne, Mr. Olson just pointed at the young man in the black shirt, and he's going to go back to the pen for a top placing.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. The Hampshire I would have thought maybe the Hampshire breed would be a larger breed this year, especially. I think they might have had an extra class, maybe not. But it's just interesting to me. The Hampshire was the Supreme Grand last year.
You talk about depth of quality, though.
Yeah,
it just takes
deep.
one really, really, really good one, though, I'll tell you.
That Hampshire last year was really one good young lady, I can tell you.
Well, and I'll tell you, too, based on, we're on the Landrace breed, and there's not as many Landrace and Hampshire breeders out there that breed for purebred Landrace and Hampshires, but the quality that they produce, those breeders, you guys and girls do a phenomenal job. So keep doing what you're doing, because it definitely shows once they get out there in the show ring. And as breeders, we know that you can only do so much. You can get the pig the right genetics. You can raise it up to a certain weight, but after that, it's up to the kid. You put your faith in your animals in somebody else's hands, and these kids here do a phenomenal job, and you'd be proud of every single one of them if you have one of these land races out here today, or any breed for that matter that we've seen so far. You'd be proud of what they've done with these livestock projects. So they are all in very good hands for you breeders out there who may have some showing today and tomorrow. Looks like they have 4 pinned back so far for the top end of the class, and they've gone up to 6. I've seen them even have 8 before, but it just depends on the depth and quality of the class. As of right now, they're stuck with 4, and they have 2 or 3 more to pull out of the initial holding pin here. And they may just keep 4. It just depends the depth and quality in the class. Looks like the young man in the red's going to get pinned back. He'll be the 5th one pinned back so far, meaning they've pulled 11 total pigs from this class from the initial sort. 10 placings will get a ribbon, but they will place all 11 here. So now they're kind of conferring, like, okay, I think we're ready for the buttons. Let's go ahead and start placing from the bottom up to the top. Young lady in the black and white shirt is going to be 11th. Excuse me, 10th. No, 11th. I apologize. One young lady was hiding in the corner over here. I didn't see her. So now we're down to our top 10. We're going to place 10th down to 6th. Then we have 5 pinned back for the top end of the class. And there may be a chance he leaves 1 or 2 of them out there to compare them to the ones he's already pinned back here. Young lady in the black shirt was with the purple bow. She was 10th place. Young lady in the red and white or maroon and white paisley shirt was 9th place. Young lady in the black shirt is going to be 8th place. Young lady in the white is going to be 7th. And they're going to leave this young man out here and compare his hog to the other 5 that have been back, which is good because the guys were like, hey, maybe this guy can shake a lick at our top 5 that we have pinned back here, and he may fit in well and maybe actually get to move up some placings. I've seen that happen where that pig has gone from what it would have been 7th place up to 2nd or 3rd place, and in the very rare occasion, move up to 1st place. And that goes to kudos to that young man for showing his tail off. Tell him to kind of hang out for a little bit and let your pig rest so that way he can get an equal amount of rest just like these other 5 have. That goes to show you the awareness of the judges here. Like I said, I wish y'all could see these young ladies on these cameras right now. They're moving around the ring as much as these kids and pigs are, trying to get you guys a good action shot of these pigs coming out and going away, and supporting these kids and giving a fair shake to everybody, so you get to watch your kiddo or individual get to be on TV. These kids are famous today on Facebook and Taylor Podcasting and the San Antonio Livestock Show website, so you kiddos are famous and didn't even know it. Now we've got all 6 top individuals out here. This is our last and final class of Landraces. For those of you who just tuned in, this is our 2nd. And Wayne, you have the sires for the top 2 placings of the last class.
Yes, sir. I just finally got them in. That was a class 13, our first class of Landrace, and our class winning gilt was sired by Sober Up 5-6, and the breeder of that gilt was MT Hart Livestock out of Texas. Congratulations to the breeder of this class-winning gilt. Our second place in that same class was sired by Wildcat 17-9, and the breeder of that gilt was Porter Livestock out of Indiana. Congratulations to the Porter Livestock Group as well. You know, as we watch the judges evaluate this last class of Landrace, you know, you can look around and you can kind of see some of it on your screen, but you know, this whole show could not go on without. There's no way they could ever make it financially feasible without the volunteers that devote their time, give up their vacation time to come here and work for free, or just take off and take without pay to come and help out. And you know, to make this thing work, it takes 7,000 volunteers that spend countless hours in preparation and, you know, helping throughout the weeks of this livestock show. And so we commend all of our volunteers and thank them for all their devoted service that they provide here at San Antonio. You know, another thing the stock show provides is it helps in the economic side. It basically impacts the economics of up to $330 million annually, and it also creates over 4,000 jobs. That is jobs such in the retailers, the staff, concession, and events. So it's a lot of people are involved when it comes to everything running on all 8 cylinders here at San Antonio.
Looks like we have our placings here. Young man, the red is going to win your class, and let's hear from Mr. Olson on his remarks on the class.
Well, lots of shapes and sizes here, just differences in them, and they come in a lot of parts and pieces and things to talk through. We realize that they are Landrace gilts and want to keep them going, but want to get them talked about and want to get them right as well. I'm pretty comfortable with this top 2 and top 3 that they're in the right spot and they're the good kind. The young man's going to win the class, and this one's just different than the rest of them. And once you get past the fact that she's not as big as some of them from a quality standpoint, I think this one's awful good. She's appropriate when we study her from the side. She's as good as any when we talk about the build and just design and comfort of her front third and her look. She's awesome when we get her from a 3/4 angle and that one gets out in motors. It all just kind of fits together. Nice place for the young man to start. The gilt that ends up in second, we lost, looks like a show gilt as well. She's not quite as good when she comes right at us in her front knee. I'd fix her just a bit in the way she blends in her ham loin, but that one's got shape, she's got power, she's got muscle. She still handles her hind leg awful well. Again, still looks like a show gilt to this heavier weight when we take her on down. The young lady that comes in third, Kyle and I talked several times about this one, just being very functional in the way she's put together. Another one that's not just going to wow you from a feature standpoint or just blow you away when you take her to the surface, but man, it all fits together. She balances and she blends. She's comfortable and she's correct. She's better when she comes right at us than some of the gilts that are on down the line. A gilt that handles it also as she turns and goes away. Young man's gilt that comes next is good as far as her presence up front. She's elevated and she's neat in her look. You get on top of her and she does have shape. Again, when we step off and we talk about the hogs from the side, that one wants to come in when she comes at us. I thought this one got just a bit more short stepping off of either end of her skeleton. Gil has a good presence, has really good shape. Young man did an awesome job of getting that one driven. Compliments to him. Young lady comes next in a similar kind of story. You love this one's feature, her density and her mass. When she comes right at us, she's not as good in her knees. She's not as good in the way she wants to hit the surface up front. I'd clean that one up just a bit there at her crest. From there back, again, big, bold, and powerful. That one's got a big kind of hind leg working in her. Young man's going to bring us the next one. Again, to sound like a broken record, we just need to clean this one up when we study her there from her blade forward, make her just a shot better in the way her front foot and knee wants to hit the surface. I didn't think she had maybe quite as much feature when we studied her there in her forearm and her blade. A good class of Landrace. The kid's doing an awesome job. We talked to those ones that are headed back on down the line. Let's put our hands together and congratulate the kids.
Well, that concludes our last and final class of Landrace. Only 2 classes, so it goes pretty quick, y'all. Now we're moving on to the champion and reserve champion overall selection of our Landrace Purebred breeding gilt. Placings on that last and final class number 14. 10th place went to Haskell Horitz. 9th place was awarded to Camry Tate. 8th place was exhibited by Riley Langford. 7th place went to Megan Switzik. 6th place was shown by Dylan Hatcher. 5th place was awarded to Brakely Brattleboro. 4th place was exhibited by Haston Hunter. 3rd place was shown by Shelby Carter. 2nd place went to Cole Kate. And our last and final class of Landrace Purebred breeding gilts, 1st place was awarded to Kingston Tucker of Whiteface FFA. We are now fixing to judge for our champion and reserve champion Supreme Landrace overall breeding gilt, bringing both first places out, and we're going to come away with a champion and reserve champion. Good luck to these individuals, and we're about to rock and roll.
As we come back out here for our Chester drive, we knew it was going to be close. We knew it was going to be a competitive just decision between the 2 class winners. We get them back out, and I think they fit together awfully well. You bring them together, and there's one of them that just has a shot more everywhere. She's a shot bolder when she comes at us. She's a shot bigger when we study it in her arm. She's so functional, so incredibly good in the way she wants to handle her hind leg. She's maintained comfort. She's got just everything plus a little more, and yet handles it oh so well. Young young lady out of our first class is going to be your champion.
Class 13 was champion, right, Kevin? What? Class 13 champion.
I guess. Hey, if I get a please in there.
Okay, so you have it as our champion Landrace. It came out of Class 13. The sire was Sober Up, 5
Not larger numbers, but ultra competitive. We'll talk about another one, and then we'll work through them. But we dropped that second in, and that was one we talked about in class to be very good where she's good. One that's a very high-quality animal. I think there's one here that just kind of reaches a little further in a place or two, and she's wearing down on us. But, man, when we saw her fresh and she was ready to go, and the benefit of not having to just drive back-to-back, she's still a high-quality gilt. Young man right here is going to have your reserve.
Well, there you had it. Out of Class 14, the first place there received the reserve champion honors. I wish I still have not received the sire or the breeder information on Class 14, but I will share that with you listeners as soon as I get it. Again, the champion was sired by Sober Up 5-6. The breeder of that was MT Hart Livestock from Texas. Congratulations to them breeding the champion Landrace here at the 2025 Landrace Junior Gilt Breeding Show.
And you talk about these kids, Wayne, and good kids, and so the young lady who was champion, I've judged her in some showmanship deals. I never really knew who she was, but she's always done very well, and I've watched her show, and she was one of those kids too, Dad, that just a good person. You could see her out there. She was competitive. She knew when to turn it on and off, and was very courteous to the other exhibitors out there. So I can just speak on behalf of the person who ended up winning and the ones that was reserved. They're both great kids, and I wish them best of luck down the road. And this is one of those things where you talk about hard work does pay off, and it did for both these two and everybody involved here. So congratulations to all those Landrace exhibitors.
Yeah, even though that there were only 2 classes of Landrace, if you watched the entire Landrace show, it was very deep. I mean, maybe not as many in numbers, but the depth of quality was very deep in this breed. I mean, they were keeping, and a lot of times, keeping more than 10. They were keeping 12 or in those numbers, and the classes were 24 to 27. So I mean, just really a deep set and very consistent quality all the way through.
Absolutely. Now that we're done with the Landrace, we're moving on to our Hampshire breed, which, like I spoke earlier on this Purebred Breeding Gilt show, we only have 2 classes of Hampshire Gilts here, and I'm sure the depth of quality is going to be really good. And like you said, Wayne, the supreme overall breeding gilt from last year came out of the Hampshire breed.
Yeah, in fact, that one exhibitor, actually, I was looking back on the history on that. There was one exhibitor that had the champion and reserve Hampshire, and they were litter mates out of the same litter.
It's amazing, just because in a litter you could have 3 or 4 or 5 that turn out, and you don't know which one's going to be the best one. And
well, in fact, if I think on back on it, there was actually several in that litter that were in the top end. I mean, must have been one consistent litter.
Yeah, I hope whoever that breeder was, they kept that sow.
I bet they did.
So we're moving on to class number 15, which is our first class of Hampshire breeding gilts. There are 32 total head in this class, and the weight ranges are from 200 to 262, so there could be a potential of 62-pound difference between the bottom of the class and the heaviest in this class. Which 62 pounds for a breeding gilt, that could be a big, drastic change in weight there, and size. 62 pounds is a lot when you go from 200 to 262. But one way to look at it too, y'all, if you say you're the lightest in the class, when you're out there in the show ring, don't go show next to a hog that weighs 60 pounds heavier than you do, because then you'll look that much smaller. It's like me. I'm 5'10". If I stand next to somebody that's around my height, we look pretty similar in stature and everything else. But if I go stand next to Shaquille O'Neal, who is 7'1", I'm going to look like a midget out there. So your best bet is to keep
Tiny
the difference.
Tim.
Tiny Tim, exactly. So the best thing is make sure you show your angles, the good attributes about your hog. Say your hog is really wide base, but maybe not as much rear end, or walks not quite as wide from behind. You want to try to avoid the judges from seeing the rear end as much as possible. Show them the good qualities of what you have. No different than me. I like to think I have a pretty smile, so I'm going to smile as much as I possibly can versus somebody seeing the back of my head if I can. Just look at it that way, and it'll help you in your showing career as well. We have 4 in the big pen right now. I don't see anything pinned back, but I'm pretty sure there might be at least 1 or 2.
You know, if you're an exhibitor as a listener to our show, one of the things that, just to keep in mind is if you are not lucky enough to get pinned, from the initial sort, when you get into the big ring area, be sure and just relax with the animal, brush on it some, and just let it rest, because you'll have a second opportunity. And there's been many opportunities. We even had it this morning, one of the Duroc shows, where one was pulled and ended up being in the top 10. So I've seen it even go in the top 5. I've seen it in the Barrow show here at San Antonio, where they were picked out of the big ring and ended up making the sale and making the top 5 or 6 depending on what class they were in. So it's important to kind of get that rest so you can turn up the heat when the judges come back out for the second evaluation of you.
We've got several of them out there in the big arena, Wayne, but nothing's really stood out to be pinned that I can see. Now, there might be a couple below us that are getting, I don't know if they're really, do they get classified down there? Since they have paper, they really don't get classified. They just show them their papers and I guess make sure that validation tag matches your papers, I'm sure.
I'm not sure on that. Of course, yes, you have the registration papers, but it could be now. In years past, they would have somebody down there that was actually part of the NSR that would actually, evaluate to see if they met all the criteria. But as far as I don't know if that's still happening.
That's more in the Barrow show. You have 4 classifiers in the Barrow show.
The Barrow show is a classification, yes.
Yeah. So all they're really worried about is making sure they're within 15 pounds of whatever their weight card says on the top end to make sure they fall within that weight criteria. I do see that we do have 1 in a holding pen so far, and there might be 2. It could get very interesting if they go through this entire class and they only have 2 pinned. A lot of these pigs that are out here in the big arena have a chance to make a top 10 placing here, Wayne. This is the first I'm seeing it this way.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. Maybe they're just trying to get their pattern set up.
Maybe so. Hampshire breed, they look a lot like a cross, and they used to be a very, very dominant breed back before the crosses ever came into being. Just just maybe not quite as much bone as the crosses do have when it comes to a purebred. Now, there are some freaks out there that do have tree trunks for legs, and we saw that last year. But as a whole, the breed, they used to be a very dominant breed back in the day, I felt like, back before we got crosses in there. Am I correct? Or
Oh yeah, no, the Hampshires and even the Durocs, they were in contentions, and we've got the Durocs back, really structurally sound, and they're very good quality in their breed. The Hampshires, of course, you don't have to go through a pedigree test like you do in some of the northern states and have to have papers. So a lot of these Hampshires, when you look into the barrow shows, are probably got more crossed up stuff in them, and purebred usually doesn't have an opportunity if they're actually pure out there, but they do classify into that purebred type show.
You talk about the Durocs coming a long way. I remember back when I was showing, and you remember this as a breeder, Wayne, of 50 plus years. I remember when PPLO was such a big deal back in the day, and how hard it was, and how so many Durocs used to have PPLO. Or you even saw once they brought the Pietrin in, the stress gene was such a big deal, and you'd have pig stressing all the time. You don't really see much of either one of those two things. We've either bred it out of them or figured out a way to keep it from constantly showing up as a dominant trait.
Well, especially on like the stress gene that you're talking about, all this testing occurs and everything, and I can't think of a lot during the barrow show last year here at San Antonio that we had much problems with that at all. So it has come a long ways.
And it looks like we only have 4 or 5 pigs pinned down. Now, I don't know if there's how many pigs are down left by the scales right now, Wayne, but he only has 4 that I can see right now that are actually pinned back for the top end or top 10 potential spot or placing, excuse me. So they're going to have to pull quite a few pigs out of the 5 total. So they're going to have to pull 5 pigs out of the big arena. So that gives these other individuals a good opportunity to maybe have a chance at a top 10 spot here. Top 10 placing. I keep saying spot. We're showing spots tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure y'all know what I mean.
Looks like the 6th one's coming, and let's say got it out of the ring.
I didn't. So there is 6 pinned back then. Okay, there is one more pinned back hiding back there. So they've got to pull at least 4 in this big arena. Young man in the green is going to get pinned. Guys are conferring right now. I don't know what they're talking about. They might be talking about fly fishing, for as far as I know. But I do know that they are looking at the pigs while they're doing it. So I'm pretty sure they're talking about the animals in the ring. They've actually pinned a couple more back. I think we're up to 8 now. I think we need a couple more. Young lady in the paisley is going to get pinned back. Once again, they're either talking about hogs or fly fishing. I'm not totally sure, but looking at the animals, they're probably talking about hogs here. What I love about these two guys, they work together so well in the sense of they talk things through, they look at the animals here, they're trying to make sure they have 10 here, so I think they still need 1 more if my math serves me correctly, and it's been wrong, but it's also been right. old joke I remember back in the day. Good dad joke. I'm a proud papa of a 10-month-old as of today. She is 10 months old today, and trying to catch up on my dad jokes. One of the old jokes that I heard from somebody, an old man, father of 3. He told me, guy goes in for an interview, and on his resume it says he's quick at math. The employer asked the potential employee, said, "Oh, it says you're quick at math here. What is 2 plus 5? And the guy says 47. The employer says, "Well, that's wrong." And the potential employee says, "Well, it said it was quick. I said I was quick, and that was quick." And got the job. Horrible dad joke of the day. We'll work on that. But I think we have 10 now, and they're just double checking to make sure that they have enough to make this class. 10 of these placings will get ribbons to take home with them. And I do think they have a couple more they need to pull. So what it tells me here, this class, there's a lot of hogs out here and a lot of ones that have good bits and pieces, but we know for a fact 4 of them they really liked. So the top 4 should be very, very, very good, and there might be on these other hogs that they're pulling up or sending back here. That there might just be more of, you look really good on the front 2/3, but your neck may not be as clean, or you don't walk as correct off your front feet. Little bits and pieces here, and these guys are doing a good job talking to these kids and telling them, hey, here's what I like about your hog, here's what I'd fix. Because like I've stated all day, this is not a terminal show. You can take these animals on to other shows, so them giving some advice and what they see in the hog will only better you in your ability to maybe make those corrections and have a good shot to do better at the next show. So we want to wish all these kiddos safe travels home that are getting out of the ring right now. And now we're going to move on to placing our first class of Hampshire Purebred Gilts. This is one of 2 total classes. Started with 32, now we're down to 10. Now they're going through and taking each one out one at a time here. They've already been these 2 young ladies back pretty quickly, the one in the red and the one in the blue. They really are high on those hogs, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be at the top end of your class. They're going to pull these individuals out now one at a time, evaluate them, and then pull the ones back that they think should be in the top end of the class here. And for those of you who just tuned in, you exhibitors, just know, it is so important. First impressions mean a lot. Coming out of that gate is so important because that's the time when that judge is locked in on just you. Once he has an initial look from you, you might get lost within all those other animals out there. So you want to make sure when you come out of that gate, you're ready to go because the judge has nothing but eyes on you. This young lady coming out right now, doing a great job setting that animal up so these judges can take a look at it. Looks like the judge has pinned 3 back for his top end of the class thus far and still has another 5 to sort through here. He's going to go and pin this young lady back as well. And she's one of the ones that came out of the big arena earlier. At the conclusion of this class, we're going to move on to our second class of Hampshire Gilts, purebred breeding Gilts. And there are only 2 classes here today. At the conclusion of the next class, we're going to judge for our champion and reserve champion overall, purebred Hampshire Gilt. And then we're going to follow it up with our last breed of the day, which is the Berkshire Gilts. And there are 9 total classes of Berkshires here today. And we're going to have a lightweight division champion and reserve champion and a heavyweight division champion and reserve champion. And how they did it with the Durocs was a little bit different. I think they've made some tweaks to how they're going to do it. This is all brand new, y'all. So they're trying to make sure that they do it right and do it well and give all these kids a fair shake. And so they kind of got together and said, okay, here's how we're going to do it, and they're going to make it look good and make it right for these kiddos. And that's all we can ask from these volunteers and people who help out at San Antonio, and they do a phenomenal job of being quick on their feet and doing great things. And that's what makes this show so special and the individuals who run it so special. We have now pulled 6 back for our top end of the class here. And just based on what they've done in this class, I have a feeling that now that they have them all out here, they'll probably place from the bottom up and then pull these other 6 individuals out for the top end of the class. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Sometimes that's what you like about a judge, and watching them all day, you can really watch their tendencies and what they do and kind of have a feel for what they're doing, and they're being consistent with what they're doing. The only time I think they deviate from that is when if you have what I call a broken class, where you have 1 or 2 really good ones and a bunch of pieces. That has not been the case at all. San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show is probably one of the toughest purebred gilt shows in the world, as far as I'm concerned, and the quality is so deep here. Because there's a lot of money that comes with this and scholarships. And you think about the champion and reserve champion of each breed. The champion of the breed gets a $10,000 scholarship. That's a lot of money going back to these kids to further their education one day. So there's a lot of money that comes with this, and that's thanks to all these sponsors and donors who help make this possible, and endowments. And not to mention the 7,000 volunteers that help out at San Antonio to make this show run and be as perfect as what it is. They went in and placed all these individuals here, and now they're going to pull out these other 6 individuals and place from 6 all the way to the top end of the class. And here we go. Young lady in the blue sweater was sixth place.
Still the first class, right?
We're down to our top three in this class, the first class of Hampshire Gilts of the day. And like I said, we have one more after this one. And looks like we're almost ready. He grabbed the mic like he kind of knows where he's headed here. Mr. Olson is going to place the young lady in the red third. Young lady in the black is going to be second, and the young lady in the blue will be your class winner. Let's hear from Mr. Olson and see what he has to say.
Didn't maybe send as many over at first, and Kyle sent quite a few, and we spent some time getting through them, but wanted to just get through these and get them right together and make sure that we line them up. But I can tell you one thing, at the top end, the top 2, 3, 4, that was pretty much the way it needed to be, in our opinion, and then they come back out and get on the big side, and I think we've got an awfully good pair, and of them, I think there's one here that is just a logical place to start. A breed where we talk about all the places we'd like to fix them, this one excels. She's good, she's square in her chest. She's got an awesome set to her shoulder, yet she's appropriate when you study her from her blade forward. Her elevation at the top of her shoulder is awfully good. She blends from there back, and then where she excels a lot of the others is what you watch her travel off her rear too. She's awfully good as far as her steps. She stays square, she stays comfortable. I think that's an awful good place to start. Young lady that comes in second brings us one that I think is very, very competitive as well. Another one that reads elevated. She reads good as far as her extension up front. I like this one when we get on top of her. Her spread and just how she reads out of the back of her shoulder. She turns and goes away, and she's got that boldness and power. I don't know that she's maybe quite as comfortable off of either end when we compare her to our class winner, but I'm not going to get real hard on her. I still think that's an awfully high-quality, kind of high-headed Hampshire Gilt that can function in this particular drive. The one that comes in 3 is the one that's probably the most out there in a place or two. When this one first comes right at you, that's a big square chest with an awesome blade laid in her. You get on top of her, that's a great big back with a good shape to it, and she's really fresh and appropriate there. She turns and goes away, and you have to appreciate that about her as well. When you bring her back in and you talk about, just build and look and where she fits with the two ahead of her in this particular class, I don't know that she balances and blends just quite as good. She doesn't come out as quite as good as far as the way her front foot hits the surface. I'd hinge her just a shot better. That's a Hampshire Gilt that someone's going to have a lot of fun with, because her parts and pieces are way, way different, I guess, than what you would see in the masses. Young man's Gilt that comes next is one that's very functional in the way she's put together. I don't know that she was just quite as big and bold when we got on top of her, but yet she reads heavy in her skeleton. She's comfortable in the way she goes. This one's got a good look to her up front. Again, we just stouten her, give her a shot more shape. Young man does an awesome job getting that one shown. The narrow belted Gilt that comes next is one, she's heavy in her skeleton. She's heavy duty when she comes to the ring. I thought she just got a little more upright off of either end. She just reads straighter and in her shoulder. She doesn't want to use her hind leg as good, but one, again, you have to appreciate her elevation and her look from the side. The Gilt that comes next is a big stout one. She's really opened up when she comes right at us. She's bold from there back. Again, another one we just fixed from when we get to the ground. She's not as big in her feet. She's not as big in her bone work. Awesome as far as body shape. Awesome when we get on top of her. Just like I said, we'd stouten her a bit at the surface. We work on down. High quality kind of class. These Hampshires were good. The top end's very, very competitive. Let's give these kids all a nice hand as they head back.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
Well, as they're sorting the Class 16 of our Purebred Hampshire, it being the second and final class of our Hampshire breed, I do have the results of the sires of Class 15, the first class we had. The first place Callie Sparks had was sired by Ice 54-1, and she's also the breeder of that. So she raised the entire litter. Congratulations. That's job well done. Our second place in that class, Molly Gowan from Kendall County, the sire of hers was Smoke Signal 255-3, and the breeder of her gilt was Savage Genetics out of Oklahoma. Congratulations to both of these breeders on a job well done.
Looks like so far we have 4 to 5 pinned back for a chance at a top 10 placing. Last class, I think they only pulled 5 or 6, and they had to go to the big arena and make sure they had enough in their class to make a class. And so that's what kind of took a little bit longer. There's a lot more just pieces in there, good hogs, but maybe not as a full, complete animal. Maybe they needed a little bit more muscle or more bone work, structure, little things like that play into those factors there from just deciding to pin them right off the back. This is our, like we talked about all day so far, there's only 2 classes of Hampshires, and we're on our final class of Hampshires here today. 33 total head in this class. Weight ranges are from 263 to 350. At the conclusion of this class, we'll bring the first place back out again, in both classes, and select our Supreme and Reserve Supreme overall Hampshire breeding gilt, followed by the Berkshire breed. Berkshire breed is our final breed we're going to judge today at the conclusion of the Hampshire show, which there are 9 total classes of Berkshires, followed by a lightweight and a heavyweight division champion and reserve champion. I'm going to go ahead and read the top 10 individuals from the last class of Hampshires. In 10th place, we had Kinley Davis. 9th place was awarded to Cody Vera. 8th place was shown by Gavin Juarez. 7th place went to Madison Hancock. 6th place was shown by Allison Metter. 5th place went to Tatum Harding. 4th place was exhibited by Shiner Westmoreland. 3rd place went to Markley Matthews. I hope I said that right, Markley. 2nd place was exhibited by Molly Gowan, and our class winner in our first class of Hampshire breeding gilts, purebred breeding gilts, was Kylie Sparks from East Central FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 exhibitors. Looks like this class might be a little bit deeper than the last class. We have a total of 7 to 8 pinned back so far. We only need 10 to make a class. So might be pulling 1 or 2 out of here. We're going to find out here shortly.
If you've just now joined us in this Hampshire, we're completing our last class, our second and last class of our Hampshire breed. On conclusion of this, that our judges will name our champion and reserve champion Hampshire gilt. The champion Hampshire will receive a $10,000 scholarship, which when this first all started, it started in 1997, and not all those breeds had it at that time, and it started at $6,000, and that was the maximum the breed could get. And over time, they raised this, and now it's been $10,000 for quite some time now. They can actually go. They can win the $10,000. They can come back and win again. To be honest, as far as they could win somewhere else in the as far as winning another $10,000. So they max out at $20,000. So that's the most that they can win in scholarships here in either exhibiting an animal here or in skillathon or any of those type of deals that they enter in, they can max out at 20, so they can keep coming back and continuing to build their scholarship portfolio if they have some success at that.
So it is 20, not 22,000?
No, it's 20.
It's 20,000. Gotcha. So it looks like we have 10 to round out the top 10 in this class. 10 of the placings will get placing ribbons, and they have enough to make the class here now. Started with 33, and now we're down to 10. Let you guys know a little bit about the Hampshire breed. They're called the Hogs with the Belt. Hampshires are the 4th most recorded breed in the United States, most popular in the Corn Belt. Hampshires are known for producing lean muscle, high carcass quality, minimal back fat, and large loin eyes. Females also are known for their mothering ability with longevity in the sow herd. Kind of gives you a little bit of take on the Hampshire breed. Looks like young man in the red came out and he's going right back to the pen, meaning he's going to be in the top end of this class. They're going to evaluate him one at a time here, but if they really like him, they will pin you back and you'll have a chance at the top spots or top placings in this particular class.
As they're looking through this class here, as I mentioned, it went from 6,000 to 10,000 for the breed scholarship. Now they have built it up where it is now for the total junior breeding gilt show, it's $85,000 in scholarships that they're going to hand out tomorrow. And each champion will receive $10,000, and then the supreme overall will get an additional $5,000. So, as I mentioned earlier in the show, they can max out at 20. But if you're lucky enough to win supreme, you've got 15. You only have 5,000 to go. So it is such a great program that they've built. To think, they're at 85,000 just on the Junior Gilt Show, and they started in 1984, just giving a total 15 total scholarships and totaling 90. Now they've given up to $267 million since the inception of not only scholarships but all premiums combined and auction monies.
So the junior livestock auction going to that one, which is your market shows and stuff like that, they've done in 2023, they did $6.7 million in money that went back to those kids through the auction program. So thank you to all those buyers. And in 2024, they did $6.6 million. So they kept it pretty consistent in that $6 million range, which is awesome for these kids. And looks like he's went ahead and pinned 4 back so far for the top end of this class, and they have one more to sort after this lady in the pink. And then in the red will be the last one to round out the class for the top 10 here.
I think as a whole, Landon, I think this class is probably a little deeper.
It's definitely deeper than the last class when it comes to just
It just look
overall
more balanced, got more checks and balances here, I think,
Well,
as a set of hogs.
And you talk about the weight. We look at the weight of these hogs in this class versus the last class. Usually when you're in 200, 260, you're kind of growing into your body kind of thing, where these are not toward the end of their careers, but they're in the prime of their careers on overall look and stature. They've got about as much muscle as you're going to probably get onto one. They've got about as much bone as you're going to get onto one. Depth of body. They get broodier as they get bigger, and not having to worry about a top end weight of anything that's like 290. You got an extra 50 pounds to work with, give or take.
Well, when you look at this, like you say, on these weight ranges here and everything, you're starting to get to their full, like you mentioned, their full potential.
Yeah,
and
they're in their
be
prime.
mamas here.
Exactly, they're in their prime right now. But it looks like we have 5 pinned back for the top end of this class, and based on what they've done in the past 2 classes, they took a little longer to get their 5 pulled back here. I'm pretty sure they're going to place all 5 of these individuals out here, so that'll be 10th all the way down to 6th place, and then pull these other 5 out again. I really don't know if they're going to keep 1 or 2 back to go against these other 5 that they pinned back for the top end of their class. So Young Man in the Purple will be 10th place. I think the Young Lady in the Paisley will be 9th place. Kind of sorting through the last 3 they have left out here, which would be 7th, 8th, 7th, and 6th place. Young Man is going to be 8th place. Young Lady in the light red is going to be 7th place, and the young. Oh, I guess they are going to keep her. Yeah, they're going to hold the one in the red back. And she came out of the big arena, too, by the way, so she's now in the top 6. They're going to pull these other 5 out and then fire that red.
You know, she's given up quite. She must be at the lightest one in here, or one of the lighter ones.
Yes, I totally agree. And that's what we were talking about size-wise. Yeah, I'm glad that's what we talk about size-wise. Knowing her and knowing what's out there, keep your hog away from the biggest hog out there. Then you're really going to look smaller out there. So the farther you can keep it away, the bigger your hog's going to look.
But I appreciate that they recognize, you know, what she is for her weight, and keeping her in the hunt here, because she is a really good gilt. And if you notice the girl in the red that's worked her way up to be in this top end here, she's doing exactly what Landon was pointing out. She's keeping away from those bigger ones and kind of prancing in between the spaced areas where she can be more of a standalone. And look, she's already moved up one.
Absolutely, yeah.
But you can see she's taking that space away from all the big ones.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we're trying to point out to our audience is these are some of the good points that you can take on with you if you're still exhibiting and able to show.
Young Man in the red is going to be your 5th place. So she's moved up another spot, hasn't she?
Yes, she has. Oh, yes. She might end up in the top 4 yet.
Well, she is in the top 4. Young Man in the red was 5th.
Okay, I didn't realize that.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
Well, she is. So.
Wayne, if you were paying attention to what I was saying, you would have heard me say the Young Man in the red was 5th.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was studying the gilts.
Okay.
Don't tell nobody.
She's going to end up being 4th. So Young Lady in the red is 4th, going from the bottom end of the class and working her way up to 4th. That goes kudos to that young lady for showing her way up the way she did.
She did a great job showing and presenting that gilt.
Absolutely. Young lady in the multicolored shirt, she's got a big old broody gilt here. This is kind of what we were talking about here. They're kind of conferring where they're going to be at. I think they might have their top place one. They're trying to figure out where they're going to put 2nd and 3rd right now.
Looks like the young lady in green was third with her Hampshire gilt. And leaves that real big one out there that you had mentioned, and the young lady in the pink over there.
I know where I'd go here, and that's exactly what he did. The young lady in the pink second, and the young lady in the multicolored shirt is going to be your class winner in the last class of hams of the day.
Yes, congratulations
It's a good hog.
to the winners.
Yep.
Good big Hampshire gilts are fun to look at, and we've got a trio of them up at the top end of this class that were just fun to stand and talk about and discuss. Ultimately, we land on the young lady's gilt. It's not because she's the biggest or the heaviest or any of those things. It's the fact that she's been able to maintain what she is to being the biggest and the heaviest. She's as good as any of them when she comes at us, and the way her front foot hits the surface. She maintains herself as she turns and goes away, and yet she's still got width and squareness. Her bone and her feature match. Young lady does an awesome job of getting her driven. She's as comfortable as any that we'll find in a particular drive. Really a nice place to start. As Kyle and I kind of talked through them, the young lady in the pink shirt's gilt that comes next is one that we think has an awful lot of good in her. First, I mean, if we're going to fix her when she comes right at us, we just want to fix her at the base and the way her foot and her knee want to work. But when we step off of them and we get past that, this one's elevations and look is so good. She gives up some just as far as probably maturity and pounds, but when we've only got two classes of them, we just talk about quality, and this one is quality. You study her from her blade back and the way her spine lays in her and the way her hind leg wants to work. That's awfully good. When you step in behind them and watch this one go away, she's the one I prefer over the gilt in third, just in the shape to her hock and the way she wants to go to the surface. Very nice show gilt for the young lady. She did an awesome job of getting her driven. The gilt that comes next is another one that we sure have to appreciate for just being a high quality animal. Another one that's big chested, she's big bladed, she's awesome when we get on top of her, just for being opened up and full there in the center part, and yet she gets out and she goes and travels wide when she goes away from us. I love this one's presence and look and build up front. Kind of like the gilt in front of her in class. We need to see her just be a bit better when her front foot wants to hit the surface. I guess what sorted her to third over the gilt or behind the gilt that's ultimately ended up second for me. We talked about when we step in behind them, I don't know that she's just as bold and as square at the top side of her hip, and as we take her to the ground, I don't know that she's just as comfortable, as secure, just as correct when we watch the way that one's hock wants to go to the ground. That's a very good heavyweight Hampshire kind of gilt. Young lady did a great job getting shown. The one that comes next is one that's intriguing, one that we talked as much about as any. We moved her up just a notch higher from where she initially was, and where she's good, she's awfully good. That one's got a great big hind leg working in her. She's got a great big blade working in her. We talked about a red gilt earlier. If we were going to put a halter on one and just set her up and show her like a heifer, I think we could get that one set up to look just picture perfect from the side and get that hind leg stretched back. Unfortunately, we set these things in motion of our initial fuse. She gets more upright in her shoulder. It doesn't allow her to stride out as good when we watch her walk on her front end. She takes just a shorter step when we watch her go off her rear too as well. Well, that one is good. She's got class ESTs. We just need to redesign her in a place or two. Again, the young lady did a very nice job of getting that particular one driven. Young man comes next with one that's just a big fault-free kind of gilt, one that handles it well, one that's good when we get on top of her. I didn't read her to be just quite as dense and quite as stout when we take her to the surface. She's not as big in her front knee. She's not as bold in her front foot. That translates to the way her hind legs laid in her. She's just not as big and square as she turns and goes away. Still very functional in the way she's put together. A gilt that's attractive when we study her on the top side of her skeleton. The young man did a very nice job with that one. Young lady with the black shirt that comes next is one, again, a functional kind of gilt when we study her from the side. Different kind of function, if you will. She's more functional when we talk about the way her center body's laid in her. She's bold and robust there. She's opened up. She's big as she goes away. I didn't see that one quite as good when she came right at me as far as the way that front foot wanted to lay in her. Another one that doesn't travel just quite as comfortable off of her rear too. She is a shot heavier bone than a few of the others we find in this particular class. Again, as we work our way down, gilts that are big and stout and have made the cut to be in the top five, we talk to them as we put them back. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate these kids as they head back.
That concludes our final class of Hampshire breeding gilts. Now we're going to move on to the champion and reserve champion overall selection of
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot-dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
I think we're ready to rock and roll with our champion and reserve champion overall selection of our Hampshire Gilts. Here we go.
We got our our class winners out here for our Hampshire division, our Hampshire breed. I think two very good gilts. A couple gilts that are maybe just a little different as far as where they're at on the maturity curve and just where they're at in their show career. But I think gilts that are very, very high in their quality, very similar in the way they're put together. As far as just being functional, correct, and comfortable. There's one out here that she's a big stout one. She still comes and goes the right way. She can handle herself on the go. Young lady out of the heavy class is going to be your champion. Well, I think it stays just as competitive when we bring that second to the heavy out. A pair of gilts that are just awfully good in the way they're put together. We talked about that one, just being so immature and so good in her skeleton and so comfortable and square built, good chested when she comes right at us. The other one just has a presence and a look about her when she turns and goes. She's big and bold as she goes away, and yet she still handles it appropriately. So I think it's an awfully close decision. I think it's a pair of gilts that are very, very good in the way they're put together. I just think there's one that's so correct, so comfortable, so square when she comes at us. I think her future's awfully bright. Young lady out of the first class is going to be reserved.
So your heavyweight first place was your champion, and your lightweight first place was your reserve champion. Now we're picking third and fourth overall, I believe, of the Purebred Hampshire Gilts. And we're going to move on to the Berkshires. So young lady in the pink is going to be your third overall. Young lady in the black is going to be your fourth overall Hampshire. Now we're moving on to the Berkshire breed. There are 9 total classes, and this will be the last breed we are going to exhibit today here at the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show in 2025. Let you guys know a little bit more about the Berkshire breed. The Berkshire breed as a whole is the third most recorded breed of swine in the United States. Berkshires are known for fast and efficient growth, reproductive efficiency, cleanliness, and meat flavor and value. That is on the market side. The first U.S. meeting of Berkshire breeders and importers was held in 1875, so that was a couple years back, with the American Berkshire Association formed shortly after, making it the oldest swine registry in the world. So it is the oldest swine registered breed in the world is the Berkshire breed. Like I mentioned, we have 9 total classes of Berkshires. Class number 17, or the first class of Berkshire Gilts, whatever you want to call it. There are 30 total head in this class, and the weight ranges on these Gilts is from 200 to 218. I'm going to go ahead and announce our lead judge and our secondary judge real quick, Wayne. Our lead judge today is Mr. Blaine Olson from Elkhart, Illinois. He is a Duroc breeder, corn and soybean farmer, and commercial hog producer. Him and his wife, Christy, have 5 kids: Braden, Kelton, Luke, Coley, and Rice. He graduated and judged at both Lakeland College and Western Illinois University. His favorite thing about livestock shows is getting to do it every day. Our operation is diverse, and most days that means there is a lot going on, but we wouldn't have it any other way, in his words. He says he gets to raise pigs, crops, and kids alongside his wife and their children, parents, and cousin Alex and his family. We're blessed beyond belief, he says, to get to do it together. Well said, Blaine, and it's an honor to have you here as our lead judge here at the Gilt Show. Our secondary judge today is Mr. Kyle Knaut. I apologize, Kyle. I've asked you a million times how to pronounce your last name. I just remember you say no H on there. So, Mr. Kyle Knaut is from Milford, Illinois. Good guy. Really cares about these kids. He's a show pig producer and boar stud owner. His wife Ellen and him have 2 kids: Colton, who is 8, and Knox, who is 5. He got his associates in science at Lakeland College, the same place that Blaine got his, and his bachelor's and master's in animal science from the University of Illinois. The favorite thing that Mr. Kyle likes about the livestock show industry is the relationships you can build through a common passion and similar goals with peers that become friends. His hobbies and interests are showing livestock with his family and watching Fighting Illinois athletics. I want to welcome both our 2 judges here today and tomorrow. And thank you for tuning in, and want to thank all of our sponsors. You'll see them across the screen for Taylor Fort Podcasting, who allows all of us at home to watch and get front row seats to this event. So thank you to him and his crew for going the extra mile and making this fun for all of us at home to watch. We've really enjoyed doing the commentating the past 4 years, and hope you have too, and hope you don't have your computer or monitor on mute unless you have to. We try to have fun. I'll throw a dad joke in there every now and then. I've got a 10-month-old at home, and I'm starting to learn them all. I've got several books on them, so I'll be kind of saying those throughout the day. I'll go ahead and give you all one now. Where does somebody in a hide-and-seek accident go? The ICU. Dad joke of the day. Like I mentioned earlier, the Berkshire breed, we have 9 total classes today, and we're going to break those up into a champion and reserve champion of the lightweight division and the heavyweight division. The lightweight division consists of class 17 through 21, and the heavyweight division consists of class 22 through 25.
No, there's too many pigs in here. We need a little cooler weather.
For those of you just now tuning in, we're on our final breed of purebred gilts today here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. My name is Landon Rohde. I'm joined by my co-host, Mr. Wayne Rohde. He stepped out for a bathroom break or whatever other kind of break he needed to go do. But I want to let you guys know we're on Class 17, which is the first class of Berkshire breeding gilts. 30 head total in this class, ranging from 200 to 218 pounds. There is a 15-pound weight range on the up end you can weigh within your respective weight card, whatever you turn your weight card in. So say you turned your weight card in at 210. When you go across the scale, you can weigh 225. There is no low end on that part. The most you can weigh turning your weight card in here at San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show is 350 pounds. So what I've noticed so far, there's about a 150-pound difference between the bottom end and the top end of the breed. We've already concluded the Durocs, the Landrace, and just finished up the 2 classes of Hampshires. Looks like the guys have 4 pigs that I can see in the holding pens for a chance at a top 10 spot, and there are a total of 6 in the big arena for a secondary evaluation. Those of you who are watching on your screen, you should be able to see a gentleman in the white, and that is Mr. Olson. He is our lead judge here at San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show. If he points straight ahead with your animal, that means you go get weighed and have a chance at a top 10 placing spot. If he points to the left, he sends him over to our secondary judge, which is Mr. Kyle Canal. And he will point straight ahead, and if he does, you will go to the big arena for a secondary evaluation, which is what they are doing now. If he points to the left, you go back to your pen, and you take your animal on to another show, or they can be implemented into your breeding stock herd. Guys are out here in the big arena now, looking to see if there's anything they want out of here. Looks like they've already pinned a young man in with the black shirt. He's going to go back to get weighed. I see 6, counting 7 with this young man that are pinned back. There might be 1 or 2 below me that are being weighed. So we're probably pretty close to making a full class here, which we will place 10 at the minimum. Sometimes they pull a few extra, like in the Duroc breed. We had 13 total that they pulled back in a class, so that showed you the depth of quality in that class, which is where our champion and reserve champion came out of. There was 13 pulled back from the initial class. I think I need probably 1 or 2 more here. That's why they're kind of talking amongst each other and kind of saying, okay, here's what we have left in here. Is there anything that we want to pull back or that we need to pull back for a chance at a top 10 spot here, or top 10 placing? Spots are being judged tomorrow. Speaking of spots, I do believe there's a lot of spots that showed up at the show for the next 2 days.
There must be, kind of like the Berkshires, because there's probably quite a few classes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have 2 divisions.
Is it 2 or 3 divisions?
2.
Just 2 for the spots.
And
okay.
Same for Berks too.
Okay. Just so there's probably about 8 or 9 classes then.
That's what I would suspect as well.
I think they have 9. They need 1 more.
If you've just now joined us for the Berkshire show and have tuned in, all of these young people are going out and showing and exhibiting for a $10,000 scholarship, which is going to be awarded to the champion Berkshire at the conclusion of the Berkshire show here. San Antonio started with the Gilts scholarship program back in 1997. It started out with like $6,000 for the breed scholarships, and then it changed to $10,000 years after, and it's been remained at $10,000 since then. So they've done a really outstanding job. In fact, the Junior Breeding Gilt show itself will award tomorrow at the Supreme show, the grand finale there. The Junior Breeding Gilt show will award $85,000 in total scholarship money to these young people to further their education after graduation. So what an outstanding contribution that they have worked on to continue this, and they've been doing this for quite some time now. To think back, though, when they started giving any type of scholarship to anything, that started way back in 1984, where they only gave 15 scholarships away, and that totaled only about $84,000, $84,000 to $85,000 in scholarships total. Now, counting scholarships and premiums and auction money, they have given to date, through 2024, they have given $267 million away to young people to help further their education.
Looks like we have enough pigs in this first class of Berkshire's, Dad, to make 10 placings here. They're going to pull them out one at a time, like we've talked about all morning and all day. If he really likes you, he's going to pin you back for a chance at the top placings here in the class. And we're going to go and continue our dad jokes of the day while we're sitting here waiting. Why do fathers take an extra pair of socks when they play golf?
Why do they?
In case they get a hole in one. Hole in one. Cheesy, corny dad joke of the day. I have a lot of those for those of you who are interested.
Hope you guys were on your A game to catch that one.
Yeah, and I got another one for you. I'm afraid for the calendar, its days are numbered. All right, we'll leave it at that for now. We'll get back to class number 17, our first class of Berks of the day. Like we've said, there are 9 total classes here, and they've broken to lightweight division and heavyweight division for the Berks. Looks like he's pinned 2 back so far. I think 3 now he is pinned back. Young lady in the orange and young man in the, it looks like a black shirt with cactuses and cowboy boots all over it from what I can see from up here. Oh, it's a San Antonio shirt. It's got the S hat on there too. Very festive. I wouldn't wear that at the Houston Livestock Show, but I would definitely picked a perfect place to wear it here.
And he got one the judges could notice.
Exactly. Young man in the black shirt is pinned next, so he's got a chance at the top end of the class. Looks like they have 2 more to pull out from the initial sort. Mr. Kanad is doing a really good job with Mr. Olson. Yeah, so we had somebody tune in. Brian told me to stick to buckle designs, and I'll tell Brian he'd stick to being a superintendent.
He didn't think your jokes were quite on the A game.
It is what it is. I'll have another one for here, Brian, later. I'll just go ahead and tell it while we're sitting here evaluating this class here. That looks like they have 5 pinned back for the top end of the class. Now they're going to place from the bottom back up. But singing in the shower is fun until you get soap in your mouth. Then it becomes a soap opera. There's a dad joke for you. I'll tell you, being a dad's probably one of the most rewarding things, and I see all these people who have their kids out here showing, and I'm excited for those days when my daughter is going to be old enough to show and get to interact, and just playing with her toys and her books and everything is so much fun. I can't imagine what it's going to be like when you would put an animal in their hands and they go through their tough times, learning times, and their times of praise when they do really well, and just be able to be a part of so many of those things. And I think, and I look out here in the ring and see so many parents out there that get to enjoy those things, and I look forward for those days that I get to experience those from a father instead of just being the son doing it. And Dad, we've had a lot of good times and bad, and more good, way more good than bad, and had some success here. Probably one of my proudest moments is when I won the Supreme Champion Breeding Gilts at this show back in 2008. When you told me that, I told you she was too big to take, and you said, Landon, I think you need to take her, and I think she's got a shot to do some good things, and I'm glad I listened to you. The one time you were right in your life, I guess,
I guess I just got lucky a little bit.
Yeah, hey, you rolled the dice and you hit 7, I guess. I'm going to say it's the shower. You can't really show from the stands, Dad. So I'm going to say, I think it was the showing that did it.
The showing definitely contributes, no doubt. But you still got to drive a great one.
Absolutely. Yes, exactly. Drive a great one. So it's a shower. So going back to the show here, we have a total of 6 pigs that they kept back for the top end of the class. 7, excuse me. So they ended up keeping the young man in the black vest. He showed his way up to the top 7 in this class here. So they think this gilt's good enough to compete with the 6 they already had pulled back. So kudos to that young man for showing his way up to the top 7 here. Now that we have all 7 individuals back out here, he's going to tell that young man to fire that animal back up again. And we're going to place from 7th down until we have a class winner here. This is the first of 9 classes, so we have 8 more classes after this before we select the champion, reserve champion of each division, then the overall Berkshire Gilts. And then that will conclude our day here at San Antonio. We have one more day left of showing, and then also have the Supreme and Reserve selection of all the breeds of the overall Purebred breeding Gilts. Looks like he went in and placed the young man in the vest. He'll be 7th. So way to get out there and get to show against these other hogs and have a second opportunity out there, buddy. Did a phenomenal job showing. It looks like the young man in the black San Antonio shirt will be 6th place. Now we're down to our top 5 individuals here. Young man in the black short sleeve shirt will be your 5th place. Young lady with the white bow will be 4th, and now we're down to our top 3 here. Now they're going to kind of talk it out here on these top 3 individuals and say, okay, here's where our top 3 is. Who do we want to start with, and who do we want to end up with in these top 3 individuals here? Young lady in the multicolored shirt will be 3rd, leaving the young lady in the orange and the young lady with the blue bow for your 1st and 2nd places here. Young lady in the orange will be 2nd, and the young lady with the blue bow is your class winner in the 1st class of Berkshire Gilts. Congratulations to all these individuals for their hard work and their showing. Let's hear from Mr. Olson.
first class of Berkshire. And, again, we talk about it in most of the breeds. When we get in that first class, you see some different shapes and sizes, and just get our heads together and kind of calibrate. But I tell you one thing we haven't just very, very far from, and that was this pair. And of them, we think that one on the far side's awful good. And when we compare her to the Gilts in 2 or 3, she's better built and more comfortable in the Gilt in 2. There's just more of her coming and going than the Gilt in 3. She's the combination hog. She gives us a good look. She's comfortable and correct. She's still stout and square when she comes and goes. Young lady does a very nice job of showing her. That's a very good logical place to start. Young lady's Gilt that's going to come in 2 does so. When we get right on top of her, we watch her come at us and we watch her go away. When we compare her to the Gilt in 3, there's just more to her. She's got more to her chest and more to her blade. You get on top of her, and she's more impressive in this view right here. She's more impressive when she goes as well. Again, we compare her, we come back and we bring her, and we just talk about her in relation to our class winner. She's not quite as good in her front foot and her front knee. She's just not as big when she comes at the surface. But I still think that's a high-quality Berkshire Gilt. Young lady does a tremendous job of getting that one driven. I told the young lady that goes in 3rd that we drove that Gilt a long time, and her and the Gilt both did a very good job. They just kept kind of surviving the drive. From the side, Kyle and I talked quite a bit about this one and how she's just hard to poke a hole in. She's comfortable and she's correct and she's true. Very well presented. Her skin, her hair, everything comes together nicely. When she comes and goes, she falls out of bed for us. She's just not as opened up. She's not as bold. She's not as powerful as those 2 up ahead of her. But I think still one that's very high quality, one that's very, very good when we study her from the side. Young lady's Gilt that comes next does have a shot more boldness, a shot more just power when we take her to the ground. This one too is good in her chest. I just don't know that she was quite as fresh when we bring her back and compare her to some of the others. She's not quite as neat when we study her from her blade forward. Still a high quality kind of Gilt. Young man's Gilt that comes next is one that's really wide and powerful and opened up. She's square end to end of her skeleton, and she's really stout and bold in the way she's put together. I just need to see her be more comfortable off of either end if we're going to move her up any higher. Young man brings this one next, so we really have to like from the side. I just don't know the combination of when she comes right at us. She's not as big, not as bold in her chest. It translates to the ground, and we turn and go away. I just like to redesign the way her hock's set in her, but man, she's really neat. She's really tall. She's really elevated. As we work our way down through, we talk to most of these kids. This Gilt that comes next, I like her shape. I like her muscularity. She just gets too straight and upright off of either end for me. Kids do an awesome job with these Berkshires. Keep bringing them. We'll keep getting through them. Really good at the top end. Let's put our hands together and tell them they did a good job.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
Okay, if you just now joined us, we are on Class 18 of our Berkshire breed. The weight ranges is from 219 to 229 with 30 head in it. They've just completed their first sort. They've got, looks like so far, about approximately 4 of them pinned, and they'll definitely get the top 10 in there because we have placings all the way through 10th place. While they're doing that, I do have the sire results of Class 17, our first class of Berkshires. Our first place that went to Allie Sims. Her gilt was sired by Top Hand 13-9, and the breeder was Price Show Pigs out of Texas. And our second place in that class is Aubrey Bowman out of Davenport, Texas, or Davenport FFA. And this one also is sired, so that first class is definitely has some heat of one consistent boar there. Top Hand again sired that one 13-9. Again, it's Top Hand 13-9. That breeder was MT Hart Livestock out of Texas. So again, in the Class 17, Top Hand 13-9 dominated the first and second place in that class. You know, San Antonio show could not go on. It would never be profitable or even break even if they didn't have the large abundance of volunteers that donate their time for free. They either donate vacation time that they get at work, or they take time off of their job without pay to come help out here to see to it that these kids get a great experience here and lifelong memories that they receive here while they're exhibiting their livestock. It takes about 7,000 volunteers to make all of this work here at San Antonio. And without them, it couldn't have happened. We thank them for all their hard work. And also, we look at what it brings to the economy here in San Antonio. It basically, the economic impact that it does just here in the show alone is $330 million annually. It creates also over 4,000 jobs in the retailers, staff, concession, and events. So there's a lot of people affected by this show and a lot of positive things that happen because of their hard work. As far as on attendance, they have had, last year in 2024, they had 1.5 million people entering the fairgrounds, the rodeo, and other events that happened during the show time, which is a large amount of people here in San Antonio to have those kind of numbers. They started the scholarship program back in 1984. And what I'm talking about in scholarships is just any kind of scholarship in the entire show. There were only a handful of scholarships during that time. There was only 15 of them to be exact, and totaling about 90,000. To date of the inception, they are now have given out monies, auction premiums, auction sale, endowments, etc. They're up to 267 million. So it continues to rise because last year it was 255 million. So they continue to grow and continue to grow to help educate our young people. We thank you for all you do here at San Antonio. Looks like we've got 8 that have, and I'm sure they've got the other 2 being weighed as well. They're letting out the first one, and they'll start evaluating these through, and they'll probably either pin back the top 4. Who knows, they might do back the top 5. But they'll go ahead and let probably most of these out before they pin back. or if it hits them really hard, they'll pen them back right away. If you've just now tuned in, one of the big changes that they've made here is they've probably doubled the size of their arena here to allow these pigs to show, which just gives more room for the judges and more distance between the judges and the animals, so that they can get a real good look at them. Plus, it gives the kids a lot more area to present their animal in as well. So, and they've also added more grandstands. There's actually some new grandstands, and it wraps pretty much all the way around, except the area where they let them out. And so it's just so much more roomier, not only for the pigs, the judge, but also for the spectators. So thank you for doing that, San Antonio, and seeing the foresight to continue to improve things and continue to get better and better, and never being closed-minded that, hey, it's perfect the way it is. So they continue to do these things. Another thing that they've done from last year to this year is, because the amount in certain breeds, they've gone in and made divisions. They did that in the Durocs, and they're going to do it in the Berks. There'll be 2 divisions in the Berks, and then there'll be 2 divisions tomorrow in the Spots, because they were larger classes, and it just gives a better opportunity and gives these pigs a little bit more of a rest, so that the judges can make sure and give each kid a fair evaluation and make sure that they pick the one that hits them the hardest for the champion and reserve of each breed. They've penned the 3rd one back so far. They've released a total of 7 out thus far. Looks like they had penned back 11 of them, and again, 10 of them get ribbons.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Berkshire Rangers, this is Berk's Hall, class 19. Class 19 Berks, first call.
Got another one pinned now, so we've got 4 pinned back for the 3rd evaluation. We are on Class 18. If you just now joined us, we will go. The classes in the Berkshire Drive starts with 17 running through 25. At the conclusion of Class 21, that will be the cutoff for the lightweight division. And then your heavyweight division will go from 22nd class to the 25th class. Looks like they're going to stay with the 4 that they have, and they're going to start handing out ribbons, unless they go from the bottom up, which they have done quite a bit. So it looks like they are. So, you know, they've done it throughout the day in classes where they'll keep 1 or 2. I think that one class, the Durocs, they kept like 3 back before, and then had them compared. And in fact, And so, in fact, I know one of them moved up all the way to 4th place. I think that was in the Hampshire drive, though, where they kept just one, and she worked her way all the way up to 4th place. So that just reiterates that you never give up, no matter where you. If you're down at the bottom of the totem pole and don't think you're going to get in the top end, there's a perfect example of it. Looks like they've kept 2 out here, and they've now started letting out the first 4 that they have initiated and put back originally, and compare them to 2 that they've left out in the arena, which is, a really fair way of making sure they have them lined up exactly the way they want them to be lined up. And that's nothing but being very fair to the young people. And you can't say you didn't get a fair shake and a good evaluation when you have judges that goes the extra mile to make that happen. In our Berkshire show, we've got a total of 272 head in our Berkshire show today. We've just now let out another one, and that'll be the final 4 that they had put back. It looks like they're definitely placing them back now. Looks like we're down to our final 3 here in class number 18. Again, those weight ranges was from 219 to 229. And if you've just now joined us also, this year and last year, this is our second year to do Gilts this way, but they are all shown by weights and not by ages like they have done historically in years past. And of course, after having 1 year of that last year is how they discovered that they wanted to improve things some more and went to several of these breeds as divisions. There is a 15-pound weigh back on these, but only toward on the top end. They can weigh whatever below that number. that they turn in, that is. They just now picked the young lady in the kind of the pinkish type shirt, striped shirt. That is your third place in Class 18. Leaving our top two are still out there, and they're conferring at this time to come up with their final placing.
Yeah, Wayne, just coming back up here, these are still the smaller ones comparatively to what's coming down the pipe to finish out the Berkshire breed. But you talk about just uniform young gilts that have a very, very bright future ahead of them, way past the way that they're at right now.
Oh yeah, they're very sound moving. They float across that ring, but very, very well presented.
You talk about that Duroc that won this morning, the champion Duroc, which we both knew that was the one they were probably going to use, just on how high they were on that big gilt. And she was the last class of the day, sure. Class number 12. She was at that stage, the stage that we're watching right now, about a month or two ago, give or take. And she had pieces to her, and they were probably like, oh, they're excited about this one, yada, yada, yada. But was just pieces at the time. Looks like they had placed these two, but we'll get back to that here shortly.
Yeah, it looks like the young lady in the black was second and the young man was first. Congratulations to both of them.
Very good pair, two young people that came to win a class at a big pig show, and Kyle and I went back and forth and discussed this pair a long time, and just kind of weighed the positives and weighed the negatives. I think two very high quality individuals. We chose to land on the young man's gilt. I think one that's impressive from a lot of angles. She comes at you just a shot better. You get on top of her just spread and width, but the top part of her skeleton's very good. You watch her turn and go away. She maintains that to the ground. I think she blends just a shot better to her ham loin. I think she's still appropriate in her look from the side. Really a nice place to start. The young lady's gilt comes with an extreme or two that maybe we don't find in the young man's, and the fact that her hind leg is just a shot bigger. She's still tall-shouldered and neat in her look up front. One that's very good as far as her shape when we get on top of her. I guess when we dug into this one, when she comes right at me, she wants to come in just some at her knee. But the big problem for me is when you step off of them and you compare the two, she didn't blend just quite as good at her ham loin. That fouled her up from there back. I didn't see her just coordinating quite as good, quite as long off of her rear two. Awfully nice pair. Awfully nice gilt for the young lady to be second in this particular drive. The gilt that comes next is one that we liked at the initial look, and you get on top of her, and there's very obvious reasons why. She's tall, elegant, and neat, really neat in her look from her blade forward. She's very, very good as far as her shape when you get on top of her. Her shape, her spread, her look up high is awesome. You step in behind him, and she's a big-ended kind of gilt. However, you step off and you just kind of start talking about him. She comes in a piece or two, I guess, for me, as we take her to the surface. I don't know that she's as good when she comes right at us, both in the size and just shape to her knee and her front foot. You turn and you watch her go away. She has to labor just a shot harder to make that hind leg work. Clean her up there just between if we're going to run with her as well. But, man, I love that one. I love her look. I love her shape. I love her freshness. Young lady, again, does a very, very job. Highly presented kind of Berkshire gilt in this drive. The one that comes next is ultra bold and ultra powerful. There's no doubt that she has the advantages as far as heaviness of skeleton off of both ends. You get on top of her again. She's got muscle and she's got shape. I think of our initial three, she comes to us in the most complicated package as far as the way she wants to go. She rigids in her top line and just doesn't set her spine in her as good. As a result, she just gets just more upright, takes more time, takes more effort to get off of either end of her skeleton. But I think one that you really have to appreciate for just the extras, the ESTs she brings. That one's incredibly stout, incredibly dense, and incredibly bold as we take her to the surface. The young lady's gilt that comes next is one that's very good as far as her form and function, one that gets out and goes. She's comfortable, she's correct, she's good on her feet and legs. I think we bring her back, though, and compare her to a handful ahead of her. She gives up some as far as her feature. Again, she's not not as big at the ground when she comes right at us. She's not as bold as far as her bone work. Top side of her skeleton, she reads right as far as her look, and she's comfortable the way she's put together. The young lady's gilt that's going to come next is one initially we get to hit, and she gives us a good look. She's got shape, one that's big-ended when she goes away. Again, when we dig in and we just start talking them, she gets a little narrower as far as the way her knees set in her. I don't know that one stayed just quite as comfortable in her travel, one that's quite as big on her rear foot and rear leg, but still an awfully nice one for her. As we work down through them, we talked to them as we kind of handed them their chips. Kids do an awesome job. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
That concludes class number 18. We're moving on to class number 19 now, which is your third class of Berkshire Gilts. So we're almost a third of the way through the Berks, and like I said earlier today, the Berkshire is our last breed of the day for the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show. Class 19 or class 3 consists of 31 head of hogs. And the weight ranges on these hogs are from 230 to 237.
As we're starting into class 19 of our Berkshire Drive, they're also, I think, in the middle of on the other ring across the way in our crossbred show, fixing to name the champion overall and reserve overall in our gilt show. And I think there'll be some additionals following that as well. So that is going on. Some of you might be tuning in to that as we go along. But here in our Berkshire class, we're on class 19, weight ranges from 230 to 237. We have 31 head in there. Getting back to our crossbred show, we had a little over 500, I think around 540 to be exact. And so that was a nice crossbred show. In our purebred show, we have over 1,300 head. In fact, Duroc's being our largest, it almost hit 400.
Someone sent me a picture.
It was at 382 to be exact. So anyway, as you can tell, we've got a really nice show here at San Antonio, almost 2,000 head total that show up just for the breeding show alone, which is really outstanding when there's a lot of things going on. You also have the Fort Worth Pig Show going on and also the Steer Show going on. So people are kind of split up a little bit, but they still make it all work, and that's what this ag family is all about. It's one big family, and everybody helps everybody. That's the good thing about being a part of such a great organization is you can take any one of these people out here that are heavily involved in the ag program, and you needed help to better yourself in what you're doing, they would be all out wanting to help and make you better at what you do. So that's why we call it a big ag family, and everybody knows everybody. So I hope hope that everybody will help continue to make this program to continue to grow and continue to last forever and ever.
So it looks like we have 2 pinned back so far for the top end of the class. When I say top end, I mean a chance of the top 10 spots or top 10 placings in the Berkshire breed. This is the 3rd class. There is several out here in the big arena so far, so that means there's some high quality ones that they want to look at later. I guess I see 3 now. I'm going to go and read off the top 10 individuals from the last class, the previous class, class number 2 of the Berks, which is class 18. 10th place went to Isla Sanders. 9th place was awarded to Adeline Collins. 8th place went to Alexis Dean. 7th place was shown by Wyatt Garrison. 6th place was awarded to Ashlyn Stricker, Stricker. I apologize, Ashlyn. 5th place went to Riley Clenard. 4th place was shown by Cadence Ellis. 3rd place was exhibited by Presley Farr. 2nd place went to Landry Etheridge. And our class winner in the 2nd class of Berkshire Gilts was Cashton Klein of Venice FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals here. So the guys have pinned back 3 to 4, maybe 5. They're weighing underneath us, so you can't tell exactly the number just yet. But that means they're going to have to pull 5 or so out of the big arena now for a secondary evaluation to make their top 10 individuals here. They pulled a few back so far, but we need 10 to make this class here. So a lot of good high quality animals out here right now. Don't get that confused with the reason they haven't been pulled. Maybe they don't have all the pieces to make up a complete hog that they want to see in the top end of the class, but there is a good chance that they can make their way up into the top end of the class by the way they're showing right now. Just like this young lady in the blue just got pulled with the frizzy sides on her shirt. Young man in the paisley got pulled as well. And young man in the blue striped paisley looking shirt Aztec-y looking shirt got pinned as well. That should get us close to 10, but I don't think we're quite there yet. Young man in the red is pulled as well. So now that the guys have 10, they're evaluating them here now. The young lady in the black is going to get pinned back. Young lady in the pink flowery shirt is getting pinned back as well. So what they're doing now, for those of you just tuning in, they're They're going to evaluate their stock here one at a time, and if they like you, they're going to pin you back for a chance at the top end of this class here. I don't know if they have 10 pulled back in this class. I think they might only have 8 here. Young lady in the maroon is going to get pinned back, so that'll make 3 pinned back so far. Top end of the class. They might have 10 here. The thing that the lags from back behind us, they have to weigh these animals to make sure they make weight and check the registration papers to make sure that it matches the ear tag and everything on the gilts. That sometimes takes a little bit longer if the notches aren't quite as big where they can't read it, especially when you have black ears on some of these hogs. It's hard to read those ear notches because they kind of blend in with their body. Young man that just got pinned back, he came out of the big arena, and he's now in the top end of the class. So kudos to him and his showing ability. They've got 4 pinned back. Now they're going to place from the bottom up. And they did end up having 10 for this class, which is how many ribbons they have to give out. So congratulations to all these 10 exhibitors who made it to the top end of this class. That being class number 19. This is the 3rd class of 9. So we have 6 more classes after this one to go through, followed by the lightweight and heavyweight division.
So in our previous class, in class 18, I got the sires and the breeders for the 1st and 2nd place. Our 1st place gilt that was exhibited by Caston Klein out of Venice FFA was sired by Off the Chain 2-10. The breeder is Russell Canese and Morgan Davis of Texas. Congratulations to them. They always do a good job. And congratulations. And our 2nd place was Landry Etheridge from Van Zant County 4-H. The sire was Top That 46-3. The breeder is Tyler Hauser from Texas. Congratulations to you as well. So now we're down to our top placings in this class here. We have a total of 6
6 left here in the top end here. He kept 1 or 2 back on top of his initial 5 that he pulled back. Young lady in the khaki is going to be 6th. Down to our top 5. All right, y'all, this young man that just got 4th, he worked his way up from the big arena to top 4, so congratulations to him. Young lady in the maroon, she worked her way up as well, and she's 3rd place. Now we're down to our top 2 in class number 19. And he's kind of evaluating these 2, and these are the 2 he pinned back initially from the beginning pretty quickly, so they've stayed at the top. Young lady in the black is going to be 2nd, and young lady in the flowery shirt, she is going to be your class winner. Thank you to Mr. Olson and Mr. Canal. Let's hear what Mr. Olson has to say.
A good pair here, and the gilt that's going to start the class is one that she's just kind of one of those first impression gilts. I think they're both really high in their quality, but as Kyle and I kind of talked when we watched them come out a couple times, this one just kind of hits you a little different, I guess, as far as just her presence and her look, her ability to get out and go. She's incredibly comfortable in her skeleton. She comes and goes appropriate. I think just a nice place to start. And, you know, the gilt in the second falls are awful logical. Maybe not just quite as extreme in her look up front, but she's still appropriate there. A gilt that handles the surface well as far as her substance and her bone and her foot size. A gilt that you get on top of, and she's opened up. She's big and full and fresh in the center part of her body. I don't know that she hinged just maybe quite as comfortable as the gilt that wins the class. However, when you come back and you just talk about this one and how much she's got, I think she's one that's definitely a top pair kind. I think that young lady's gilt is an awfully big, awfully styled, awfully bold one that still handles it all for well for what she's got going on. The gilt that comes next is one you sure have to appreciate from the side. She gives up some as far as pounds, and that probably hurts her up towards the top end here. Man, she's tall-shouldered and neat looking. She's comfortable and she's flexible. Like I said, she gives up some coming and going, but I think her kind is the right kind. She's one that's going to continue to flesh, continue to go, and still be able to handle it on an awfully good skeleton. Young man's gilt that comes next. When we step off from the side, she does have a shot more flesh and just a shot more shape when we study there in the center part, and when you just step off and you study her at the 3 corners. However, when this one comes and goes, she's not as impressive, and it doesn't match as well for me. She's not as big, not as bold in her chest, and not as wide as she goes away. When we take her to the ground, I like that one up high, and I like the way she's put together. When this one initially hits, you have to appreciate the up-headed look she gives, her presence, and her look up front, and she is muscular when we get on top of her. I just thought she worked too hard to get around the ring. When you study her from the side, she's straighter and more upright in her shoulder. She doesn't want to just hinge and use her hind leg quite as well. Again, a gilt that gives us a good look, a gilt that has shape when we get on top of her. Young lady's gilt that comes out next is one that's very good from a basic standpoint, one that's comfortable, one that's correct on her feet and legs. I didn't find her to be maybe just quite as fresh, quite as attractive when we started her there. She maybe didn't blend just quite as well in her ham loin. Still a heavy boned one that can get out and go. Kids do a good job. Let's give them all a good round of applause.
20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
Well, that concludes class number 19. Moving on to class number 20 now. There are 29 total head in this class, and the weight ranges on these gilts go from 238 to 245. Those of you just joining us, we have 9 total classes, so we're almost halfway there on the Berkshire Gilts, and this is the final breed we're going to be exhibiting today. I'm going to go ahead and read the top 10 individuals from class 19 of the Berkshire class, which was class number 3. 10th place went to Carlos Gutierrez. 9th place was awarded to Sterling Hauser. 8th place went to Riker Bierman. 7th place was shown by Cassidy Doughty. 6th place went to Marley Wayford. 5th place was shown by Madison Alexander. 4th place went to Braden Fortes. 3rd place was exhibited by Charlie Yinsky. 2nd place was shown by J.C. Thomas. And our class winner in our 3rd class of Berks today was shown by Sarah Albus from Chambers County 4-H. Congratulations to those top 10 exhibitors. Moving on now to, like I said, class number 20. Thank you so much for joining us today. And I know it's been a little boring at times, but we try to make it fun. And what I'm going to do now for fun, we're going to add another dad joke in there. If April showers bring May flowers, what do May flowers bring? Pilgrims. If April showers bring May flowers, what do May flowers bring? The answer is pilgrims. You're welcome, dads and moms out there and everybody else who's listening. I hope y'all rolled your eyes, laughed out loud, snickered, whatever y'all did. Hope it made your day. Kind of talk about the Berkshire breed in general. These come from our good folks at Pork Checkoff. The Berkshire breed is the 3rd most recorded breed of swine in the United States. Berkshires are known for the fast and efficient growth, reproductive efficiency, cleanliness, and meat, flavor, and value. That is on the market side. They are also the first U.S. meeting of the Berkshire breeders and importers was held in 1875, with the American Berkshire Association formed shortly after, making it the oldest swine registry in the world. So it is the oldest breed by registry in the world of any of the purebred breeds that we have. So Berkshires do a lot for our organization, do a lot for the swine industry. and we're happy to have him here. Kind of talk about our judges here today. Our lead judge today is Mr. Blaine Olson from Elkhart, Illinois. He is a Duroc breeder, a corn and soybean farmer, and a commercial hog producer. His wife and him, Christy, have 5 children: Braden, Kelton, Luke, Coley, and Rice. He graduated and judged at Lakeland College in Western Illinois. Their hobbies include their kids' sports and livestock events, watching Illinois basketball and Cubs baseball. One of his favorite things about the livestock shows is that they get to do it every day. Their operation is diversified, and most days that means there's a lot going on, but we wouldn't have it any other way. His accomplishments include raising a lot of pigs that have gotten along at many shows, big and small, and been fortunate enough to raise some boars that have made an impact. But most proudly, he is of raising his kids in this industry with Christy, and he loves it. So I want to welcome Blaine, and you talk about boar studs, we talk about an old boar, all you Duroc breeders out there have heard of the name Buck Cherry. Buck Cherry was a huge shaker in our Duroc breed, and he was the one. 2010.
Yeah.
Buck Cherry raised a lot of good high quality show animals, and Blaine is the one who raised him. So when you talk about raising a few good sires, that is one that everybody remembers. Kind of like a best man when it comes in the crossbred world. I know that Will had that boar, and Will Winters, that being, and Will and Jay had a lot of success with that boar. That's kind of how Buck Cherry was, and Can't Touch This. It was another boar at Prairie State at the time, and both those two boars kind of set the trend for the Duroc breed for a lot of different people and had a lot of success and over the years. So Blaine is the one who raised Buck Cherry. Our secondary judge today is Mr. Kyle Knaut from Milford, Illinois. He's a show pig producer and boar stud owner. Him and his wife Ellen have 2 kids, Colton, who is 8, and Knox, who is 5. He got his associates in science from Lakeland College, same place that Blaine went to, but he got his bachelor's and master's in animal science from the University of Illinois. His accomplishments are running a successful business and getting to raise show pigs every day with his wife and 2 boys by his side. It's all about the family, y'all. In this industry, we make it family-oriented, and there's so many memories to be made with your family, and it takes a village and a family, whether it be blood or by association, that make this such a special sport for these kids. So it looks like we have 4 or 5 pinned back again. They're not pulling as many back as they were in the Duroc breeds and some of the other breeds, but that means they just have to pull more from the big arena for a chance to place in the top end of the class. And I will tell you that just because you're in the big ring doesn't mean you're going to be in the top 10 of the top 4 or 5 of the class, because we've seen that time and time again over the course of the day today. Young man in the gray jacket vest got pulled back to be in the top end of the class. That'll make 5 or 6 pulled back, so we need about 3 or 4 more to conclude the top 10 individuals.
we get into our top 2 or 3 and we kind of start talking about them, and we obviously acknowledge that this one was in, but we didn't spend a whole lot of time just breaking her apart, because she's the one that comes in and grabs your attention immediately. Not only is her presentation and her skin and her hair, everything, just spot on, but man, that her look, her build, her comfort, her added stoutness and feature, and yet she can handle it. We thought that young lady's Gilt was an awful nice place to start. Truthfully, the decisions 2 and 3, and the longer they drove, the longer the young man's Gilt just kind of gravitates toward you. One that when you just kind of get into them, she's really opened up, coming and going. She handles it well. She's comfortable. She maintains the drive better than some of the Gilts that we find in this particular class. I don't know if she's maybe quite as neat when we study her up front. I don't know if she's maybe just quite as big when we study her in her rear foot and ankle, but I think that one's awful good when you watch her come and go. You talk about just how much mass, just how much width she's got, and her ability to handle it. Young man's Gilt that comes next does have that look, that elevation, that extension that we find in our class winner when we study her there in her front third. However, the longer the drive wore on, this one maybe came in just a few more pieces. You watch her come right at you. She's not as good in her front foot and in her knee. She wanted to come apart in her ham loin, and that didn't allow her to maybe use her hind leg just quite as well. That one's elevated. That one's neat in her look. Her skin and hair is spot on. Young man does an awesome job. Young lady that comes next has one that just, individual EST pieces. She's out there. Incredibly stout, incredibly just big and bold and shapely when we get on top of her. You watch that one turn and go away. She's a big-ended Gilt. Definitely, has enough and even some to spare. I guess for us, that came at maybe just a disadvantage for her, though. She didn't blend quite as good when we got her there in her top line. Again, she didn't travel just as comfortable. We'll need to lay her hip in her just a bit, just make her a shot more comfortable on the go if we're going to move her up. Gilt that comes next is one just in her basics is good. Gilt that's got some heaviness to her skeleton. A Gilt, when you get on top of her, she's got muscle. I guess as the drive wore on, she wasn't quite as neat when we studied her up in her front third. A Gilt that maybe we just get to go just a shot more comfortable off of either end if we're going to run her up. Young lady does a great job with a nice kind of Berkshire Gilt. As we work our way down, we talk to the kids as they head in. They did a really good job again. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate them. Let's keep them working. Kids are doing an awesome job.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
If you've just now joined us, we're at class 21 of our Berkshire breed drive today. We've gone through the first sort. They're penned them, and now they're releasing them out for the second sort. We've got 10 of them, and we'll have 10 placings and 10 ribbons. So they're evaluating and determining what they're going to put back. So they'll probably put back anywhere from 4 to 6. And then do a final evaluation from there. I would like to thank Taylor Fort Webcasting for allowing us to provide you this show live in your household or at your office or wherever you might be there. Without them, we wouldn't be able to give you a play-by-play, and we appreciate all they do and the sponsors that help them put this all together and all of their staffing that they have here. That's giving you a play-by-play and a view, exceptional views from all angles. So it makes you feel like you're actually in the ring with the judge, being able to see each and every one of these breeding gilts out here in the ring. I've picked another one. We're up to 3 at this point. It's been the young man in the light blue shirt. So we have 4 at this time. Judges are conferring to determine if they're going to pen some more or if they're going to start placing. So this will be the last class that will finish out the lightweight division. And then we'll start and continue with class 22 after this one, and that'll be the start of our heavyweight division. There's 2 divisions in our Berkshire show today. Looks like they're going to start placing. Looks like they're just going to keep the top 4, or at least at this point. That what they do is they place from the bottom up. So there's been time and time again that they will keep 1 or 2 out at times and then compare them to the top 4 that they did pen. So it could definitely, we've seen it where they work their way all the way back up. So you never give up. Of course, when we get complete the Berkshire breed and we judge the 2 divisions, they'll compete for the overall champion and reserve champion title, and they'll go probably all the way. They'll go all the way to 5th overall. So with that being said, the champion will receive a $10,000 scholarship, and the other recipients will be the reserve will get a chance to go out there and be involved in the Supreme Drive. If theirs wins the Supreme, then they'll have a chance for the Reserve Supreme. Otherwise, they'll get a banner and bragging rights to go with that banner. Of course, they get some premium money by their placing and everything as well. You know, from the start of the scholarship program, they started the scholarship program in 1997. It started out with breed champions receiving $6,000. They are now they have been for quite some time, up to $10,000 now the recipients will receive. They will have given, when they have the show tomorrow, they will have given, at the completion of our junior purebred gilt show, they would have given $85,000 away at this year's show. So they've really worked hard and really have put this great scholarship program together to ensure that they can further educate our young people. And they've really kept this going, and it's been a great program for the kids and also for San Antonio. And you think about that, when they started any type of scholarship whatsoever, that didn't start until 1984. At which time they gave a total of any scholarship, it was a total of 15. And with that in mind, it would total $90,000. So it's come a long ways, where you look at just the breeding gilt show alone gives $85,000 just for it alone. So it's come a long ways. And of course they have given over $267 million worth of premiums, auction monies, everything associated with that. And it's come a long ways. In fact, last year it was $255 million, and now it's up to $267 million. So they just continue to grow and grow and grow. And so we thank San Antonio for all they do and continuing to better things.
The lady's going to start this class,
things.
and she's the one that combines really a couple of the gilts that come next. She gives us the look, she gives us the presence. I really like this one. When you watch this one just come right at you, she's good in her chest, and yet you step off and she's still got a good angle there. She's elevated, she's got that look up front, and then we get out and she can go. She can handle it. She's still got substance. She's still got stoutness. Young lady's gilt's a nice place to start. The young man's going to come next, and there's no doubt that she's the extreme one of our initial few. And I told Kyle when she came out, not only is she big boned and stout and bold, but she still handles it pretty well. You know, we've talked about several of these today that want to kind of get off in a place or two and not be able to handle it. I think this one takes her comfort to the surface just a notch better than some of the power hogs that we've sorted through so far. I don't know that she's maybe just as set back in her shoulder and as good when she comes right at us, but I think that one has a lot of neat pieces. Like I said, young man brings us one that's big, she's stout, she's bold, she's got a good hind leg working in her. The young man in the blue shirt comes next, and she's a comfort hog. She's one that can get out and she can go, and she's good on the travel. She's neat when we study her from the side. She gives up some just coming and going. She's not as big in her chest when she comes right at us, and when she turns and goes away, she just tends to fall out of bed for me. But man, you have to appreciate as we take these things to a little bigger size, she's got the look, she's got the build, she's got the comfort. We just got to stouten her up. Young lady's gilt that comes next is another one that gives us a good look. She's elevated up front, and yet she's big. She's bold in her forearm and her blade. She works on a big, good hind leg. I thought she came apart just a bit when we studied her there in her ham loin. One that doesn't take just as long, comfortable of a stride. Big stout one for her. Young lady's gilt that comes next is one just good in her basics. One that maybe doesn't blow you away just in any one area, but man, she's square built coming and going. One that still gets out and she's comfortable in her travel. We're going to have to stouten her up if we're going to move her up, but young lady does an awesome job showing her. Young lady's gilt that comes next. One that's big, one that's bold, one that's muscular. When we get up on top of her, we just need to redesign the way she wants to work off her hind leg. Awesome class of Berkshires. Kids are doing a great job. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them as they head back.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
That concludes class number 21. Sorry, everybody. I had to step away for a minute. I bet y'all didn't miss me too much, but it's good to be back. Moving on to class number 22. There are 31 total head in this class, and weight ranges are from 256 to 269. I'm going to go ahead and read you all the results of class number 21, the top 10 individuals. 10th place went to Hudson Heichel. 9th place was awarded to Emma Smith. 8th place went to Tatum Jingo, I hope I said that right, Tatum. 7th place went to Keely Gilmore. 6th place was awarded to Coraline Everett. 5th place was handed out to Harley Turner. 4th place was exhibited by Christy Parrish. 3rd place was shown by Chapel Herber. 2nd place went to John Jones. And our class winner in class number 21 was Courtney Williams of Perrin FFA. Congratulations to all those individuals. This is the first class of the heavyweight division, the class number 22. We've been through the 5 classes of lightweight division. Now we're moving on to the heavyweight division. At the conclusion of the Berkshire classes, we will then judge for the lightweight and the heavyweight division champion and reserve champion, and I think third overall, I believe. third and fourth overall potentially. So once at the conclusion of that, then we will have our Supreme Champion drive of our Berkshire breed, and then we will call it a day for the today and start back up bright and early at 7 o'clock in the morning. Thank you everybody who's tuned in. Total of 9 classes of Berkshire Gilts today. Looks like he's pinned 2 back so far and 2 in the big arena. Want to thank our 2 judges today. Our lead judge, Mr. Blaine Olson, excuse me, Blaine, and our associate judge, Kyle Cannot. Both of those guys are from Illinois, and both are doing a phenomenal job working together. It's been a long, fun day, and we've enjoyed everybody who's stayed tuned from the beginning to now. Trying to make it fun, throwing some dad jokes in there as we go. And speaking of dad jokes, I think it's about time for another one. Dad joke of the afternoon. What do you call a factory that makes okay products? A satisfactory. Ha 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 ha. There's the dad joke of the afternoon. For those of you whose ears are burning, I apologize in advance. Those of you who don't know, the Berkshire breed is the oldest swine registry in the world. It was the first one to be put together. The breeders and the importers held their first meeting in 1875. Those of you tuning in, watching your individuals at home, we want to thank you for tuning in. Appreciate Taylor Fort and his crew for bringing us front row seats to this wonderful event that they put on here at San Antonio. Over 7,000 volunteers make up the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show. And we want to thank each and every one of them for donating their own time to these kids. They don't get anything out of it. Only reward they get is helping kids, and that is more than enough than money can ever buy. So we want to thank them for everything they do, and all the paid employees that work here that make this show run so smoothly and well. Couldn't do it without them and the volunteers. The ring is so much bigger now, and it's beautiful. It's awesome. Gives the pigs, allows them to stretch out a little bit more. And the arena, the new bleachers they have in here, stadium style, they're awesome. For those of you who will be down here, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Plenty of seating for everybody to be here. So if you can make it out here, we'd love to have you. Stay tuned. Again, we are on class number 22. The last class of Berkshire's is class number 25, so we have a total of 4 more classes to go before our division selections of our light and heavy, and then followed by the overall Supreme and Reserve Supreme selection of our Berkshire breed. Guys are out in the big arena right now, and they're going to pin all these back. They don't have enough to make a class, so they're going to pin all 4 of these back and place them accordingly. When is Katie had her baby?
So if you just now joined us, we're on class 22 of our Berkshire breeding gilts. Looks like we've got, we're going through these different ones.
He's pinned three back so far for his top end.
Yep.
But I think they have enough to make the class now. They didn't have enough to begin with, and they had to pull 4 out of the big arena to make the class up. So I don't know if the quality wasn't what they were looking for, or if it was just pieces they saw. But they do have enough to make a complete class of 10 now. Started with
31 head.
31 head, yes, sir.
And weight ranges was from 256 to 269.
And we have, I believe, 3 more classes after this one, class 23, 24, and 25, followed by the light and heavyweight division champion and reserve champion. I don't know how deep they're going to go on this one after the Duroc deal. I think they'll probably go a few more deeper.
I think they will, and of course they'll go on the overall deal. I believe they'll go 5.
They'll go through 5, yeah. They'll have enough pigs, I think, to pull back this next time. Like I said, this division thing is brand new to everybody in the gilt show.
You know, it's brand new to San Antonio as well, and so, you know, as they're going through this, they're figuring it out, and they're doing a good job as far as, you know, as they're going through it, making adjustments.
So they're down. They've got 4 pulled back for the top end of the class, and now they're going to place from the bottom up from 10th down. Excuse me, 9th down. They have 9 pulled back, not 10. They didn't have enough to make 10, so they're going to place 9th down. Both Mr. Olson and Mr. Connaught are evaluating these bottom end in the class, and not saying they're all going to be in the bottom here. They may leave one out there to evaluate with this 4 that they pulled back for the top end of the class, but it'll be interesting to see what they do here in this class. Young lady in the light green is going to be your 9th place. Young lady in the light blue will be 8th place.
Want to thank all the ring help that's been out here.
They're going to go ahead and pull. Hold on. Interesting. 7th place. No, Kyle's going to place those 3. I believe. I'm not sure here. I'm kind of getting off of their pattern here. Light green is going to be.
She's still showing, isn't she?
7th. Boy in the red in the back is going to be 6th. And the young lady in the green sweater, as of right now, is still showing.
Yes.
Still have 5 out there, and like I said, they left that young lady in the green, and kudos to her for making her way up, but I guess they're going to place her now. She'll be 5th. They end up leaving her in the 5th spot. And now they're down to the 4 they pulled earlier, so young lady in the red will be 4th. Down to the top 3 here, we have 2 young ladies in blue and 1 young lady in pink. And kudos to the young lady in the pink. She looks like she's wearing like she might have a broken ankle or foot or something. She's wearing a boot on her foot right now, and she's out there showing her butt off.
Yeah, she's doing a good job.
You wouldn't even know that she had a boot on right now. Good job to her. That's awesome. Yeah. I love seeing stuff like that. Young lady with the brown hair and the blue is going to be 3rd. And our top 2, the young lady in pink is 2nd, and the blonde-haired young lady in the blue will be your class winner in class number 22.
Congratulations to this group of young people.
Let's hear what Mr. Olson has to say.
Big stout one to win that can go. I like this one as we take her to the ground. She overwhelms the Gilts in 2 and 3, just the stoutness and feature. Again, she can handle it. She can go. She's appropriate there. You step in behind him or behind the Gilts. I like this one when we get on top of her. Again, we're continuing to go into these heavier weights here, but she still reads with shape. She still reads appropriate in her flesh. I think that's a nice place to start. The young lady's Gilt that comes in 2 is one that complements her awful well, I think, just from the standpoint of, or follows her awful well. I mean, from a standpoint of when you study this one up front and you talk about just her look, her build, her elevation, she has class advantages there. I think she fits in a logical second, though, for me when we take her to the ground. She just gives up some. She's not as good when she comes right at us in the way her knee and her footwork. She's not as big in her forearm. She's not as big in her hind leg. But, man, she can get her head up. She's attractive. She can get out and go. She's comfortable on her hind leg. That's what keeps her in second. The young lady's Gilt that comes next does have a shot more muscle when we get on top of her, and I sure do appreciate that about her. Gilt, for me, that gets just a little straighter and more upright on either end of her skeleton, though. A Gilt that shoots with a good hind leg, or a good size to her hind leg, excuse me. But like I said, we're just going to have to make her just a shot more comfortable, a shot less rigid if we're going to move her up any higher in this particular class. Young lady's Gilt that comes next is one that as we talk about her, just different from some of the others as far as just the shape and the added stoutness that she's got. She's got a great big forearm, great big blade working in her. Again, she leaves us big. She leaves us bold. I don't know that this one was built just quite as right. I don't know that this one was built just quite as comfortable as a couple of the others we found up above her. Man, she's stout. Man, she's bold. Young lady's done an awful nice job with her. The young lady in the green that's going to come next has one that's elevated and neat in her look up front. Another one that you have to appreciate for her freshness when she gets on top. For me, when this one turns and comes right at us, though, she's just not as good in that look right there. She wants to come in at her knee. She wants to come in at the ground. She's just a shot more fragile when we take her to the surface. Good class of Berkshires. The kids are working hard. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them. Nice job.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
Big shout out to our sponsors there. Moving on to class number 23 now. 3 classes to go before our light and heavyweight division selection, followed by the Supreme and Reserve Supreme Overall Berkshire Gilts. I've got the results from class number 22, the top 10 individuals, or excuse me, top 9. There was only 9 that they kept back in that class. 9th place went to Kaylee Barnes. 8th place went to Lillian Boren, 7th place was awarded to Kimber Link. 6th place was shown by Tucker Garza. 5th place went to Madison Holb. 4th place was shown by Presley Pinnock. Presley Pinnock was 4th place from Alvarado FFA. Good job, Presley. 3rd place went to Emma Johnston. 2nd place was shown by Landry Cozart. And our class winner was Anston Stevers from Medina Valley FFA. So congratulations to those top 10 individuals. Like I said, we're in class number 23 now of our Berkshire Gilts. Weight ranges on those gilts go from 270 to 280 with 29 total head in this class. Our 2 judges have 2 more to evaluate after this. 2 more classes, that is. And then we move on to the selection of the divisions, followed by the overalls for the Berkshire breed, and that'll conclude today. Then we go on to the rest of the breeds tomorrow, followed by the highly anticipated overall selection of our overall purebred breeding gilts here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. I want to kind of visit about, we talk about the sponsors and the volunteers. The volunteers, over 7,000 volunteers who donate their time to these kids. Since its inception, the committee has committed to $267 million since its inception through scholarships, grants, endowments, junior livestock auction, calf scramble programs, and show premiums. 2024 events here at the San Antonio Livestock Show have impacted in a very positive way over 20,000 youth in Texas. Over 22,000 exhibitors and participants have exhibited at the livestock and horse events last year. And I was going to see there's over 1.5 million people who enter the fairgrounds and the rodeo during this time. That is a lot of individuals coming in and out. So it's a good event. Supports a great cause for not only the city, but the kids, more importantly. My wife's a 4th grade teacher, and then she would like this. Over 13,000 students participate in school tour program to help them understand our agriculture in Texas. And that just goes beyond not just the show ring, but it also goes into the farming, the crops, the irrigation stuff, the dairy products we get. Everybody loves milk and ice cream. They kind of go through that and do a milking class like they do at some of these schools, and it's just really cool for the kids to understand, like, your meat and your milk and stuff don't just come from a store. They start somewhere. Your corn, your tomatoes, your strawberries, whatever it may be, it comes from way more than just H-E-B and some of these places. Not that we don't love our H-E-Bs. But I will tell you that it's great for these kids who grow up in the city who may not know anything about agriculture, what this stock show presents, all the opportunities for them to understand way more than beyond the ring and beyond the food markets. So kudos to this stock show for what they do for inner city school kids and people that maybe not have the opportunity to be around a ranch or farm animals and crops and stuff like that, to know kind of how it all works. And the history behind the San Antonio Livestock Show. I know I got to participate in the school tours when I was a junior and senior in high school and give tours and around the grounds and show them what this organization has to offer them in the now and in the future. So it's a lot of fun for these kids to understand that and to learn about the history behind what makes the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. Moving back to class number 23, we've got 4 pulled back so far for a chance at the top spots, top placings. Have 3 in the big arena for a secondary evaluation after these guys' initial sort. Last class, they pulled them all back because they didn't have enough to make a class. So these kids have a great opportunity potentially to make a top 10 placing. And we have 10 placing ribbons. We've seen the guys pull anywhere from 10 to 13 pigs at most. I think last year, the biggest class we had was 17 they pulled back. Shows you the depth of quality in the class. Looks like there's 5 pin back in the holding pins for a chance at the top 10 placings. And still 3 out in the big arena. So keep your fingers crossed, your I's dotted, and your T's crossed. And good luck to all these individuals showing in this class. The judges are kind of talking to these individuals. They're going to send them back to the pen. They showed their hearts out, and we wish them the best of luck down the road if they go show these animals at other stock shows this year. Got our 10 individuals we're going to place. Pull them out one at a time. If they like them, they'll send them back to the pen for a chance at the top spots or top placings in this class. And then we will place from the bottom up. Once again, my name is Landon Rohde. I'm joined by my co-host, Wayne Rohde, and he's getting all the papers and the breeding sires on all these top first and second places in each class. And between him and thank Mr. Pionzik for kind of getting that together for Dad. And Mr. Pionzik's doing a bunch of stuff down there, but he's making time to get this for us. So all you breeders at home and listeners kind of know the pedigree on these gilts. They pinned 3 back so far. Have a few more to go through here. They do have 10 pulled back. And 3 of them are in the top, have a chance at the top placings here so far. Going to go ahead and pin the young lady in the teal shirt. She'll be the 4th one pinned back. Those of you tuning in, this is the 7th of 9 classes. Class number 23 we are sorting right now and placing. They just called class 24 first call to the back holding pens behind us here. We're up here in the crow's nest for those of you who are familiar with San Antonio Livestock Show. I've got 5 pinned back. Actually, I take that back, 6. So now they're going to start placing these individuals here. I think they're going to place 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, maybe leaving the 7th place still out there. We don't know. It kind of varies between classes. But for some reason, I feel like they're going to place all these individuals still out here. They're at the bottom of the class. Still great quality animals in this class that are still out here in the bottom end of the class. And they'll place their top 6 after that. Any one of these top 10 I would love to have in my barn for a potential chance to create the next generation of Berkshire purebred gilts here, or cross them up. You know, I know that's a thing now. Some really good Berkshire appearing crosses. Young man in the blue is going to be 10th place. Young lady in the pink is going to be 9th. Young lady in the purple is going to be 8th. And let's see, young lady in the blue is going to be 7th. So they didn't end up placing all 4 of those. Now we're getting into the 6 individuals that are left in this class for a chance to win the class 23 here today.
So I've got some updates for you on our Berkshire sires. I left off with class 18 was our last class. So I'm just going to start with 19. Class winner in class 19, the sire of it was above and beyond 22-3. The breeder of that hog in class 19 was Jimmy and Cassidy Hayes, HF Genetics. Congratulations to them. The second place in that class was a top hand, 13-9. Then we go on to class 20, and the class winner in that class was Top It Off 24-1. And the second place in class 20 was Top It Off 8-2. So we go on to class 21, and it was Top Hand 13-9. And then we go in the second place in class 21, and it's Top That 46-3. And then our last class in class 22 that we had, it was Top It Off 24-1 for the class winner. And the sire of the second place in class 2 is the WTX 230-3. So kind of in summary, anything with Top It Off type breeding definitely has done well in there. A lot of that top hand goes back to that some of that stuff, and so as you can see, it still is doing well in this Berkshire breed, and very consistent, as you can kind of see it from end to end. It's just showing up, and it did the same thing last year as well in our Berkshire breed. So it's just one for the last few years of having done this this commentating that that Top It Off or that type of breeding has done remarkably well in this breed. Looks like we're the lady in the pink sweater was second, and the young lady in the peach colored is our class winner. Congratulations to each and every one of those.
Good pair here. The pair of Gilts we always kind of had up towards the top, and honestly, when we came back and we just studied them, they just sorted more logically for us. We had some discussion on them because they're both very high-quality kind of females. We landed on the one here in front of me. I think she's just got a couple advantages over the when we get out. You know, we talk about them just both being high-quality kind of Gilts that can get out and go. They're show Gilts, and yet they've got the added extras that we talk about. The young lady here in front of me's Gilt just excels in a place or two. When she comes right at us, she's just a shot better in the way her foot and her knee hit the surface. That translates actually into having a better set to her shoulder as well. She's just more comfortable when we study her there off her front end. You take a step back and you consider they're both more than appropriate in their look from the side. This one comes with more substance. She travels on a bigger hind leg. She's big, she's stout, she's bold when she goes away. Incredibly comfortable in the way she does it. The young lady in the striped shirt we find is to be a nice place to start. The young lady's Gilt on the far side is one that's no slouch by any means. She's got that presence that we're talking about. She's got that look. She's feminine, and yet she's stout when we study her up high. You get on top of her, and that one's incredibly opened up. She's incredibly stout and incredibly bold. Like I said, we'd fix her in a spot or two. I don't know that she's just quite as good in the way her whole front end's designed. Blend her just a bit in her ham loin, but man, that's getting awfully critical. The one the young lady brings us, she does an awful nice job of getting her presented as well. The young lady that comes next has one that when you just study her right here, you got a lot of like a lot of things about her. Gilts like this, I guess, in Kyle and I's opinion, are never going to go out of style. She's built right, she's comfortable, she's correct, she's sound on her feet and legs. Sure, coming and going, she gives up some to the two Gilts ahead of her in class. She isn't just the most blessed with feature or just foot size when we take her to the service, when we talk about our initial three, but man, she's neat when we look at her from the side. She's ultra comfortable. That looks like a female. She acts and goes with a good amount of comfort, a good amount of presence. Just going to have to stouten her up if we're going to move her any higher. Young lady's Gilt that comes next is one that you appreciate for her elevation. You appreciate for the shape that she's got when you get right here and you study her out of the backside of her shoulder. Again, that's a big-ended, stout-hipped kind of Gilt that travels on some heaviness of skeleton. Again, though, we just like to redesign this one. if we're going to move her up. We gave up some to get a better built one in third, and I think that's what lands this one in fourth. No doubt, she's as stout, she's as bold, and she's as powerful as they come. We just need to redesign the way she wants to come right at us up front. We need to redesign just the way she wants to go off her rear too. Young man's Gilts, one that we moved up just a little within the class. One again that you have to like from the side. I didn't think that she came quite as good at us though when we studied her up front. My problem with her initially was I thought she just searched a shot more, searched a shot more with the way she wanted to go off her rear too. She doesn't take just as comfortable, just authoritative of a drive. Man, she's neat in her neck, she's good in her shape, she's good in her body shape. Young man does a good job. The next gilt the young man brings us, one that again you have to appreciate her for being elevated in her look up front. A gilt again that's it's heavy in her bone and stands on a big foot. She got just a little tighter, a little more rigid when we studied her in her top line, but still an awfully high quality kind of gilt. Kids are doing good. Let's keep them. Let's give them a round of applause. Let's keep cheering them on as they head on back to the pens.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
If you've just now joined us again or just started, we're on class 24. We have 30 head in this class, and the weight ranges is from 281 to 296. Currently, we've got 9 in the pen already and 2 out in the ring, so it must be really a deep set so far. So really good, must be a really deep, outstanding set. Now we got 3 out here in the big ring. While we're waiting for them to go through, now we got 4, of course, and they're coming over here. But before we get started, I have some results of the last class, class 23 on the sires. The class winning gilt in that class, the sire of it was the Top It Off 24-1. And the breeder was Ken and Garrett Cole. And the second place in that class was a Top Hand 13-9. And the breeder of the class winner was from Indiana. Ken and Garrett are from Indiana. And then the second place in that class was from Cox and Son out of Roy City. Congratulations to both of these breeders for a fine job, well done. As our judging class 24, we just have one more class to round out our Berkshire show. At that time, as we finish class 25, then we will do the lightweight division, champion and reserve, and they probably will go a little bit deeper into that. Just for simple reasons is they go all the way through champion overall through 5th overall, and with that in mind, they're probably going to go a little deeper than just that. So with that also in mind, we'll do the heavyweight division the same way. Our Berkshire breed started with 272 total head is what we have in our Berkshire show this year. So it's really a nice show. Of course, the Berkshires have been pretty dominant as well as getting a piece of the Supreme as well. They actually got a piece of it last year, of the reserve. Hampshire had actually won. Looks like they've pinned back some. We got one pin back so far. We got another one, young lady in the pink sweater. Got another one, the young man in the black vest coming back. And the Berkshire breed, upon naming the champion reserve on up through the 5th overall, we will then be through for today, and we'll start back up again at 7 a.m. in the morning. Looks like we've got 6 pinned back at the present time. So as we predicted here, it is a very deep class in this class 24. And the last few classes he's done mainly around, pinning back the initial second sort back, 4 or 5. More often 4, but when he's got into these deeper classes, they have done higher amounts, and then of course they'll go from the bottom up again. As I mentioned earlier, we are going to have one more class, and then that'll be the end of the Berkshires, and we'll follow it with our judging of our division and reserve division champions. And then we will do that in both the light and the heavyweight division, and then following that by going the champion reserve all the way through 5th overall. Today we've gone through, the judges have analyzed and evaluated and placed 25 classes on the completion of our last class, the Berkshires, here today. Tomorrow morning we'll be starting at 7 a.m. We'll be starting with the spots, followed by the Chesters, then the Polands, the Yorks, and we'll end the day out with the Herefords. The Herefords being only the second year that they've brought them to San Antonio. And last year, really, it being the first year, I thought there was quite a bit of depth in those Herefords, for never having that pedigree or that breed in San Antonio. It was really had some quality there. It is not a scholarship breed at this present time yet. It's the only one because it's real new and they're still testing the waters to see how things go. But all the other breeds, of course, are going to be receiving a $10,000 scholarship. The Herefords will just be some type of premium money. Looks like we've got 4 out there. We're fixing to let out the 5th one, but at this time he hasn't pinned anything back yet. We're having some discussion here, trying to kind of come to a conclusion on what they want to start with or where they want to go from the bottom end. So it looks like they're going to they've already placed some, of course, and now they're placing what's left out there and continuing up to our top 2 or 3. We still have 5 out there. So they're continuing to discuss, how they want to line this up or who they want to take out next or the next 2 possibly. They're probably also conferring if they have their obvious 1 or 2, then they're kind of discussing the others on how they're going to line them up as well.
All right, class 25, Berkshire, this is your second call. Class 25, Berkshire, this is your second call. Also, if you have a first or second place first, please remember we'll do 2 divisions, followed by a selection of the top 5 overall. We will make the first call.
They've done the young lady in green. She'll be our 5th place.
Well, good class here, and we get into I guess probably next to last class of Berkshire Gilts, and we're getting a lot of shapes and sizes. I think one thing we're going to keep consistent, though, and as we've talked all day, we've got to keep them good in their build. We've got to keep them comfortable. We got to keep them correct, and then we'll add the extras. And the two Gilts that remain in the ring, for me, are the ones that do that. We went ahead and started with the young lady in the pink sweater here to start the class, and of the two that talk about just that presence, that look, that build that we've been gravitating towards, she's got the extras as far as you get in behind them, there's more of her. She's bigger up high. She's bigger going away. She's bigger when we take her to the surface. The young man's Gilt at the far side. I told Kyle she's one that just continues to kind of, you look up and there she is, giving you just a really neat look from the profile. One that she's elevated. She's neat in her look. We've talked about that. We talk about the way she can plant and drive and use her hind leg. She's cleaner jointed maybe than a couple we're going to find. I'll be the first to admit that one's not just the boldest when she comes right at us, and we could fix her there. But, man, when you talk about taking these to just bigger, heavier weights and keeping comfort in mind, that one's awfully good in her look from the side. She looks like a show gilt when I get this look right here. I get on top of her. She's still got shape. She's still got muscle. Young man does a nice job with her. The young man in the blue that comes next has some ESTs to the gilt that comes in third. And, you know, there's no doubt that if we're just going to talk about heaviness of skeleton and stoutness of feature, foot size, things of that nature, that gilt is definitely one that's going to rise to the top. You get on top of her, and her spread and her just width is awfully impressive. I guess when you step off to the side of them and you just talk about those things, those basics of build, comfort, and flexibility, I don't see her just being quite as good there for me. And we need to clean her up as she goes away just a bit. But, man, when she's good, she's awfully good. Heavy bone, dense in her skeleton, just like to redesign her in a place or two. This one that comes next just kind of falls in fourth for us, and she makes a lot of sense. She's one, again, that when you find her in the ring, she's always comfortable. She's always in the, she's got her presented right. Gilt that's good as far as her feature, good as far as her muscle. I don't know if she blends just quite as good in her ham loin. I don't know if she's just quite as tall at the top of her shoulder when we compare her to a couple others. Very good in her basics, very good in her fundamentals, very good in her skeleton when we take her to the ground. This one that comes next is one that comes with some absolute extremes as far as getting on top of them and talking about back shape and just how stout and how bold and how crisp she is out of the backside of her shoulder. You step in behind this hogs and take that view as she turns and goes away. She's big, she's square, and she's powerful. As we talked about her, though, I think she comes just in a piece or two more than a couple that we find above her. When that one turns and comes right at us, she's not as good in her knees. She's not as good in the way she takes it to the surface. I don't know that she blends just quite as good there at the top of her shoulder, but I think one that's awfully intriguing when we get in, we step in behind the hogs, and we watch that one go away. Young lady's Gilt that comes next is one that, again, you have to appreciate for being comfortable, for being flexible in the way she's put together. I don't know that she was just quite as full, didn't have quite as much shape to the center part of that body. When that one comes at us again, she's not as big at the ground, she's not as big at her knee, she's not as big at her rear ankle as well, but I still think a very high quality kind of gilt for the young lady to end up down the way just a bit in this particular drive. Young people do an awesome job. We talked to these guys as they went back to the pins. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them on a competitive Berkshire class.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
That concludes class number 24. We are on our final class of Berkshire breeding gilts here at the San Antonio Purebred Breeding Gilt Show here in 2025. Speaking of class 2025 and 2025, there are 31 head in class 25. Weight ranges on this final class are from 297 to 350. This is the 9th and final class. I wasn't able to read class number 23 on the top 10. I want to go ahead and announce those individuals. Class 23, 10th place went to Colton King. 9th place was awarded to Heaven Blanco. 8th place went to Lindley West. 7th place was exhibited by Danica York. 6th place was shown by Carson Dillard. 5th place was awarded to Cody Robles Jr. 4th place was shown by Caroline Terrell. 3rd place went to Angel Bear. 2nd place was shown by Lexi York, and our class winner in class number 23 was Reese Mabry of Brock FFA. Congratulations to those individuals. I've got class number 24 ready to read. That's the class we just concluded. On the top 10 individuals, 10th place went to Michael Van Zant. 9th place was awarded to Walker Colapel. I hope I said that right, Walker. 8th place went to Rachel Gavlik. 7th place was shown by Wyatt Jackson. 6th place was awarded to Paisley Wells. 5th place was Ava Luke. 4th place went to Taylor Budge. 3rd place was exhibited by Tucker Hutton. 2nd place was shown by Zane Thompson. And our class winner in the last class that we just judged, which was class 24, was awarded to Cody Kelso of Marion FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 exhibitors. For those of you still tuned in, 9th and final class here being sorted. At the conclusion of this, we will judge for our lightweight division and heavyweight division Berkshire Gilts, followed by the Supreme and Reserve Supreme overall selections of our Berkshire breeding Gilts. The lightweight division of the Berkshire Gilts consists of class 17 to 21. So that's 5 classes. And our heavyweight division consists of 4 classes, classes 22 through 25. So at the conclusion of this class, we'll turn right around and do our divisions. This is our last and final breed today, as stated. Tomorrow we start bright and early at 7 a.m. And I'm not quite sure, Wayne, what we're starting with. I think Wayne has a list of what we're.
So tomorrow morning, as
tomorrow.
Landon said, we will start at 7 a.m. bright and shiny and all wide and wake. And we will start with the spots, and then we will follow them by the Chesters, and then the Polands, then the Yorks, and then we will end the day before the Supreme Grand Drive with the Herefords. And all of them get scholarships. Every breed gets that $10,000 scholarship, breed champion, except for the Herefords. It's a brand new breed that started last year. And there's still a breed that's kind of in the testing stages. And last year they did some premium money, and so they'll have some kind of premium, I would suspect, tomorrow again. There is no scholarship for the Hereford breed yet. But if people will continue to grow this breed, and they get quite a few entries in it, I'm sure it's one that would be some discussion about of consideration. So, but I thought the quality, and I think Landon would agree with that, the Hereford quality was really good for the numbers that they had.
What was cool about the Hereford breed, they brought Jason Correa in, and I think he's on the Hereford Board Association, what he told me last year, and I was asking him about it. I said, this is interesting and new to me. He said, Landon, buckle up. And he wasn't kidding. You would have thought the Grand Drive was going on with how many people were out here watching the Hereford breed. It felt like you were at a NASCAR event, as loud and as fun. And it brings back memories of nobody really cared who won. They were just going to cheer for them. And that was so much fun to watch. And you don't see that quite as much anymore. You still see it a lot, but not quite as much and as loud as what people were getting during that Hereford show. And I told Jason afterwards, I said I felt like I was a NASCAR event because it was so much fun to watch and so entertaining to be in there in person. And you would have had to been there in person to see how cool it really was. It was fun, to say the least. So that's my take on the Hereford breed. I'm a fan of it now, like Jason Correa said, and I think it's cool. I really do.
Yeah, I think it's got potential of growth.
It's fun. It's different, and I think I think change is always a good thing for the better, and I feel like that was a great change that San Antonio made by bringing that in there, and it showed just the camaraderie behind it.
Well, they were willing to give it an opportunity and a chance.
And I believe it's the first major show in Texas that allowed the Herefords to come in there too, I believe.
That is correct, to my knowledge as well. As we're sitting here waiting as they're drawing to a finish of our Berkshires in Class 25, I just want to give a shout to our Taylor Fort webcasting crew and staff. They've done an outstanding job. They've made our job very easy because they're out there filming all angles of these show gilts, and you're getting a play-by-play and being able to see all these different angles from your screen, and that makes it really nice. You know, if anything good came out of COVID, it was this webcasting and how we had to function during those difficult times, and it's really been definitely an inspiration for me to be able to bring this to you and be a part of the show and be a part of this this organization of giving you these play-by-plays.
Absolutely, Wayne. I couldn't have said it better myself. And want to thank all these sponsors that made it possible. You know, Brandon Anderson, you know, helped us out with the Barrow Show last year, and that was so much fun to have him there. And
absolutely.
And you know, he made a comment. You know, if you know these sponsors that come across your screen on these on this webcasting that Taylor Fort and his crew does, give him a thank you. Text him, call him, whatever, and just say, hey, thank you for making this possible for us to watch this from home. Because truthfully, y'all have the best seats in the house. Other than being here, you know, you're actually in the ring, physically getting to see these hogs on a video that a lot of people in the stands don't get to see. Now, granted, they have stadium seating now, and that stadium seating is awesome here at San Antonio, but you're getting to watch it on a video, and it doesn't take away from what you're doing at home with your families. And so thank you for tuning in, and thank you, Taylor, and all the sponsors across the screen here that make this possible. And thank San Antonio for giving them the opportunity all these years to allow them to keep coming back and doing such a phenomenal job at it. Looks like we have 7 or 8 that I can see right now, Wayne. I think 8. Yep. So we need a total of 10 to make the class, and there's only 2 out here in the big arena, so I have a feeling they might pull these back. Maybe not. No, they're going to go ahead and excuse these 2 individuals from the ring here.
They've pinned one back. They've got 4 out so far, and they've pinned one of the 4 back.
Looks like, Wayne, they actually have 11 they pulled back from the initial sort. And like you said, they pinned one back to have a chance at the top placings in this last and final class of the Berkshire Purebred Gilts here today. He went ahead and pinned the young man in the green. That'll be 2.
Yeah, the Berkshire.
Actually, maybe 3. He pinned the young lady in the light grayish blue as well.
Oh, man.
So we have 3 pinned back. We have 11 total, Wayne, in this class.
And the Berkshire breed today headed up a total of 272 total that they have evaluated today.
That's a little over 100 less than what the Durocs were, correct?
Yeah, the Durocs are almost 400.
Yeah, so
And
we're
this is almost
we're about
300.
130 off, give or take a few.
But still a nice size breed.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure the Yorkshire breed and that will be big tomorrow as well. You think the Yorks? Or?
I think the Spots are going to be
Spots are going to be your biggest
because they're
breed.
the only other ones that have 2 divisions.
Got you.
So if you had tuned into the crosses, the cross show headed up 500 approximately, about 540 head.
Oh,
for
wow.
The cross show.
And you know that cross show over there at the other barn in the east barn over here, those crosses are deep. Those gilts are good too.
Oh yeah.
And don't they have a cross sale as well?
Yes, they do. And who knows? I wouldn't be surprised at some point down the road that there's some discussion at San Antonio about adding the purebreds to it possibly. But I'm not saying that that's been discussed. I'm just saying it's something I could forecast that someday.
They've got 6 pinned back right now, Wayne, for a chance at the top placings in this fat last and final class of Berkshire Gilts. Be interesting to see if they start placing from the bottom up from here. So that'd be 7th through 11th. Ten of these placings will receive a nice ribbon. They're talking it out right now.
Of course, everyone tune in for tomorrow. Today the judges did 25 classes. Tomorrow there will be 19 classes, and then it'll be followed by the judging of the Supreme and Reserve Supreme.
3rd, 4th, and 5th overall too, correct? Of the entire purebred gilts.
I'm not sure on that one.
3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. I'm pretty sure they do 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall.
Well, they'll also, I know off the top, they're going to do the presentation of all the
scholarships. That's fun to watch. They set out a table and set all the awards out and give them to the kids. They take pictures with all the committee members that show up on the swine committee. So it really is a cool thing, and they get cheered for and everything else before they even go in the ring and show. So it's a fun thing to watch. So they're down to 8th place is going to go to the young lady in the black with pink pants. And I think they're going to leave this young lady in the black. Oh, nope, they're going to place her as well. So she'll be 7th. Now they're down to their final 6 here in this final class. And they're going to place from the bottom up here. And nothing's going to get pinned back at this point. They're going to place them. Now that they have all 6 out there in this final class of Berkshire Purebred Gilts, they are going to kind of evaluate them a little bit, and now they're going to start placing them. Once again, introducing our judges again today. Our lead judge today is Mr. Blaine Olson, and our secondary judge is Mr. Kyle Connaught. Both of these boys are from Illinois, and both actually went to Lakeland College before they went on to their respective universities in Illinois. Both are very big family men, and both raise and produce very competitive livestock in the boar stud and the swine industry. I want to welcome them. I'm going to kind of give you guys another bio about them tomorrow, but want to thank them for taking the time to come down here to San Antonio and evaluating these breeding gilts here. Young lady in the gray is going to be 6th. Grayish blue. I guess there's 2 young ladies in kind of a grayish blue right now. Young lady in the black is going to be 5th. Young man in the green is going to be 4th. Now we're down to our final 3 here. Young lady's going to be 3rd. Judges are taking their time in these final 2, in this final class of the day.
Which one is it? In the blue?
Young man in the green is 2nd, and the young man in the blue, he's going to be your class winner. Congratulations to all these individuals here today. Let's hear from Mr. Olson.
Well, it's nice to see the very, very competitive in our last class here, and we're getting them, we talk about getting them big and stout and wanting to keep them fresh and wanting to keep them correct, and I think the 2 gilts and even a couple more that come do so good at that. And of the 2, that they give us that presence, that look, and all the things that we've talked about. The young man closer to me, she just excels the gilt there in 2nd in a place or 2. When she comes at me, I prefer her there. I think this one travels on a bigger hind leg. I think she stays more comfortable throughout the drive. She's still good looking. She's really good when we get on top of her as far as her shape. Her flesh is right, in my opinion. It just kind of all fits together. The young man in the green shirt that's going to be 2nd has a version of her, I think. One that still gives us, again, an appropriate look. One that gets out and goes. I thought as they drove just a little longer, she labored just a little more for me, for the way she wanted to just go out of her front end. I didn't know that she just blended quite as good in her top line. Great, big, square, good hind leg working in that one. Awfully good pair at the top end. in. Young ladies Gilted comes next is one, there's some parts and pieces of this one that we like an awful lot. You love her density. You love her heaviness of skeleton. When you get on top of her again, that's one that's muscular. That's one that's shapely. That's one that's powerful. I think the longer the drive wore on, she wore out, but the reason for that is she was always just a notch tighter in her spine, a notch tighter in her skeleton. She had to work harder from the onset to go and just to get it all to work. That one's skin, that one's hair, that one's presentation is awfully good. We just got to lay her spine in her. We just got to make her more comfortable from front to rear. This one comes in, and again, one that has some intriguing pieces. Great big forearm working in her, great big blade working in this one. Again, you get on top of this one, and her spread's good. She's got a big hind leg working on her. Kyle and I kind of step back, and we just talk about them, though. I thought this one came in just another piece or two for us. When you get back and you just kind of compare this one to the couple that are ahead of her, she's just not quite as good when we study her there at the top side of her shoulder. She doesn't blend quite as good there. She's one that wants to come in just a bit in her knee when you study her from here going forward, a little softer in her front foot. Rear 2/3 of that one's awfully good. Young man does a really nice job. The Gilt that comes next is one that you really have to like just for her look from her side. Her boldness when you study her there in the center part. You step in behind and she sure got muscle. I thought she planed some as we took her to the surface. I didn't think she stayed just quite as comfortable, just quite as correct in her travel, but still one that's awfully good for the young lady. The one that comes next, great big stout bold one. I mean, she is without question the biggest, the most robust one we find in this particular drive. I think one that darn sure warrants being in the top end of this class. I just thought as the drive wore on, she looked just a little more mature about her head. She didn't just blend and bounce, didn't just go quite as good. Young lady did an awesome job with her, got all the miles she could out of her. Really a nice kind of Berkshire Gilt to come fifth in this particular drive. Like I said, we talked to them as they went in. The kids did an awesome job. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate them as this last class heads back. Really a good group of kids and good group of pigs.
That concludes our final class of the day. Now we're doing the light and the heavyweight division, followed by the overall selection of our Berkshire Purebred breeding Gilts. 10th place in that final class went to Claire